October 17th, 2009 isn't when the Jameson story begins, but that is when everyone around them first realizes that something's wrong. Because October 17th is when the Latimer County Sheriff's Office gets a call about an abandoned pickup truck on Panola Mountain, which is a small part of the larger San Boys Mountains in Latimer County, Oklahoma. This truck had been spotted there a few days earlier, but today was the day that someone noticed a dog trapped inside the locked truck. By the time Sheriff Israel Beecham and a few of his deputies arrive, it's already dark, and they have to break a window to get the small, emaciated dog out. Now, it's clear that she had been in there for days and was on the verge of honestly death, but the dog was maybe one of the least strange things found in the vehicle. According to the Oklahomans, the keys are still in the ignition, even though the car was locked. Someone's BlackBerry was left behind, along with a few coats and other items of clothing, like a purse, $32,000 in cash in a bag under the seat, and ID belonging to Sherilyn and Bobby Jameson. Then there's a 7-page letter signed by Sherilyn to Bobby, who it becomes clear is her husband. Now, I have highlighted some of these parts, right, and I'm going to have you read it.
Bobby Jameson, I am writing you this letter with a spirit of truth and shame. I am asking you forgiveness for ever coming into your life for everything that I have done to you that has hurt or offended you. I also ask that you forgive me for the things that I have done to you that has offended God and the Holy Spirit. You have broken my heart and called me names like whore, bitch, and I rebuke you and pray for your soul. You are a very toxic person. You need to find happiness. You contaminate everyone that you are around. It breaks my heart and saddens my soul that you have turned into the monster that you are. Thank God for, I kind of cut off.
Yeah, like it's a cop.
Yeah, maybe you and me both, that with the force that you beat me on the spine, that I did not have a heart attack or being paralyzed from the neck down. You have tried to take my life on more than one occasion. I would not wish my daughter to be raised in foster care because of you being in prison for attempted murder and her mother dead. You have put me in the corner so many times that you have brought the worst out in me. There is no need to keep writing. I will pour my pain out in my own journal. Thank you for my daughter. That's all God intended to happen. We were never meant to be together. I fear for your soul. Signed, Sherilyn.
Now, Beecham and his team know very little about the Jameson family at this point. So what this letter means or why there's so much cash in the car, they don't know.
I mean, all that attempted murder talk in the letter, like, that would have me scared, but this is some kind of, like, family annihilator situation.
That would be worst case scenario, but they haven't found anything to prove that. Like, there's no letter from Bobby back to her. There's no suicide note. Though deputies have been able to piece together that it was Bobby who brought them up there. It turns out he'd spoken to a realtor about some land that was for sale up there on the mountain. And the realtor said that she usually takes people to go out and like look at the properties because they are pretty hard to find. This is a super undeveloped, rugged area, like rugged terrain. Mm-hmm. But Bobby was pretty insistent that he was going to take his family, his wife Sherilyn and their 6-year-old daughter Madison, up there alone. Like if she could just give him the coordinates, they'd be fine. So she did. That is back on October 8th. Now, when they look at the BlackBerry that was left behind, it has GPS, and the coordinates for the land are in it. It looks like they got up there on the 8th at around 2:15 p.m. But I'm not sure everything that comes after fits in with a plan for Bobby to do something to his family. Because based on the GPS, it looks like they spent a little time just kind of like walking around and exploring. I mean, they were looking at nearly 40 acres. And at one point, they actually ended up taking a photo of Madison that has become infamous in this case. The picture was taken at 2:51 p.m. on the 8th, and she's in front of this cluster of rocks, like in the woods. Now, it's clearly a candid photo. Her arms are like crossed, her mouth's like a little bit open, like maybe she was about to smile or say something, or was in the middle of saying something. And this is important to me because authorities found this phone in the truck, meaning that the Jamesons had the phone with them while they were out and walking around. They know exactly where this picture was taken, but they had come back to the truck. Right. Even the way the truck was facing, It's on this like narrow 1 lane road with 3 foot drops on either side. And it's pointed like they were about to head down the mountain.
Like they were leaving.
Yes. So what stopped them? Now, there's nothing in the immediate area around the truck that would suggest something happened to the family there. No sign of a struggle, no blood. But I will say there have been big rainstorms the last few days there that could have washed away evidence if there was any to find. Either way, all signs point to that. And authorities need to get boots on the ground and find the Jamesons because they're already days, if not a full week behind. And this isn't going to be an easy search. This area on the mountain, like I said, rugged terrain. And I do not mean that lightly. This isn't a developed area with fully built homes or walking trails. This is middle of nowhere country. And the people who live up there are living off the grid. In fact, that was Bobby and Sherilyn's plan. They were going to buy some land and live out of a shipping container and homeschool Madison. Which honestly, when I heard this story years ago, back when I first learned about this case, like I couldn't even wrap my head around that. Off grid, I don't know, these days is kind of sound more like the way to go, but like they were excited about this time. So over the next week or so, massive searches start getting underway to find the family. They're combing the mountain up from the base through the north side into an area called Smokestack Hollow. And not only are they dealing with the harsh environment as it normally is, but those rainstorms that they had earlier make it so that they're slogging through mud and wet brush along the way. But they search, and there is just not so much as a sign of this family or what happened to them on the mountain. But that might be because the biggest clues are actually buried in what was happening with the Jamesons before they ever even got to the mountain. Let's face it, if student loans are slowing down your financial goals, it might be time for a smarter strategy. That's where today's sponsor, SoFi, comes in. SoFi is helping you tackle student debt by refinancing the loans with flexible monthly payments that fit your budget. We're talking about the potential to lower your interest rate, reduce your monthly payment, or even pay off your loan sooner depending on the term you choose. You can also consolidate your student loans into one simple monthly payment, so you can save more each month and work towards achieving your long-term financial ambitions. SoFi offers competitive fixed and variable rates and no origination fees, prepayment fees, or late fees required. It takes just 2 minutes to check your rate with SoFi, and they have already helped over 500,000 members refinance more than $50 billion in student loans. Visit SoFi.com/CrimeJunkie to see how much you can save. That's SoFi.com/CrimeJunkie and start making smarter money moves with SoFi. SoFi student loans are originated by SoFi Bank, NA member FDIC. Additional terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891.
You know the saying, knowledge is power? Well, it's a lot more than that. Knowledge can be growth, security, opportunity, and no one knows that better than Southern New Hampshire University. That's why they offer over 200 online degree programs designed to help you reach your goals. Set yourself up for success or get ready to pivot into something new. No matter your program, you'll learn practical, career-focused skills you can use on the job. And getting your degree online doesn't mean doing it alone. Southern New Hampshire University has some of the best student support in online education. From day one to graduation, you'll have friendly, knowledgeable people to help you with everything from applying and financial aid to tutoring and career development. At Southern New Hampshire University, knowledge can be life-changing. Get started at snhu.edu/crimejunkie. That's snhu.edu/crimejunkie.
You guys, we are finally rolling into summer, and I am ditching the sweater, packing away the coat, but I am still wearing quince because quince is quality I wear all year round. In the field, on stage, at the office, quince, quince, quince. Their clothing and accessories are timeless and long lasting because they focus on high quality, beautiful everyday essentials like 100% European linen pants, dresses, and tops with styles starting at $32. And you guys, everything at Quince is priced 50 to 80% less than similar brands. No lie, I had a silk skirt from a big department store, and I have a silk skirt from Quince. And dead serious, my Quince one has held up way better and was way cheaper and machine washable. But ain't nobody got time or money for dry cleaning, but I want to look like I do. So elevate your summer wardrobe. Go to quince.com/Prime Junkie for free shipping on your order and 365-day return. Now available in Canada too. That's quince.com/Prime Junkie for free shipping and 365-day return. Quince.com/Prime Junkie. Bobby and Sherilyn met around 2002, and they were married in an out-of-state wedding in 2004. But many people didn't approve. I actually spoke to a source who knew Bobby before and after Sherilyn, and they say that Bobby completely changed after getting with her. Before they said he was smart and creative, but they watched as he seemed to slip into addiction alongside Sherilyn. Now, she had bipolar disorder, major depressive disorder, and ADHD, all of which she was prescribed meds for, though she didn't always take them. And the addiction she had to painkillers may have at least started as a way to self medicate. Then in 2003, Bobby suffered a bad back injury, like from a car accident, and so he began managing the chronic pain with pills, which was a slippery slope. Before he knew it, he was addicted to pills too. With neither of them working, money was getting tighter and tighter. Their nice lake house in Eufaula, Oklahoma was getting tougher and tougher to afford. And their financial troubles were putting a lot of stress on an already strained marriage. It seems like Bobby and Sherilyn may have turned to lawsuits to solve some of their money problems. We know that Bobby sued the people involved in his car accident. That was resolved in 2007. And there's other documentation showing that he and Sherilyn were plaintiffs in a pair of civil suits. Then Sheriff Beecham told the Oklahoman that just before Bobby and Sherilyn disappeared, they were planning to sue the Eufaula School District, but he didn't know what for. Assuming it had something to do with Madison. People online do a lot of guessing, but the truth is that we weren't able to talk to anyone who really knows what that was about. But there is one more documented lawsuit that I found really interesting because it was ongoing at the time that they disappeared. And the person that Bobby was suing was his own father, Bob Jameson. The claim started in 2008, and it all boiled down to this gas station Bob owned. Bobby claimed that he worked for his dad at the gas station for free because his dad always told him that he would give him an ownership stake of the station when he sold it. But apparently that never happened. And then it just got uglier from there. We spoke to Bobby's uncle, Jack, and he told us that Bob warned him Sherilyn was quote unquote dangerous. And Jack took that to mean physically because Bob told him this story about her pulling a gun on someone. But she may have seemed dangerous in other ways to him too, because I spoke to someone who said that Sherilyn was spreading rumors that Bob was in the mafia, which from Bobby's POV made his dad the dangerous one. And at one point during the ongoing legal battle, he filed for a protective order against his father, claiming that he had tried to kill him on at least two occasions. Once in November 2008, when Bob allegedly hit him with a car, and again in April 2009. But I don't know what happened in that second incident. But a protective order was issued following that in May of 2009. This is just 5 months before the Jamesons went missing. So maybe because of all of this going on, or in spite of it, it seems that by the end of the summer at least, Sherilyn had gone off her meds, and clearly the effects were having a major impact. Now, she had another child, an older son from a previous marriage. And he told author Jake Anderson in his book, The Vanishing at Smokestack Hollow, that Sherilyn had started physically abusing him. So in August, he was removed from her care and sent to live with his dad. And then in September, Sherilyn attempted suicide and was hospitalized for 3 weeks. That same month, something strange started happening. The shipping container that the family planned to live in was sitting near the driveway at their lake house property. And Sherilyn started spray painting it with messages. Things like 3 cats killed to date by people in this area. And witches don't like their black cat killed. Did she claim to be a witch? So this is the thing. I've heard a lot of different things, but her friend Nikki told people that she did this because a cat of hers had died. She thought it was the neighbors, and she just wanted to scare them, like make people think that she was someone that they wouldn't want to mess with. I didn't see any sign of her actually practicing witchcraft. In fact, in the time leading up to their disappearance, there's evidence that they were gravitating to more traditional religious outlets, but still with a really dark focus. You see, inside their house, investigators found pamphlets and books about death and the end of the world. There were Bibles around the house that had highlighted verses that talk about the apocalypse. Deputies learned that recently the Jamesons started going to this Seventh day Adventist church, and a month before they disappeared, they'd apparently reached out to the pastor asking for help with a really concerning problem. They said that their house was being haunted by 3 or 4 spirits. He said Sherilyn told him that Madison was speaking to 2 children and then Sherilyn's sister Marla, who had died 2 years earlier. And Bobby told the pastor that he was looking for some kind of like special bullets to kill demons, and he was reading a satanic Bible to learn how to get rid of spirits.
So is Bobby like healing Sherilyn, or is he like all in on believing it?
It seems like he really believes it. Because as easy as it would be to write this all off as just like nonsense from someone who was off their meds, there are some weird things that I have to tell you. So we talked to Sherilyn's friend Nikki. I mentioned that earlier. And she says that they told her about the spirits too. And she says that she definitely believes that the Jamesons' house was haunted because every time she visited them over the summer of 2008, there was just this heaviness in the house that she said made her sick to her stomach. And there was one moment in particular that really freaked her out. Nikki said that she and her husband were sitting with Sherilyn in the Jamesons' living room, and Nikki could see this like huge gray mist floating down the stairs slowly. And she said literally the hairs on the back of her neck stood straight up, and then she just watched it until it disappeared near the bottom of the stairs.
I'm sorry, like paging watch any of that, like did this just turn into a so supernatural episode? Like what?
I don't know. Listen, I know people will roll their eyes, whatever. These are people's own experiences. But it's really hard to write off the next thing. Which brings me all the way up to October 8th, the day that the family goes missing. Police docs show that Bobby called the realtor, whose name is Peggy, to ask about the land for sale at around 8 a.m. Per a written statement from her, Bobby told her that they were really interested in living off the grid. They spoke for like 2 hours. And in this conversation, he talked about Madison and how smart she was and how he was excited to homeschool her. And he assured Peggy that he knew what they were getting into. And she said that he sounded excited, but nothing really jumped out at her. It was like many of the conversations she had with people about selling land. So that call ends at 10 a.m. At 10:30, things get weird. The Jamesons had a surveillance system set up around their home. And when police pull the footage from that morning, it shows the family loading up their truck from like 10:30 to 11. Except they're not really loading much. It's like the most eerie thing, Fred. Now, there are only clips of this video that live online today. As far as I can tell, the full video that captures like, multiple angles during this time has never been released. And when we tried to FOIA them, we were told that the original no longer exists because apparently a flood at the department where it was stored ruined it. But in the little bit that was released to the media and that has survived, you can see Bobby and Sherilyn walking back and forth to the truck over and over and over. But no one can figure out why. Like the truck doors appear to be open, but it's not like they're loading it up. Most of the time, they're walking back and forth with nothing in their hands. Though at one point, authorities say that they see Sherilyn take what looks like a brown briefcase type thing, like a bag to the pickup truck. Now, I don't see a clear moment of that in the short clips we have. If it is included in what we're looking at, I'm thinking it might be right here at this moment. You can kind of see like I don't know if you see that, like a shadow, right, like on the side of Sherilyn by her legs.
Yeah.
But the footage just like isn't great quality, so like it's really hard to tell. Now this video has become hugely sensationalized because this idea has kind of gotten perpetuated that the way they were walking was like they were in a trance, which makes for good TV when you've got talk of witches and demon killing bullets. but I'm a little reluctant to go all in on that based on what I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, I can hardly tell anything from this, like, kind of really short loop footage.
Right, and I don't know what's been manipulated or cut.
Right, or even if, like, these are consecutive.
Right, we can't even see timestamps. So I don't know what to make of it. After a full half hour of this, that's when they set off to make the about 1 hour drive to the coordinates that they've been given. But they make a few stops first to go look at some other land, which suggests to me that this idea of buying the land and the reason they're going up there isn't some ruse.
Right, like it's legit.
Even more evidence of that is the fact that on their way up the mountain, they stopped at the home of this guy named Dan Clemens. He lived on the mountain just a quarter of a mile from where the Jamesons' truck would be found. And in Dan's written statement, he said that he talked to the family for like 45 minutes before they headed up to the property. He was like telling them, about what it's like to live up there, whatever.
The land type
yeah, stuff. And he told them to stop by on their way out, but he said they just never did. Now we know they arrived at the 40-acre property at 2:15, 2:51. That photograph of Madison was taken, and then poof, the entire family is just gone. All of their stuff just left behind. Well, all their stuff, that is, except one thing. The brown bag that authorities say Sherilyn was seen carrying to the truck in the surveillance footage is not found.
Do they know what was or what might have been in it?
No, that's the question. And no one is ever going to know for sure because, spoiler alert, to this day, that bag has never been found. But Sheriff Beecham told the Oklahoman back in the day that he thinks the bag could have had money in it. Now, how much and what was the money for? This is where we can spiral. Remember how there was like almost $32,000 under the seat, like when the car was found?
Yeah, because that's like a lot of cash.
Right. So like that's the kind of thing that will make you think that this isn't something involving foul play, like at the hands of a stranger, right? Because like who is gonna kill an entire family and not take the $32,000 in cash?
Right.
Well, Sheriff Beecham wouldn't return our calls, but I did catch a recent interview that he did on a podcast called I Don't Drink Coffee, where he dives into his theory a little bit. So remember the lawsuit that Bobby filed after he was hurt in a car accident?
Yeah.
So Bobby's mom, Star, apparently told investigators that he got a $64,000 settlement for that, and that he and Sherilyn split it down the middle.
So $32,000 each.
Correct. So the theory that kind of gets floated is that maybe someone did make away with $32,000 or something around there
in the purse or the bag.
They just didn't know that there was a whole second bag of money kind of hidden away in the truck. Now, the only issue I have with that, though, is that is a lot of cash to just be sitting on from 2007 when that lawsuit settled to October of 2009, especially if there really were all these substance use problems. Not that it can't be done, but I don't know, they're having financial troubles, yet they're like just sitting on this like cash. For how long? Like it's weird to me.
Yeah.
Now, others have speculated that maybe it was drugs that was in the brown briefcase. And that's usually from the camp of people who see the surveillance footage and they don't think that they're in a trance, but rather they think they're really drugged out, which is what a psychologist that the sheriff's office brought in believed and told them, which is just as, if not more, plausible. And when you think about it, like how this all played out, there's a half an hour between when Bobby gets off the phone with Peggy and then when he is seen on the camera. And I say that because like she doesn't make any indication that he is speaking strangely, that he's sounding intoxicated.
Right, like it's a very normal conversation with her, with like a possible buyer.
So I'm saying if you're going to say then like a half hour later he's like in a trance or so drugged out that he's acting weird, like there's a short window of time where like something might have happened, like after he got off the phone.
Right, there's like this gap.
Right, he could have taken something.
So like she doesn't know what he's like high or not, right? Like,
right, for sure. Like, I mean, he could have been high functioning. I think the thing that I take issue with is there's, to me, a big difference between having an hours-long conversation with someone, and like I said, and then behaving in a way that some people would characterize it as being in a trance, right? Like, there has to be, like, something that has to shift between those two. Right. Ghosts, is it drugs? Otherwise, like, whatever. Which makes me go back to questioning even the basis of this. Like, that video. Again, I'm not seeing weird movements or actions from the short clips that we have. I'm kind of taking law enforcement at their word here that the way they were moving was super weird. If there is a world where their movements over the full video weren't all that weird, and this is something that has just gotten blown up over the years, then they might have been in perfectly fine condition and then nothing weird happened after the call with the realtor. They were just getting ready to leave.
And I'd like to say, like, getting ready to leave with, like, a small child,
Yes,
which is not the easiest, most clear-cut, direct thing to ever do.
totally fair. But usually, if I'm thinking about like the stuff that like pulls me up with Joe, it's like I'm stuff. It's that it is. It's the stuff. It's the not having stuff that I think is the weirdest part of it. Yeah. But if we are talking drugs, in Oklahoma in 2009, meth is what everyone was concerned about. Use and production was rising at the time, and locals actually told us that the northern part of these mountains in particular are known for illegal activity like drugs and dumping. So, weird behavior, large amounts of cash. For a moment, even the police think maybe this whole property sale thing was a ruse and they were really going up the mountain to make some kind of drug deal. But authorities debunk this one pretty quickly because they don't find any illegal drugs in the Jamesons' house or their truck. And they're not finding any evidence that Bobby or Sherilyn were illegal drug dealers or users. It seems like everything that they were on was prescription. Though I will say, Bobby's uncle Jack told us that he thought Bobby was using something other than painkillers.
But not enough for their home or truck to show signs of that.
Right. So I don't think that it was drugs in Sherilyn's bag. Now, the only other thing that might have been in the bag, the only other thing that has never been found, is a 22 caliber gun that Sherilyn owned. Like drugs or money, we can't confirm that she took it up the mountain with her that day. We just know that it is totally MIA. It wasn't in the home when they searched it, and it wasn't in the truck. So, was it money? Was it a gun? Was it some combination of things in that bag? I don't know. But knowing everything you do now, you might see why many in the public start honing in on a theory that it was actually Sherilyn, off her meds, having recently been suicidal, that picked out this plot of land, wrote a scathing letter to her husband that she read all the way up there, and then once they got to the right place, she enacted some kind of murder-suicide plot.
Okay, but then where are they?
That's the big hole, right? Why can't anyone find them after weeks and then months of searching?
Well, and it doesn't make sense to me, at least, why you leave your dog locked in the car. Like, that's a prolonged death sentence for the cop. Like,
Yeah.
not to get graphic, but if the dog was shot, like, that's one thing. Like, that's like everybody then.
No, I know exactly what you mean. Like, let the dog run free, leave the dog at home, or like do a million other things. But this seems like the cruelest thing.
Yeah.
And everyone who talked about the family said that Madison loved that dog. Like, she would not have gone anywhere without it. So it's just like another part that does not add up.
Yeah.
Other things that don't add up to me are like the keys being in the ignition and almost all of their things being back in the car. Like, if she wanted to take her family out to the wilderness and end things, then why wouldn't the phone still be with them? Like, why not the keys? They went back to the truck. They had to have gotten in and then turned around so they were ready to go down this one lane mountain road. Then something happened to them. Like, that, like, it doesn't fit for me.
Well, that's assuming this was a murder suicide. Like, what if that briefcase she had the gun, had the money, and she was going to CPR?
Well, that would have been a plausible theory. I mean, really for either Sherilyn or Bobby. But that stops being a plausible theory in 2013 because that's when the entire family is actually found, not too far from where their abandoned truck stood 4 years earlier. Starting a new business can be intimidating. I mean, the amount of tasks you have to juggle can get overwhelming quickly. And it's like you have to be an expert in everything all at once. I mean, you think when I started Crime Junkie, I thought I would be running a merch store one day? I know. But when that day came, before I could even hire help, I had to expertly run a merch store. And I did it with Shopify. And you know what? It doesn't matter how big we've grown, how many team members we have who are actual experts now, we still use Shopify. Shopify drives e-commerce whether you're a household name like AudioCheck now, or if you're a creator just getting started like I was 8 years ago. The platform acts as your built-in business partner and simplifies all your tasks. Imagine the ease of building your dream store with hundreds of beautiful templates, leverage AI writing tools for product descriptions, and photo enhancements in seconds. You can even create email and social campaigns with ease. So start your business today with the industry's best partner, Shopify, and start hearing. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/crimejunkie. Go to shopify.com/crimejunkie. That's shopify.com/crimejunkie.
USAA knows dynamic duos can save the day, like superheroes and sidekicks or auto and home insurance. With USAA, you can bundle your auto and home and save up to 10%. Tap the banner to learn more and get a quote at USAA.com/bundle. Restrictions apply.
This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Last year, I went through many different life changes. I needed to take a pause and examine how I was feeling in the inside to better show up for the ones who need me to be my best version of myself. When you're navigating life's changes, Talkspace can help. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatry providers that you can access anytime, anywhere. Living a busy life, navigating a long distance relationship, becoming a first step father, Talkspace made all of those journeys possible. I could speak with my therapist in the office. I could speak with my therapist in the comfort of my home. I was never alone. Talkspace works with most major insurers, and most insured members have a $0 copay. No insurance, no problem. Now get $80 off your first month with promo code SPACE80 when you go to Talkspace.com. Match with a licensed therapist today at Talkspace.com. Save $80 with code SPACE80 at Talkspace.com.
On November 16, 2013, this is 4 years after the Jamesons disappeared, a man named Tim Graham is with his wife and family on their annual hunting trip to the mountains. They were just looking for signs of deer when Tim sees something strange in the brush, about 50 yards away from a gravel road. It looks like a turtle shell at first. I mean, it's weathered, discolored, and a little stuck to the ground. But when he picks it up, he realizes that it is a skull, and there is a small hole near the forehead. Now, Tim immediately puts it down and yells to his wife, but then he sees another one, like a slightly smaller one. And then as the family is trying to get out of there to go tell someone what they found, Tim's wife spots a third really small skull with 2 front teeth missing. And her mind immediately goes to the Jamesons because she remembers seeing missing persons posters for the family. Madison's toothless grin is seared in her brain. And in that moment, she says to her husband, "Oh my goodness, I believe we just found that family that was missing." And she was right. Now, there wasn't much left out there, just an arm and a leg bone, a left boot, scraps of another boot, and a child's shoe. But nothing else. No briefcase, no gun. And after about 7 months of analysis, in June 2014, they're able to confirm that they found the entire family just 2.6 miles from where their truck was found.
Like 2.6, like 2.5 miles away.
That's it. Which, like, I know this sounds like nothing to us, like flatlanded folk who like.
Oh, I can see 5 miles for Asia.
Yeah, fields and fields. But Beecham said that to go from where their truck was found to where their skulls were recovered, like as the crow flies, it would take like a half day for someone who is in great shape to hike, which makes this location all the more strange because Bobby was not in great shape. He had chronic back pain.
Oh,
And I
yeah.
don't know if you've tried hiking with a 6-year-old recently, but like in this area, that would slow you way down. Most people don't think there is any way that they got to that location on their own.
And this completely mixes the murder-suicide theory. Like, it has to be foul play.
But for some reason, it doesn't for some people, right? So like, let's talk fears, like, and what works and what doesn't work. So first, the murder-suicide theory. People still point to Sherilyn's mental instability and like that hate letters that they call it, the one that was in the truck, as proof that she killed her family and herself.
Okay, but if they never found a gun and they can't determine a cause of death, that seems like it takes away all of the elements that you need to make murder-suicide work.
If it was a gun that was used and if they were shot in the head.
And wasn't there a hole in Bobby's head?
Well, yeah, but they officially say that that hole is from animal activity. But like I'm with you, like you could have been shot in like the fleshy parts of your body that like, you wouldn't see from the few pieces that they were able to collect. But even then, like you should see bullet fragments and a gun left behind.
But I mean, kind of goes back, but like if a gun was used, right? Like that's
Right.
not the only way it could have gone down.
Yes and no. Like I kind of disagree because like unless mom and dad were in on this together and like quite literally drinking the Kool-Aid, you have to do something quick like a gun. Like I don't think you can overpower the other parent and kill Madison without being stopped. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so much of what we know doesn't make sense with this to me. Like, why are the keys and the phone back in the truck? Why was the truck positioned like it was going back down the mountain? Where is the brown briefcase?
Well, and I don't know, like what if someone came across their remains or the briefcase and just never reported it? Especially the briefcase. Especially if the briefcase had money in it.
Like, yeah, I mean, I could see that for this area, but it seems more likely to me that it would have been left in the truck and then someone rifled through that once they'd seen the truck unoccupied for a couple of days and they just like make a quick grab for the briefcase, maybe miss the fact that there's other money under the seat. But like in that case, again, they're not like running off with stuff like where they are, where the remains are, you know what I mean?
Right.
But whatever someone taking the brown bag solved, it solves none of the other problems I have with this story. How did they get to where they were? Because I don't believe that they lost, especially if this was a plan that just one of them had. Like, okay, can you please leave your keys in the ignition, $32,000 under the seat, and your GPS behind, and let's just like take a walk into the wilderness. Like,
right.
No, that is going to raise like all sorts of alarm bells.
1000%.
So, theory number 2, misadventure. And misadventure, this idea that they like somehow got stuck out there and died, it doesn't work for me for all the same reasons above.
Yeah.
But okay, say they were high or something. They're doing things that don't make sense. Actually, this is the only theory where the strange surveillance footage makes like even a little bit of sense or like contributes to something, I think. In every other scenario, that's the thing that is like always this weird outlet.
Anywhere.
But like, okay, whatever. Say you're high, you're acting weird before you even get there. You spend your time in the mountains and you're about to leave and go down the mountain and you're like, you know what? Nope, like let's just start walking into the great wide nowhere without our coats or our phone or anything else that we previously brought and used with us for the first time that we're exploring this place. Because remember, they did bring their BlackBerry with GPS when they were walking between 215 and 250. So like they were using their GPS.
Right.
But you know what? Let's just do it without it for the funsies. Say all that happened. Here's the thing that doesn't make sense to me. I don't think they would all die and end up in the same place. Like if that's the scenario.
Right. Yeah. No, because they'd have to like the remains are all found together at the same place.
So doesn't they like die at the same time
in the same place? And also with this theory, I'm thinking like that means that they're high from the time that they leave the house to the time they get to the mountain. We know that they go to a couple different like plots of land first. They talk to a guy on the mountain for like 45 minutes before they get to their like final location. And like that feels like it was flat, like that was flag somewhere along the way, right?
I would think. Again, this does not add up for me. Which brings me to theory number 3, which is foul play. This is the only theory that I think works because it's the only one where most of the pieces we have fit together. The Jamesons have come to the mountains. They looked around. They've gotten back in their truck and turned around ready to go home, but then they were stopped somehow. Maybe it was innocent at first, or maybe there was no niceties and they were forced out of their truck with like the threat of violence. Either way, I think they get out so quickly that Bobby doesn't even pull the key out of the ignition or grab his phone, and they leave their dog inside the car. Then I think they're driven somewhere else and eventually killed.
Which, like you said, this is the theory that fits the most pieces, but there's still kind of a gaping hole in the theory. Like, who would know that they would be out there then?
That is the key to everything. But it's a short list. So remember, barely anyone knew that the family was even gone. Like it wasn't like abnormal for them to go away for a couple of days. Why they didn't get reported missing before their truck was found. So it's not like they checked in a lot with people or had anyone really keeping tabs on them. So really, there's only like two people close to them that authorities looked at, and then people who were up on the mountain. Now, of the two people who were close to the family, there's no evidence that they actually knew where the Jamesons were headed on October 8th. But those are just the two people who might have had motive. They have to look at those people. Now, the first is Bobby's dad because of the lawsuit and the protective order. But by the time the Jamesons went missing, Bob's health was deteriorated. And he was actually living in like a nursing home or some kind of like hospice care. He was so sick that he could barely take care of himself, let alone hike a mountain or hurt his son and his family. And there's no evidence that he could be tied to their disappearance in any way. So authorities ruled him out pretty quick. Bob actually passed away just 2 months after they all went missing in December 2009. So the second person that they looked at who had a personal connection to the family was this guy named Kenneth Bellows. He actually lived with the family at their lake house in Eufaula over the summer. The boarding arrangement was part of his compensation for helping them with things around the house since Bobby's back pain had gotten so bad that he couldn't do much. But there was a huge falling out because apparently Kenneth told Sherilyn that he was a white supremacist and said that people who had Native American heritage, like she did, should die. So Sherilyn ended up shooting at him and kicking him out of the house. But in the end, Kenneth ends up providing the sheriff's office with a really solid alibi. And I don't think they could even prove that he knew where the family was going that day, since he'd been kicked out weeks before and hadn't had contact with the family since. So, both Dad and Kenneth cleared, which means that either leaves someone else who they knew personally, who just hasn't come up in the investigation, or someone who lived on the mountain. Whichever it is, there might be someone out there who has the answer. You see, Israel Beecham has retired from the sheriff's office, but in his 2020 podcast interview with the host of I Don't Drink Coffee, he said in no uncertain terms that he believes the Jamesons were murdered, and he even thinks he knows who killed them. He just has no way to prove it. And he said he thinks someone shot Bobby and Sherilyn and then just left Madison on her own to die. And when it came to why, all he would say is follow the money. And that's the thing I keep coming back to. Why did they have that much money in their car anyway? I mean, this wasn't like an uber wealthy couple with cash just like coming out of their ears. No, I think it's risky to drive around with that much money, like, maybe $32,000, maybe more. That's not something you do unless you're intending to use that money.
I was gonna say without like intention, like to take it somewhere, to deposit it, or to change hands.
And we know that they were going up there to possibly make a purchase. So who knew that they were coming up there to make a purchase? The answer is two people. One, the realtor Peggy, and two, Dan Clement, the local landowner. And there's something I didn't tell you about Dan. He actually claims to have seen the family on two different days. According to his statement, the Jameson family was up on the mountain the day before they got the coordinates from Peggy. Apparently, they had seen the property online and they decided to just like drive up and check it out on their own. But according to him, they had trouble finding it. So they pulled up to his place, likely since he was like the nearest house to, where the property was, like a quarter mile away. They were asking for directions, he said. And he says he talked to them that time for like an hour about, building off grid, like herbal medicines. And he is the one who ended up giving them Peggy's number to call the next day. And he's like, listen, you contact her, come back in the morning, because it was like 6 p.m. by that point. Like, so by the time they're done talking, it's like 7, it's like getting dark. He's like, it's not even safe for you to be out here exploring the mountains in the dark. So he says they leave. He says they do stop by the next day at around noon, where they speak for another 45 minutes. And then the family headed up to check out the land. Now remember, he told them to stop back by, but he said they never did. But he said they never did. Right. Now, right away, this is a little off to me because if they are talking to him, he says they start talking around noon. If they're talking to him like 12:45, why does their GPS say that they make it to the land at 2:15? Where are they for the like hour and a half in between? Right. We're a quarter of a mile from where their truck is. And were his times just off? Like maybe. Either way, he apparently wasn't concerned that they didn't stop back by and wasn't concerned that he never heard from them again. And
it's worth pointing out that if all of Dan's statements are true, like, this makes the murder-suicide theory even less plausible. Because, like, why not do it the day before when, like, Peggy doesn't even know you're out there, right? The realtor, like, they're spending a lot of time, multiple trips, talking to people about buying this land, finding the exact location. Like, you don't need any of that if you just want to go to the woods, go to the middle of nowhere for this, like, murder-suicide plan.
Totally. Everything about the circumstances makes me believe that they were up there to buy land, planning for their future. And on October 8th, something or someone stopped them. Now, based on Peggy's statement to police, someone alerts her to the Jameson's truck being there on the 15th. This is 2 days before this story started. And I guess at the time she was like, oh, no biggie, whatever. The family probably just wanted to take a second look at the land. It happens all the time. So she didn't do anything. But then 2 days pass, and it's the 17th at 3 p.m. when Dan is first alerted to the truck being there. He said 2 people on 4-wheelers stopped by his place and told him that there was this abandoned truck with a dog inside. And I guess he asked him questions about the truck, specific features or whatever, and he realizes that the description sounded like the family that he had talked to. So he got worried and called Peggy. Peggy then tries the family, but she couldn't reach them, and so then Dan called a neighbor to go look at the truck with him. But by the time they go up there together, it's 5:30 p.m., and that's when Dan says that he first saw the abandoned truck for himself. But he doesn't call police right away. He does his own search looking for the family first. And Peggy is actually the one who ends up calling the deputies, who then arrive at the truck at around 7:30 p.m. Here's what I find out. One, why not call the authorities yourself? Like, Peggy's the one that has to do that. Like, the second you hear about this trap dog and you're admitting that you're making this connection to the Jamesons, like, why wait? Two, I find it super weird that he wanted to wait for a friend to go look at the truck with him.
Right.
Like, there is no context in the report for why he did this. Like, maybe he didn't have a vehicle of any kind. Or maybe he wanted someone else to fund it.
Right, he's, like, creating this distance between, like, himself and the truck. Like, this has me wondering, like, was there any way he could have been behind the first call on the 15th? Like, hey, there's this truck up here, like, trying to get someone else to get up there. Then
I don't see evidence of that. I literally had the same thought, but that call came from another landowner in the area who is named. So, like, if there's a world where he was behind it, he would have had to get that person to call. And again, like I said, there's no evidence that that happened. The thing I'll say, though, is, like, who isn't named are the 2 people on the 4-wheelers that apparently alerted him to the truck on the 17th. From what I have, I can't tell if police ever even identified those men, if they ever talked to them to verify Dan's story. My biggest question, too, is about the long conversations they had. They talked for an hour the first day, 45 minutes the next day. So at any point, did it come up that they would be traveling up there with cash? Did it come up that nobody would really know where they were? We couldn't reach Dan for this episode, so we couldn't ask him ourselves what those conversations were.
And do we know what the truck ever processed for? Friends or anything? Like, could they tell us someone else drove it? Because, like, maybe there's a scenario where the family left on their own or otherwise, and someone brought the truck back to this area later.
Yeah, so according to police doc, they did process the truck, but it doesn't go into detail about what was found. So I don't know if they got anything good. I don't know if they got anything to compare to anyone. I don't know if it was, like, all wiped down. And then based on what we have when it comes to Dan, it just says that they thoroughly checked him with quote unquote negative results. But we looked into Dan Clemens ourselves when we were reporting on this case in late 2025, and we found something pretty interesting. A man with the same name and the right age was arrested in 2017 for killing a man back in 1997. Now, we haven't confirmed whether these are the same people since Dan would not return our calls, but we showed Sherilyn's friend Nikki this guy's mugshot, and she confirmed that that is the same man she knew as Dan Clemens, who she had interactions with on the mountain while searching for Jameson.
So this 97 homicide, like, is it similar? Do we know much about it?
I don't know a ton. All I was able to find was that, so like I said, it happens in 97, and a man named David McLeod was found shot to death at his ranch in California. Nothing is taken from the house, but his killer took his truck and drove it up to San Francisco and must have fled or whatever, because they end up arresting this Dan Clemens guy in Oklahoma. This is where like our story takes place, where he's been living under a fake name. And the Trinity Journal reported that Dan ultimately pled no contest to voluntary manslaughter and got 3 years in prison as part of a plea.
I mean, okay, I assume police would have known about this at the time, though.
I would hope so, if it was in fact the same Dan Greig. But it's not mentioned anywhere in the reports that we've gotten. All we see when it comes to Dan is that they thoroughly checked him with negative results.
Which, like, I still don't even know what that means, but did they thoroughly check anyone else on the mountain?
I'm sure they talked to as many people as they could. Like, I don't know, I don't have a list of everyone, but I do know one person because we tracked her down. Her name is Anne Marie Duhan. And I specifically tracked her down because as we were reporting on this, I heard this rumor that her and her family moved off the mountain not long after the Jamesons went missing. So people were wondering if her and her husband might have been involved. And I actually found this, like, these are rumors now, but I found a tip in the file that someone had made about them back in 2010. But our reporter Shar Adams tracked Anne down, and she says that deputies did question her about the Jamesons' disappearance, and she just laughed in their face, she said. She says that her and her family moved off the mountain in the fall of 2010 because they've been homeschooling their children and they wanted to move the kids like back down so they could go to school. Though that's not quite how her daughter remembers it. When I talked to her daughter, she told us that her parents were not good people and that they moved off the mountain so abruptly that they left a bunch of their stuff. But Anne was never named as a suspect, and she denies having anything to do with what happened to the Jamesons. So I'm sure there are even more stories like that. I just haven't been able to track down every person who was on the mountain. Because turns out living off the grid makes it kind of hard to find you.
Off the grid is off the grid.
Truly. Now, if anyone on the mountain did it, I have to believe the motive was money. Beecham said, follow the money. But to who? Like I said, he never got back to us for this episode. But Bobby's Uncle Jack really wants to know what more Beecham knows that he hasn't shared in all these years. Maybe all the pieces are there. Maybe they're just held by different people. The problem is, it doesn't seem like anyone is really investigating this. It's that weird catch-22 we often see where the ME classifies these deaths as undetermined, so there is no homicide that is being investigated. All the investigative files we have were from when this was a missing persons case. Now, it's just in limbo, meaning that if Bobby, Sherilyn, and Madison were killed by someone, that someone has gotten away with murder. But it doesn't always have to be that way. If anyone out there knows something that could change the status of this case, you can contact the Latimer County Sheriff's Office at 918-465-4013. You can find all the source material for this episode on our website, crimejunkie.com.
And you can follow us on Instagram at Crime Junkie Podcast.
We'll be back next week with a brand new episode. But stick around because we have some good.
Okay, Ashley, I have a really cool story that I'm really excited to tell you. I've always loved true crime, but I wasn't sure if a career in it was right for me. I followed the path of veterinary medicine for a while until recently getting into nursing school. I had known about Crime Junkie for a while, but this past summer started from the beginning to watch every episode through work, study sessions, car drives, and cleaning the house. Crime Junkie was always there to keep me company. After some thought, I've decided I'd like to earn my nurse practitioner license and study forensic nursing. I want to be a piece of the bridge between medical and legal to help the victims get the care and justice they deserve. I find it to be a privilege to be able to give them their care and dignity before they are laid to rest, or a safe person to help them move forward in their next steps of life after being involved in trauma. I'd specifically like to earn my SANE credentials and take care of sexual assault and rape victims, as these people may feel like they lose their voice during their battle. But my voice is loud and will be heard, and I will use it to advocate for victims. If not for Crime Junkie, I wouldn't understand how important and vital this is, and every episode provides me with motivation to keep working for this goal. Thank you, Ashley and Brett. Ella, a fellow loser.
Oh.
This was like so many Crime Junkie boxes. She started in Set Med and then went to nursing school, and becoming extremely certified is just really incredible. I'm so excited to hear from her.
It's like it's wild, like keeping track of how many people have like changed their career paths and like
Unbelievable.
It's so true. It's like not always like the most like glamorous work, but there's like so many different occupations that touch true crime that you like don't often think of, like forensic nurse.
Yeah, it's amazing. So thank you, Ella.
Crime Junkie is an audio Chuck production. I think Chuck would approve.
Okay, Crime Junkies, you know I absolutely love a twist and a turn, especially when it comes to people who turn out to be someone they're not. That's why I have been obsessed with the podcast Chameleon. Every Thursday, host Josh Dean deep dives into a scam so bizarre it will leave you wondering, how did they get away with that? It is truly one of my favorite podcasts right now, and I've been listening for years. I think you'll love it too. Listen to Chameleon wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Crime Junkies. I'm your host, Ashley Flowers. And today, I want to tell you about a case that has stuck with me for years. In 2008, on a Saturday morning, a man walked into a Lane Bryant store in Tinley Park, Illinois, and held 6 women at gunpoint. 5 of them were murdered. What's always stood out about this case is what investigators had almost immediately: a surviving witness, a detailed composite sketch, even the suspect's voice captured on a 911 call. But nearly 2 decades later, no one has been identified, and all potential leads went cold. Now, I first started looking into this case for Crime Junkie, and I took to my socials and asked you all for any information that could help us unravel this mystery. And so many tips and theories flooded my inbox that instead of answers, it felt like every lead I got just led to more questions. So today, I want you to hear how those questions then led to something bigger. For the newest season of Counterclass, host Celia D'Ambra is going to dig into the Lane Bryant murder, dig into the evidence, the timeline, and the details that still don't add up. So I want you to go and binge every episode of Counterclock Season 8, and then when you're done, you can head back here to Crime Junkie for more cases every week. Now, here is just a taste of what you're going to get this season on Counterclock.
It started out as just another day in a popular clothing store, but it ended in a bloody massacre. A deadly shooting rampage at upscale Lane Bryant ladies' clothing store. 6 women gunned down execution style. The February 2008 Lane Bryant homicides in Tinley Park, Illinois, are a notorious case that for nearly 2 decades have looked like one type of crime, but might just be something much, much bigger.
It was like a big jigsaw puzzle, and most of the pieces were upside down.
For the last year, I've been heads down trying to turn every puzzle piece in this complicated case right side up.
The search continues for the gunman.
We, in those early days, did not know somebody had survived.
We were worried about her safety.
What if this guy has her information and has all of our information? This season on Counterclock, we're going inside a law enforcement investigation that has been locked behind closed doors for years.
None of it made sense. The timing, the target, the victims, for the length of time that he stayed in the store. What were you doing in there for 40 minutes?
The further and further I dug into this crime, the stranger things got. My reporting led me to some unexpected places: a church in crisis, a dilapidated mental health center, a notorious street gang, and another violent shooting.
Are you familiar with quid pro quo?
When you shoot somebody execution style, you've done it before.
A lot of things go down because of money.
Maybe it was an inside job.
People use church to do their devilish ways.
Buckle up, because this story is anything but straightforward.
All of a sudden, I see the police come, like, filling the neighborhood and coming up my driveway.
Most crimes I see is 10,000. This was 100,000. Who does not stand for 100,000? When we first met and you provided me with this information, I mean, my jaw dropped. I was like, oh my goodness. Thank God you're an investigative journalist.
Binge Counterclock Season 8 right now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Guys, that is just the beginning of this investigation. Go listen to all episodes of Counterclock Season 8 right now on the Counterclock feed, wherever you get your podcasts. This episode is brought to you by Opel, the first over-the-counter daily birth control pill available in the U.S. Opel is FDA approved, full prescription strength, and estrogen-free. Plus, there's no prescription needed. Finally, the days of needing a prescription for birth control are over. Opel is available online and at most major retailers. Take control of your health and reproductive journey with Opel. Birth control in your control. Use code birth control for 25% off your first month of Opel at opel.com.
Hi, Crime Junkies, it's Britt. If you're like me and you're ready to dive into even more cases, there's another podcast I think you're going to love, Park Predators. In Park Predators, host Delia D'Ambra dives into haunting crimes that happen in some of the most beautiful and unexpected places across the globe. Delia has helped host a couple of episodes of Crime Junkies in the past, and if you've listened to her before, you already know her investigative approach brings the facts of each case and their chilling details to life, making Park Predators the perfect mix of captivating and informative storytelling. So once you're done with this episode of Crime Junkies, go check out Park Predators. New episodes drop every week. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Crime Junkies. I'm your host, Ashley Flowers.
And I'm Britt.
And today, I'll be taking you on a trek through the mountains of Montana, where a little-known serial killer went undetected for years despite his brazen crimes, murders that he likely would have gotten away with had it not been for the surprising investigative combo of a mother's unrelenting determination for answers and this brand new thing that the FBI was developing. A little something that you might be very familiar with now, but at the time, no one had heard of. Criminal profiling. It was still in its infancy at the time, but this would be one of the very first cases where the FBI put their learning to work to catch serial killer David Meyerhofer. It's summer 1973, and 12-year-old Heidi Yeager wakes up to a breeze on the back of her head. She might have had this brief, hazy moment where she embraces the Montana mountain air, but then she realizes that's all wrong. Yes, she's outside, she's camping with her family, but she's inside a tent. There shouldn't be a breeze. When she opens her eyes, it is pitch black, so she starts to feel around, and her hand actually touches grass. When her eyes finally adjust to the darkness, she notices that there is this gaping hole sliced through the back of her tent. And her little sister Susie, who had been sleeping right next to her, is gone. Now Heidi doesn't hesitate. She runs to wake up her parents in their nearby campus. Bill and Marietta Yeager hurry out with flashlights, hoping to see 7-year-old Susie wandering their campsite somewhere, maybe using the restroom. But what they find causes even more panic. Susie's stuffed animals that she'd been sleeping with are in the grass outside the back of the tent near where the hole was. Now they figure that she couldn't have been gone very long. It's just after 5 a.m. now, and Heidi tells them that she last laid eyes on her sister at 1:30 a.m. They both woken up, chatted for a little bit before them falling back asleep.
Did something wake them?
Not that she remembers, but it's something that I've wondered about because their parents had put them to bed earlier before going to their camper to sleep. So I know that they were asleep earlier. But it seems unlikely because it wasn't just Susie and Heidi in the tent. Two of their brothers were actually in there too. Because the Yeager family had an order about their campsite. So for this month-long excursion that they were on from their home in Michigan to Montana, the four youngest kids slept in a tent. Their oldest son, Dan, had a sleeping set up in the family van. Parents, Bill and Marietta, have their own camper. And even the grandparents, Marietta's parents, who are on this trip, they also have their own sleeping quarters. And no one else reported hearing anything strange in the night. They all stayed asleep until the family started waking them up one by one to help search for Susie. In the book, The Lost Child, which was written by Susie's mom, Marietta, she describes the moment that she saw Susie's stuffed animals on the ground and the hole in the tent. But I'm actually just going to have you read from the sentence so people can hear directly from her.
As I stumbled around the campground searching, I was gripped by a terrible sense of separation, panic, and hopelessness in my inability to see. I remember looking up at the black night sky and begging God to send the sun. The darkness was unbearably frustrating.
And in that moment, desperate for a logical explanation, Marietta and Bill are asking Heidi if there was anything inside the tent that Susie could have used to cut the hole herself, but of course there wasn't. Right away, Marietta knows in her heart of hearts that someone has her daughter. She just hopes that they haven't gotten too far. Using flashlights, they all start searching for Susie around the campground, even waking neighboring campers. There is no sign of Susie. So Susie's dad and grandpa drive to the closest town to alert police. The Gallatin County Sheriff's Office and FBI Special Agent Pete Dunbar out of the nearby Bozeman, Montana office rush to the campground. And right away, they see what Marietta sees. They search every car and building and question all the campers. A volunteer search party forms to help look for Susie. And as the crowd of helpful people begins to grow, the Yeager family overhears something that must have made them even more worried for their little girl. One of the volunteers is talking to another one about the other child that was attacked at that very campground while asleep in his tent just a few years prior. So Marietta goes right to law enforcement and asks them about this. What are they talking about? And they confirm this is true. 5 years before, in May of 1968, 12-year-old Michael Rainey was stabbed in his tent at that same state park. He'd been on a Boy Scout trip and was sleeping right next to another kid. That case was never solved. And now, this seems like way more than just a coincidence that Susie went missing from the same place. So finding her might mean actually solving two cases and preventing more, which makes the stakes all that much higher. When the light of day begins slowly creeping in, the sun reveals one more clue. Where Susie's stuffed animals had been, they can barely make out a footpath in the dew of the grass leading away from the tent toward the parking area. There's also a rock with reddish-brown stains. And this is by no means comforting to anyone, and this ramps up the urgency of the search. The FBI sets up a command center at the campground. Authorities start working on a bolo for Susie, and they rush Susie's sleeping bag, her stuffed animals, the rock, that cut part of the tent, all to their lab for testing. And they also widen the search area to include Rivers, the local dump, and the nearby towns of Three Forks and Manhattan, Montana, where they start going door to door. And all of those efforts do result in some suspect names being tossed around, mostly local oddballs. And any of them who didn't have a solid alibi for the early morning hours of June 25th were brought in for questioning and polygraphs. They even dispatched police to the Yeager's home in Michigan to check their house and mail to see if anyone made any threats. And they go door to door there to find out if any neighbors had any information about Susie or somebody who could be a threat to her. But no matter how much or where they search over the next several days, nothing is found. And mind you, this case is getting some real headlines around Montana. And Marietta is giving local reporters interviews in case it could help, thinking that someone out there had to know something. Her desperate pleas just had to reach the right person. It takes 5 full days before the first big development comes in. And strangely, it comes to the Denver field office of the FBI.
Like Denver, Colorado.
Yeah. They get a call at 7 p.m. on June 30th from a man who says that he is Susie's kidnapper. And he says, tell someone the ransom is $25,000. But he hung up without giving any more information. Where should they take the money? When?
Yeah.
No one knew if this was a hoax or if they should be expecting another call. The phone didn't ring again until July 2nd. This time, not in a Denver field office, not actually in any office at all. The phone rang at the home of Gallatin County Deputy Ron Brown. The thing is, Ron Brown isn't home. Even though it's 11:16 p.m., he's still out helping with Susie's search. So his wife Jane answers. And the man says to her, the Denver FBI must think I'm a crank. I'm raising the ransom to $50,000. And this time he gives real instructions. He demands that the ransom be put in a suitcase in small bills and placed in the end stall of the men's restroom at the Denver bus stop.
The Denver, Colorado connection.
We're back to Denver, yeah. And this time it feels legit because he says that he can prove he has Susie by telling them something about her that a random stranger wouldn't know. He says that Susie's fingernails, like on her index fingers of each hand, are humped a little, like slightly deformed. And this is true of Susie. And it's also true that a stranger wouldn't know that. I mean, it wasn't put on any of the press bulletins about this case. Actually, Marietta writes in her book that in the chaos and fear after Susie first disappeared, they were like giving her description to the authorities and stuff, but they had like totally forgotten this detail about her. Like it was barely noticeable, and Susie was born with it. So like, again, literally, she's born with it, and they never thought about it anymore. Mm-hmm. So this caller, this is either someone who knows Susie, knows the family, and would play some kind of, but not sometimes, the cruelest hoax on them, which seems absolutely out of the realm of possibility. Or this is really the man who kidnapped her. So once authorities are made aware of this call, they send an urgent teletype to the Denver field office to get someone to the bus depot to do surveillance. They also launch a plan to get some dummy bills together to fill a suitcase because the Jaegers don't just have $50,000 in cash laying around. And they also put a tap on Deputy Brown's phone in case the kidnapper calls back. But whoever it was that called never comes to the bus depot, never picks up the cash, or I don't know if they saw the police or what, but like that pickup never happened.
Never materialized.
No. And in the time that the sheriff's office is waiting, another crime in the area happens. And actually, it's one that I've already covered on my other show, The Death. 20-year-old nurse Donna Lemon goes missing after last being seen buying a can of beer at a bar in Gallatin Gateway on July 5th, 1973. So this is just 10 days after Susie and 30 miles south of Headwater State Park. Now, her case ends up seeing slightly more resolution than Susie's because within 4 days, they end up finding Donna's body on the banks of the Snake River down in Idaho. And I say all that to say, like, while this may pull on some resources, take away from Susie's case, that investigation happens like much smaller. It's much quieter as it plays out. And honestly, the most distracting part for police at the time is like they start getting tips from locals suggesting that maybe Susie's case and Donna's case are somehow connected, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense to officials. Like the circumstances, the victims themselves, everything about the two cases felt very different. And none of the tips had anything concrete to point to. They were all just basically saying like, this is a really weird coincidence. Like in such a small place, having two cases like this back to back, how could they not be connected? Right. But the investigators aren't bringing the cases together. They have a kidnapping right now, and all of their effort is going into locating Susie, hopefully alive. And the Jaeger family is doing anything they can to support. In order to feel like they're doing something helpful, they start fundraising for actual cash should the kidnapper call back and want to follow through on the ransom demand. They also make calls and organize a reward fund for information. It's like the 1970s version of GoFundMe. And Marietta writes in her book that thanks to a major donation from an anonymous person, they actually do raise $50,000. So they are quickly ready for a call. A call that just never comes. So July becomes August, and as summer comes to an end with very little in the way of legit leave, the Yeager family has to think about heading home. They have been living at the campground this whole time, fueled by locals who brought them food and other necessities. Marietta has a whole chapter in her book titled God's Good People about how nice everyone was to them in their time of need. I can't imagine that feeling, like packing up that long drive back to Michigan. And on their way out west, everyone has been buzzing with excitement for their family adventure. Marietta had taken to doing a head count after each pit stop. So on the way home, not only was the tone in the van just sad, but Marietta's head count was down by one. Montana had stolen their youngest child, and they were returning home without her. The other kids needed to return to school. Bill has to go back to work. Authorities assure them that they'll still be working the case, though, and they hatch a plan for the Yeagers to get a tape recorder so that if they get any calls from the kidnapper at home, they'll be recording. So the Yeagers eventually settle into a new normal in Michigan without Susie. Now, I don't know that normal is like the right word, because Marietta barely leaves the house just in case the kidnapper calls, like tape recorder at the ready. And the house phone does ring constantly with well-wishers and psychics even offering visions, and Marietta answers every single one. It is her job now, her post, and she will not abandon it. But on September 24th, her youngest son, Joe, calls from catechism class. He unexpectedly needs a ride home. I guess Bill's at work, Marietta, she's at home on phone duty, but Joe is only 5 minutes away. So that's the moment when she rushes out to get him. And in 10 minutes, she is gone. The phone rings. Now, luckily, the oldest of the Yeager kids, 16-year-old Dan, he is home and presses record before answering the phone. And of course, this is the call. It's the kidnapper. Debt can get messy fast. Different cards, different rates, and somehow you're paying more in interest than your actual balance. It gets overwhelming and it feels hard to get ahead. That's where today's sponsor, SoFi, comes in. SoFi could help you take control and get your money right. It's the all-in-one finance app that helps you bank, borrow, and invest your money all in one place. With a SoFi personal loan, you can save big by consolidating your high-interest credit card debt into one low fixed monthly payment with no prepayment fees and no late fees. You could borrow $5,000, up to $100,000 as soon as the same day you sign. Or SoFi can pay down your credit cards directly. SoFi's already helped members pay off over $33 billion in debt. And it was named NerdWallet's best personal loan of 2025. And checking your rate won't impact your credit score. Head to SoFi.com/CJ to take control of your debt today. That's SoFi.com/CJ. Loans originated by SoFi Bank, N.A. member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. The call from the kidnapper lasts only 2 minutes in total, and the recording no longer exists. But a transcript does. So I'm going to have voice actors read part of it so you can hear the exact words that the man said.
Now you're Susie's brother, huh? Yeah. You like to know where she's at? Yeah, I would. Well, you're gonna have to wait a while. Why? You've had too much police and FBI activity. You may think I'm a hoax, but I know something about Susie that nobody knows. Oh? Why don't you tell us? Okay. Fingernails of her first fingers are humped. I know that, and then why don't you tell us where she is? Because I can't hardly do that. It's a pretty dangerous situation, you know. Well, can you just drop her somewhere and let us pick her up? Do you want to come west quite a ways? Yeah, no problem there. Well, we'll make arrangements one of these days, but for right now, you're gonna have to wait a while. Why do we have to wait? Because that's the way things have to be. Why? Well, because a person does things like this, he can't get caught. He's got to figure out ways not to get caught. Just drop her somewhere a day ahead of time and just leave that place. Yeah, sure. I don't want to drop her just for nothing. Anyway, I just want to tell you to wait a while. You will be contacted. It may be another week, it may be a month or 2 months or so, but you'll get contacted.
He's keeping them in like suspended sounds way less like finding a way out, more like he's
Screwing with them.
kind of screwing with them.
I know.
Were they able to trace calls like this back then, like in the 70s?
They actually were, but I guess in 73, it takes like a few weeks to do. But the FBI finds a receipt of the call through a phone company and traces it to a payphone at a gas station diner near Cheyenne, Wyoming. But by the time they get there in like October, I mean, not only is the guy not there, but like so many people have used that payphone.
Yeah, it's public.
It's impossible to actually get like usable fingerprints, and nobody reports seeing any kidnapper-looking guys using that particular phone.
Right.
Now, around the same time is also when the lab results come back in of like all the stuff they sent off to the FBI, but all of that stuff is a dead end too. No prints on anything. Now they do confirm that the substance that they saw on that rock, that like reddish brown stuff, that was human blood, but the sample wasn't suitable for any further testing. And the only hair that they collected from the sleeping bag turned out to be consistent with Susie's. And the cut didn't tell them anything either, other than it was cut with a sharp instrument, which like
It was cut.
cool. So there is nothing physical that is going to tie back to their guy. And if he was still looking for a way to let Susie go and get something out of it, he hasn't found it because he never called back like he told Dan he was going to. So the family endures the holidays without Susie, and the end of 1973 also marks the end to any solid leads or action in the investigation. And while I'm sure nobody wants to say it out loud, there is less and less hope of finding Susie alive. If they were to do more searches, it would probably be for remains. They just don't even know where to look. But the truth is, remains are what they would end up finding, but in the strangest way possible. Come February 1974, it is now over 7 months since Susie's kidnapping. The Gallatin County Sheriff's Office is faced with another missing persons case. Now, on its surface, this case looks closer to Donna Lemon, remember her, than it does Susie's case, because the missing young woman, Sandy Dykman, was 19 years old and living on her own in Manhattan, Montana, which is like this small town like 10 minutes from the state park. So her dad, John Dykman, reported her missing on Monday, February 11th. He said that Sandy hadn't been seen since Saturday night. She wasn't answering her door or her phone, and her car, this little white Ford Cortina, was missing. All of this totally not normal behavior for his daughter. Now, Manhattan is a small town, so deputies taking this report are even familiar with Sandy, who waitresses at the bowling alley cafe. So after they can't seem to find anyone who knows where she is, the sheriff organizes a search for her and her car, which aren't anywhere in this small town. So their search has to expand to the far-reaching corners of the county, which is how Deputy Don Houghton and Town Marshal Ron Skinner end up at this old abandoned ranch about a week after Sandy was last seen. And as Don and Ron are like walking around the property, something white catches their eyes in the sagebrush. It's a pair of women's underwear, and they look like they've been recently worn. So the men bag the underwear and they continue their search to a nearby barn, where they have to force their way inside. And peeking out from under a tarp and some hay is Sandy's little white car. Now, when Don and Ron approach, they're like probably expecting to find Sandy's body. But the only thing they see when they peer through the windshield is some clothing. No sign of Sandy, not even a bloody crime scene. But this is still highly suspicious. So they bring in reinforcements to process this place over the next several days. And the FBI and the rest of the sheriff's office search almost every inch of the property, the house, the barn, the outbuildings. And it is just red flag after red flag, both in what they find and in what others bring to them. Like one day during crime scene processing at the ranch, this local guy shows up saying that he found a woman's red blouse nearby. And then they find more clothes in a suitcase in Sandy's car, all of which seem to belong to her, but they don't appear to have been packed up the way that she would if she had left voluntarily. And then in the abandoned house, they find melted candle wax in like various places, and they discover a closet that looks as if it had been nailed shut with a pile of feces in it, and a bloody whip is found in the barn, or at least they think it's blood on this whip. And then it's on February 19th that they find bones in a burn pile near the old ranch house and scattered around outside. They collect over 1,000 pieces of bone fragments, including some teeth. The picture that's getting painted is that something very bad happened to Sandy here. But there was still a twist yet to come for investigators. When the pathologists and anthropologists review the biological materials and bones from the ranch, they conclude, without a doubt, that some of the remains belong to Sandy Dyson, yes. Specifically, it's the teeth that they compare and match to Sandy's dental records. Here's the twist. Experts say that not all of the remains belong to Sandy. There are at least 2 people who were reduced to a pile of ash because some of the bones belong to a girl between the ages of 5 and 8 years old, Susie. It is everyone's first thought. But they have nothing as definitive to ID Susie yet. But if it's her, this is the biggest development Susie's case has seen in months. And it without a doubt connects Susie and Sandy's cases. And if Sandy's killer is Susie's killer, there is one name that actually appears in both investigations. David Meyerhofer. For decades, some cold cases have been reduced to files in a cabinet, but not anymore. I'm Ashley Flowers, and me and my team on the deck have been traveling across the country to report on these forgotten cases. And in some instances, it's resulted in these cases being solved after decades. Join me every Wednesday as we revive these stories one card at a time. Listen to The Deck now, wherever you get your podcast. David Meyerhofer is a 20-something-year-old lifelong Manhattan resident, a former Boy Scout and Marine who served in Vietnam. And he is back home now working as a self-employed carpenter in town. And David is someone who is known to them. This guy's always eager to help. He's curious, constantly asking the deputies questions about the kidnapping investigations that they were working when he sees them at the local cafe. He was one of those local oddballs that actually came up in Susie's case. One of the guys that witnesses told the cops they should just look at early on. And they did. But David had been pretty cooperative. So back then he's like kind of annoying, but not really suspicious. But his name came up in Sandy's case too, for 2 different reasons. One, he is actually the local man who just happened upon that blouse that he turned over to police by the ranch. And 2, apparently, he had gone on a date with Sandy just a few months ago, and when he asked for a second date, Sandy turned him down.
Okay, so there's a connection to Sandy, but how does he connect to Susie?
I mean, only by her bones, or probably her bones being found with Sandy, and Sandy being socially connected to David. Like, it's not solid, but it's something, and they gotta start somewhere. So agents actually go and pay David a visit at his warehouse in Manhattan, which is only like a half block from where Sandy lives. And he acts as if he has nothing to hide. He agrees to even take a polygraph test, and he passes. So the agents move on. But there's nothing to really move on to. The cases both just kind of hit a dead end, and they only heat back up because Agent Dunbar ends up going to Quantico, Virginia for this routine FBI training that following spring. And he happens to attend this session that's being put on by some agents who have psychology backgrounds. And they're talking about this like brand new idea, how studying a crime scene could give insight into the killer themselves. And with nothing to lose, Dunbar asked them if they will take a look at Sandy and Susie's cases. And they must see it as a worthwhile challenge because they start to put together a psychological profile of the probable killer. They say that Susie was probably murdered within 2 days of her abduction by a man who likely is white and in his 20s. He has to be at least modestly intelligent, they say. He's a loner, unmarried, and has little experience with women. They think he's a local guy, but has military experience and would be physically fit. He most likely has killed before, and from those murders, he's probably kept souvenirs. And he's likely the type that would try to insert himself into an investigation.
Which the blouse hits 2 of those, right? Like a souvenir and inserting himself into the investigation.
Also, the calls haunting the Yeager family, actually, they say he probably isn't even done doing that, even though it's been a while. Like, this is their, like, prediction, if you want to say. They think that he is going to call again. And they think it's going to be on a significant date. So, with the 1 year anniversary of Susie's kidnapping coming up, agents work with Marietta to make sure that she is prepared.
Wait, they know this is David, right? Like, I'm like checking everything off on the whole profile.
Again, like profiling isn't proven at this point.
It's exact, right?
Not even at exact. These local agents, it's almost like Hooey, right? It's like there's no way you can know this.
Yeah.
It's not a proven thing, and so like they're listening to them and they're willing to like be prepared, but they are less convinced because in their mind the thing that they know is polygraph.
Right.
David passed a polygraph.
They are known science, already cleared them,
but they're going to move along with the plan. They let the press have access to Marietta for anniversary headlines, knowing that that might trigger the kidnapper to call her. And Marietta is prepared to play her part, though she has been haunted over this dream that she had. Like, it is so vivid. She says it's like watching a movie. And in this dream, she says she sees Susie being taken from her tent, put in a truck, and waking up afraid because she's with a strange man. And the man takes her somewhere, undresses Susie, and then strangles her before dismembering her. But maybe it's just a dream. Maybe those bones of the little girl they found aren't her little girl. They still haven't proven it. She has to have hope, especially as the phone rings on the morning of June 25th, 1974. Now, only the transcript of this has survived from this call, and it is heartbreaking to read. The caller asks if it's Susie's mom that he's speaking to, and when she says yes, he says, well, I'm the guy who took her from you exactly a year ago to the minute. He says that she's alive, but he can't give her back because he's gotten used to her. And Britt, I don't know how, but Marietta keeps the kidnapper talking for an hour. And in that time, he says that he and Susie have been traveling west and sightseeing. And Marietta is like sobbing and begs the man to give Susie back, saying they will pay any amount. But he says it's too late for that because if he gives Susie back, she's going to be able to identify him. But Marietta says, like, no one is going to make a child testify. Like, you don't have to worry about her identifying you because it would never make it to court.
Right, it would just never happen.
Yeah.
I can't believe she's able to basically negotiate with this man.
I know. And at one point, she actually does call his bluff, saying that she doesn't actually believe that he still has Susie. She's like, prove it to me. Like, prove to me that she's alive. But he can't. He says that he has been using psychotherapy to wipe her memory. And Marietta goes, how are you qualified to do something like that? Now, he doesn't give a real reason, so she switches tactics, and she asks how he knew that Susie was even in the tent. And he said that he'd been lurking around the campsite that night, and he had come by, heard her and her sister talking, but then he waited till they fell back asleep, and then he took her.
Okay, maybe we should add never go camping to our list of life rules.
Honestly, putting your kids in a different tent is one of mine. This is not the only time something like this has happened, and something like this even happened like in recent memory of mine. Like, it made headlines. It is rare, but it is legit nightmare fuel. Keep your kids close. Camping, just because you're out in the middle of nowhere, doesn't mean you're out in the middle of nowhere alone.
Right.
So this man tells Marietta that he has been good to Susie and that he took her because he always wanted a little girl, which is not what a mother wants to hear. And when Marietta asks where Susie is, at that very moment, he says that she is up in his cabin sleeping. And when she asks again if Susie's okay, the kidnapper says yes and talks about how he could never kill a little girl like that. Like, the man even gets emotional on the phone before hanging up. Now, investigators study every detail of this call. This guy had a Western accent. There was no background noise, but it sounds like he's outside. And the FBI tries to trace the call, but for technical reasons, for some reason, like this time it doesn't work. However, a few days later, they catch a lucky break because this Montana rancher notices a suspicious call on his phone bill. Suspicious because it was over an hour long and placed at 3:25 in the morning. So he goes to the telephone company in Bozeman to dispute the charge because he knows, like, it's not.
He's like, it's not my call.
I'm not paying for it, right? And when the employee makes a copy of the bill, she notices the recipient of the call was William Yeager of Farmington Hills, Michigan. Remember, Susie's case was huge there in Montana. She recognizes the Jaeger name immediately. She knows this is the father of the missing girl. So she reports it to police.
I mean, you said lucky break. This is like a 1 in a million chance of this happening.
It's not even done. The odds get more wild from here because the farmhouse where this call was placed from, that ranch is right next to the old abandoned ranch where the human remains and Sandy Dykeman's car had been found. Now, when Agent Dunbar interviews the rancher, he swears that his whole family had been asleep when the call was made, and he has no idea how that call got made because all the doors were locked, so no one could have come in and used their house phone. And there wasn't even a break-in or anything like that. But, come to think of it, the rancher had recently seen some suspicious tire tracks out on some land where he had another phone line. Now, it wasn't like an actual phone receiver that you could just like pick up and use. It would take someone with know-how to be able to tap into the line, but it was a possibility. Now, he's not thinking about that back then, but he had been so bothered by the tracks on their own that he had inspected them closely and noticed that they were made by a specific Goodyear tire. Tires that he knew were on the truck of his former ranch hand, David Meyerhofer. Agent Dunbar doesn't want to jump to conclusions.
I mean, I don't think anyone's doing any jumping at this point. All roads are leading to David.
But he doesn't want to go right to him. So first, he goes to a manager of the local phone company to figure out how someone could have tapped into the phone line. Basically, he finds out it could be done, honestly, with an ordinary phone as long as the person was familiar with phone lines and wires. And guess who has telecoms experience from his military service? David. So this convinces him enough that he now needs to talk to David again. And he wants to get right to the point. We know David already passed one polygraph, but Agent Dunbar convinces him to do another one, this time using truth serum.
Hello, 1974.
I know. And by now, by the way, David has a lawyer, but he doesn't stand in the way. And Britt, he passes again.
Again.
Yes. So they let David Meyerhofer leave. And once again, Agent Dunbar is convinced that David is probably not the man who killed Sandy and Susie. But those FBI profilers, they are not so convinced. They try to make local authorities understand something about a true psychopath. Like, those kind of people can pass polygraphs all day long, even under the spell of truth serum. So it's them who pushes Agent Dunbar to keep at David. So agents pay him another visit the next day, asking if they can search his property. And David and his lawyer say, like, sure, have at it. Which shocks me, though, because what agents find is incriminating and downright creepy. It turns out David is a record keeper. Investigators find a receipt, timestamp, for the same day and location. Remember that first call that was made to the Jaeger house, like the one from the gas station diner in Wyoming? Yeah. There's a receipt. Next, they find sheets with bloodstains. 2 unused Disneyland tickets, one of which is for a child. They find a tube of lipstick. They find a little girl's blouse and a necklace. David also has cut out a ton of newspaper articles, some about the criminal investigations in which he's now the center of, and others that seem almost like a to-do list. And there actually was one in particular that stands out. There was this article about upcoming Girl Scout camps, their dates and their locations, including a hand-drawn map of Camp Silver Cloud. Now, what's so interesting about that is during the time when they had been looking at David, there had been an attack on 2 girls who were at that camp. They were like on a walk in the trails, and this man jumped out at them, tried to strangle one with a rope before being scared off by the other. And they were never able to determine who that guy was, but now they're pretty sure they know. Yeah. Then there was the actual to-do list on stationery labeled things to do today. And he wrote easiest ways to access the camps and wrote things like densely wooded and good cover. He even had a check mark next to Camp Silver Cloud. Like, dude marked it off his list, which makes the next clipping that they find scary. David had cut out a newspaper photo of a little girl named Karen Smith, who was photographed fishing with her dad. But what was the date? So around the 4th of July, which means they weren't too late. Karen Smith was okay. And actually, even though this is an old case, our reporter Emily got a hold of Karen Smith and interviewed her for this episode. She's a grandma now, living her best life, but she says she was like 5 years old at the time. And the FBI sent an agent to basically be her bodyguard after this. Because keep in mind, David is not in jail. Yeah. This dude is free to roam. So she wasn't allowed to go out to recess with her friends, and this agent even crashed on the family's couch, basically around the clock protection from David Meyerhofer.
Wait, I knew he wasn't in jail, but how is he not in jail after this search?
I couldn't tell you because nothing in the case file tells me. But Karen says she basically felt like she survived a serial killer thanks to that agent.
Yeah, but I'm sorry, in what world are bloody sheets and a little girl's shirt, not to mention a crime to-do list,
Honestly,
but not enough to arrest this guy?
like this kind of gets me conspiratorial because like why did he even let them search so easily knowing what they would find? It's almost like he felt untouchable.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
And for some reason he was. Apparently David just like talks his way out of all of that stuff, saying like, oh, those sheets, those clothes, like those were there when I bought the place. Now I don't want to make it sound like they were just not interested in him anymore. They're still very interested. They just, I guess, don't feel like they have an airtight case.
I'm a duelist.
I know. So what they do next is they arrange a voice lineup for Marietta and Bill. Because remember, they talked to the kidnapper on the phone. They separately ID David Meyerhofer as the man who had been calling their house. Still, police want more. The FBI flies the Jaegers to Montana and arranges a face-to-face meeting between Marietta and David Meyerhofer. Again, his lawyer allows this because according to author Ron Fransell, who wrote the book Shadowing Them, which was a valuable resource when looking into this case, David's lawyer still genuinely believes in his client's innocence. And David says straight to Marietta's face that he is not the man who abducted Susie. But Marietta knows in her gut, she knows she's just face to face with the guy who kidnapped her daughter. However, because he denies it, they tell her they can't do anything.
I mean, what do? Like, you come all the way to Montana, and they're just gonna let him walk out of there?
I don't know how. I don't know how they went back the first time and like to go back again, not like knowing you know.
No, you saw him.
I don't know. I don't know. But they send them back to Michigan. And the FBI profiler says that if David is their guy, he will want to regain power over the situation. He's going to call Marietta again soon. That's what they say. And they say in the meantime, they're going to be surveilling him, watching his every move. And they do a pretty good job. But one day in late September, agents somehow lose track of him. And of course, it's exactly when the phone rings at the Jaeger house. And Marietta didn't come to play. When she accepts the long distance call, she gets right to it. And she literally says, hello, David. And listen, he tries to play dumb, like, who's David? I don't know what you're talking about. But Marietta is like, David, I just sat across from you. I know it's you. And he won't admit anything, but he tries to tell her he still has Susie. And he's saying that Susie is safe. And so she says the same thing she said all along. Prove it. And that's when the voice of a little girl comes on the phone and says, this guy, he's nice and I'm sitting on his lap. Now, Marietta knows her daughter's voice. Even after all this time, she would recognize it. That was not her daughter. This call triggers an intense reaction from authorities. They swarm Manhattan, Montana. But David's in the wind. Even his lawyer doesn't have tabs on him. And now that he seems to be on the run, the county prosecutor agrees to an arrest warrant. But within 18 hours, David reappears in town, swearing that he's just like been there the whole time. But they find a piece of paper in his pocket from the motel in Salt Lake City where they determined that last call to Marietta was made from. So now it's over. And it's almost as if he wanted to get caught. And when investigators go back and tear apart his property looking for more, they realize they must have missed something the first time. And the most damning piece of evidence is actually packed away in David's freezer. For decades, some cold cases have been reduced to files in a cabinet, but not anymore. I'm Ashley Flowers, and me and my team on the deck have been traveling across the country to report on these forgotten cases. And in some instances, it's resulted in these cases being solved after decades. Join me every Wednesday as we revive these stories one card at a time. Listen to The Deck now, wherever you get your podcasts. David Meyerhofer's freezer is filled with many normal things. Packages of beer, elk, frozen dinners. But among them is a package wrapped in butcher paper with the letters SMDS on the outside. And inside is Sandy Viking Queen, fingers with nail polish severed from the palm.
Wait, why didn't they find this when they searched before?
I don't know. I guess this is their first foray into the freezer. I get the sense that like the first search was pretty surface level. I don't know if it's because they found a decent amount of stuff. They were like, I mean, surely it's all out in the open.
Maybe that's why he was fine with them looking. Like, they didn't find it in the first search. What are you going to find this time?
Well, they have it now, and there is no more talking his way out of this situation. And David knows it now too. He tells his lawyer that he will confess to killing Sandy and little Susie, but if the state agrees not to pursue the death penalty, he'll also tell them about two other murders that he got away with. On September 29, 1974, more than a year since Susie's kidnapping, Agent Dunbar and the county attorney sit down with David Meyerhofer. He admits to abducting Susie from Pretend and taking her to his truck and then to the abandoned ranch. He says that he undressed her, but when he started to sexually assault her, Susie fought, so he strangled her.
I mean, that's just like Mariana's dream.
I know. He says that he ended up cutting her up and scattered the remains and burned them, except for her head, which he put in the outhouse. And they end up finding it, just like he said. This monster tossed this little girl's head into an outhouse, which happened to be the one place at the ranch that they'd never searched. As for Sandy, he says that he went to her apartment while she was sleeping and jumped on her, strangled her, tied her up, and put tape over her mouth. He says that she must have suffocated under the tape because while he was packing her car, he came back and just found her dead. So he took her body to the abandoned ranch and proceeded to conceal it in the same way that he had Susie's: dismemberment and fire. Those two confessions weren't really a surprise to anyone. I mean, even the dismemberment part, they had kind of determined that based on the remains that they had found. The next confession, though, that one was a surprise. David said that he was the person who killed Michael Rainey, the 12-year-old Boy Scout who was found stabbed in his tent at the same state park but 5 years before Susie was taken.
That people were talking about when they were searching for Susie.
The thing is, he gives no explanation for this other than he wanted to take a kid.
But he didn't take him.
Exactly. It doesn't make much sense. And then the fourth murder that he confesses to is another curveball, because it's not like any of the other cases. And it was one that they really hadn't even been considering a homicide. It was the death of a teenage boy named Bernie Coleman back in 1967. So Bernie had been on a bridge above the river in Manhattan, Montana when he was shot. And it had sort of been deemed an accident. Like maybe Bernie caught like a wild or stray bullet from someone's hunting rifle or something. And at the time, David was just a senior in high school when that happened. And he doesn't give investigators any reason for that murder either. Not that there would like be a good one. And listen, Agent Dunbar asks David about a few other missing and murdered Montana girls and women, including Donna Lemon, but David says he had no involvement in any of the other cases they bring up. He even denies being the hooded guy who tried to take the girls from Camp Silver Cloud,
even though that was literally on his
marked off
murder to-do list.
Marked off, which to me makes everything else he's saying less credible.
Yeah.
And then he wouldn't even entertain the idea of talking about cases outside of Montana, even though he had lived in California during boot camp and Vietnam during his service. So who knows if David left a trail of cases in his case.
Wait, so who was the little girl on the phone?
This is what I'm spiraling on. He refused to talk about that too. They don't know if the voice Marietta heard was a kid talking in real time, maybe it was a recording.
And either way, doesn't that prove that he was at one point in time with another kid?
That is still a mystery. They talked to people, at least at the hotel, right? We know he like called Marietta that time from a hotel in Salt Lake. And they said they talked to people, but nobody remembered seeing anything odd or like they don't really point out him. So we don't know if he was like even with a kid there. Was he solo there? I lean more toward the idea that this was maybe recorded because he was only at a site for 18 hours. And I would assume that if another kid went missing in that time,
And between those two locations,
it's also 1970, right? Like, maybe they don't know, like, if something, but like, I don't know. To your point though, when, how he got that recording, I don't even know. Where is it now? Like, he would have had to have had it at the hotel. Like, maybe a recording makes even less sense. Like, the thing is, I'm fully convinced this man has more victims that we just don't know about. Because remember the blouse and the necklace, and, like the lipstick found at his house? Here's the thing, Sandy and Susie's parents were shown those items and they say that they didn't belong to their daughters. So those are probably souvenirs from other girls and women, which means there might have been hope to get answers for other families. Maybe they could do some kind of like plea to close out other cases that he was like most certainly connected to, but that never happened because just a few hours after his confession, David's found dead in his jail cell. He died by suicide. This man's method of murder was essentially random, which is why it is so astonishing to me that FBI profilers were able to peg him so well. They predicted the phone calls. You know, it might have been partially luck, but it paved the way for all of the criminal profiling that came after this because it made some of the doubters respect their craft a little bit more. You know, something that really bugs me about these cases is that David only called and taunted the Yeager family. Like, didn't, as far as we know, torment any of the other victims' families with phone calls. And nobody seems to know why. And actually, in the Donna Lemon case, like when they were early on, like, oh, these are so separate, they're not connected. I think that was one of the reasons why they never connected him, or why he was considered a serious suspect, because he never called her family after her murder. But then I go back to like, well, if he really only did that once that we know of,
then why would
that factor in?
Yeah.
Like, why aren't we considering him in Donna's case? We know David traveled a lot. He was delivering machinery for his dad's company. He could have easily taken Donna to Idaho where she's found and left her there.
And did they ever compare the stuff they found on his place to Donna or like show any of that to her family?
And that's the thing, like, not that I know of. No. And like, I kind of get maybe all these years later, right? People don't. You would think that he would have taken Donna to the same abandoned property that he took Sandy and Susie to. And maybe that's why they're like, oh, well, they're found together. The other cases he confessed to were so long ago. Like, Donna was like at that same time frame. He would have just taken her there. But like, I think that's looking at that, like, well, yeah, sure, logically that makes sense.
But that's not what we're dealing with.
Right. We interviewed Ron Fransel for this episode, the author of Shadow Man, and he reminds us that it is a waste of time to try and apply logic and reasoning to the actions of a psychopath. But as a crime junkie, it's hard not to think about these things because somehow I think answers to other cases are in there somewhere. Like, why Susie? Why them? Who else? Marietta wrote in her book that in the months leading up to their vacation that summer, as she planned their trip to Montana, she developed a healthy fear of snakes and bears invading their campsite. Never in her wildest dreams did she think that a man on the hunt for a child would be far worse than any animal she could ever dream of encountering. But in the end, Marietta forgave David. She went on to become an advocate for forgiveness and speaks openly against the death penalty. You can find all the source material for this episode on our website, crimejunkie.com.
And you can follow us on Instagram at Crime Junkie Podcast.
We'll be back next week with a brand new episode. Crime Junkie is an Audio Chuck production. I feel Chuck would approve.
Okay, Crime Junkies, you know I absolutely love a twist and a turn, especially when it comes to people who turn out to be someone they're not. That's why I have been obsessed with the podcast Chameleon. Every Thursday, host Josh Dean deep dives into a scam so bizarre it will leave you wondering, how did they get away with that? It is truly one of my favorite podcasts right now, and I've been listening for years. I think you'll love it too. Listen to Chameleon wherever you get your podcasts.
Everyone's talking about protein lately, but how do you actually get enough of it? Muscle milk. Muscle milk has a great tasting new formula with no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or added colors. It's high-quality, complete protein designed to support healthy muscles with fewer ingredients than the previous formula and 26 to 42 grams of protein for when you're stuck in meetings or need a post-workout recovery. Available in chocolate, vanilla cream, cookies and cream, and strawberries and cream. Try the new great-tasting muscle milk today. Available in stores nationwide. Muscle milk. Protein for all.
Hi, Crime Junkies, it's Britt. If you're like me and you're ready to dive into even more cases, there's another podcast I think you're going to love, Park Predators. In Park Predators, host Ilya Diambra dives into haunting crimes that happen in some of the most beautiful and unexpected places across the globe. Ilya has helped host a couple of episodes of Crime Junkie in the past, and if you've listened to her before, you already know her investigative approach brings the facts of each case and their chilling details to life, making Park Predators the perfect mix of captivating and informative storytelling. So once you're done with this episode of Crime Junkie, go check out Park Predators. New episodes drop every week. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Crime Junkies. I'm your host, Ashley Flowers. And the story I have for you today is one that I want you to listen to every single second of. Because by the time it's over, you're going to want to call every person you love and do one simple thing that could save you from one of the most terrifying experiences imaginable. This is about something that's happening right now to real people. And as technology gets more advanced, so do the criminals looking to exploit it. Lots of people have no idea that this is even possible. And the real unsettling part, how cheap and accessible the tools to do this actually are, and how fast they're evolving. This is the story about how hearing the voice of someone you love could be the beginning of a nightmare, and what you can do to fight back. Jennifer DeStefano is one of those moms who's always on the move. She and her husband have 4 kids in close age, and most weekends that means splitting up just to keep up. So on this particular late Friday afternoon, January 20th, 2023, while Jennifer is in Scottsdale, Arizona, swinging by their 13-year-old daughter's dance studio to pick her up after a lesson, her husband is about 150 miles north in the mountains with their youngest son and their 15-year-old daughter, Brianna, so she can do some training for ski races. Now, Jennifer is getting out of her car in the studio parking lot when her phone rings. It's an unknown number, and she almost lets it go to voicemail, but unknown calls can be from hospitals. And with Brianna on a mountain, it's too risky to ignore it, so she takes that. And it is Brianna on the line, but she's crying, barely holding it together. And she tells Jennifer, "Mom, I messed up." Now, Jennifer doesn't panic. She's thinking that maybe Brianna got hurt skiing. So she's like, it's okay. Bree, calm down. What's going on? What's wrong? And then she hears a man's voice telling Brianna to lay down and put her head back. And then suddenly she hears her daughter cry out, "Mom, these bad men have me. Help me. Help me." And then the man fully takes the phone and he tells Jennifer that he has her daughter, and if she calls the police or breathes a word of this to anyone, they will never see her again, because he's going to drug her, sexually assault her, and leave her for dead in Mexico. She can barely hear what he's saying because all she can focus on is her daughter in the background yelling and pleading until her voice goes muffled like she's being pulled away from the phone. Jennifer is shaking as she pushes through the dance studio doors. Now she keeps the man on speakerphone but mutes herself so he can't hear her, and she screams for help. And other moms gather fast. One rushes outside to call 911 while the rest surround Jennifer and listen as the caller makes threat after horrifying threat. And Jennifer begs to speak to her daughter again. But the man won't put her back on the phone. He's doing all of the talking now. And what he wants in exchange for Brianna's life is staggering $1 million. Jennifer is willing to agree to anything right now. But once she starts questioning how she's supposed to get him all that money, the guy starts doing the math in his head. And he decides on his own that there's no way she's going to be able to come up with that much money because he wants cash only. And he's not going to give her time to get it together. So he makes this quick decision to give her a discount. He'll take $50,000 instead. And he's adamant. He's not willing to mess with wire transfers or routing numbers. All that stuff is way too traceable. So this is the plan. He says she needs to get the 50 grand together, and then he's going to come pick her up in a white van. She'll get in. He'll put a bag over her head, and then he'll bring her to some undisclosed place to exchange the money for Brianna. And he warns Jennifer. She better have every dollar on her when he gets there. Otherwise, both her and her daughter are dead. Now, this whole time, Jennifer's younger daughter has been just standing there, frozen in fear as she listens to this man threaten to assault and kill her sister and her mother. So another parent actually grabs the girl's phone and tries to contact Jennifer's husband because he's way more likely to answer from his other daughter's number than one he doesn't recognize. And they need to get in touch with him and find out what's going on. How long has she been gone? Does he even know that she's missing yet? But when she calls, the phone just rings and rings and rings and keeps rolling over to voicemail. As all of this chaos is unfolding, the mom who called 911 comes back inside and begins talking to Jennifer. She says, this has to be fake. The 911 dispatcher had told her that they've gotten more and more of these lately. A recording of a loved one made from AI. They ask you to get some gift cards, Bitcoin, or something. But Jennifer pushes back. She's like, that's not what this is. It wasn't a recording. This was a back and forth interactive conversation with her daughter. And on top of that, they wanted to meet to get the money, which is like a whole different ballgame, the likes of which the department probably hasn't seen. Still, according to the dispatcher they have on the line, they say don't trust it. The technology is advanced enough for you to have a conversation with it. It can even replicate emotions in someone's voice. But Jennifer isn't buying it. This wasn't just an emotional voice. It was Brianna's emotional voice, right down to the specific, unique way that she cries, like the distinct quiver in her voice. How could a machine fake that? It seems impossible. So Jennifer is still keeping the guy on the line, trying to stall until police arrive, promising him that she's doing everything she can to pull the money together. Then, in the midst of her panic, someone hands her a different phone. And it's a familiar voice she hears. Her husband. He had been in the shower, which is why he's missed the barrage of calls over the past few minutes, but he's confused by the urgency because Brianna's fine. He's looking at her. She's catching up on homework, not begging for her life. And they are both totally in the dark about everything that's happening back in Scottsdale where Jennifer is. After what she has just been through, hearing that Brianna is fine from her husband isn't even enough. Jennifer needs to hear it from Brianna. But even her daughter's voice on the line doesn't totally reassure her like she thought it would. She can't trust her own ears right now. She keeps asking her, is it really you? Are you really okay? Over and over again until finally it sinks in. Her daughter is alive and well. And once she is finally convinced, Jennifer turns back to the would-be kidnapper on the phone. She's not fearful anymore. Now she is furious. She tells him that what he's doing is one of the most evil things a person can do. And he tries to double down. He keeps insisting that he has her daughter and threatening to kill them both. But by this point, Jennifer is done. She hangs up before she just collapses on the floor in relief. Now, this whole ordeal lasted about 4 minutes. But when Jennifer thinks about the damage that it did cause and what it could have caused, it's chilling. And if there had been someone to come get her, police wouldn't have been hot on her trail because, by the way, they never showed up. I guess since the dispatcher had already concluded it was a scam, they didn't even bother to send anyone, which is kind of wild to me because I don't care how many of these calls that they've been hearing about, this one sounds extreme. Like, even if it started as a scam, God only knows where this was headed. Like, what was the end game? Was it all a test? Would someone have shown up for her? I don't know, and neither does Jennifer. But when she followed up with law enforcement later that night, she was basically told no harm, no foul. They said there was no actual crime committed. No one was physically kidnapped or harmed, no money exchanged hands. It was deemed a prank. That is not enough for Jennifer. She stays up all night trying to answer the question running through her mind. How did they get her daughter's voice? Were they being watched? Had they been targeted? Were they in any danger actually then or still? As she told our reporter Nina, she went through every piece of Brianna's digital footprint that she could find. Brianna's Instagram, her TikTok account. But Brianna's Instagram and her TikTok accounts are private, and she only has a few dozen followers. And while there are a couple of like athletics related things of her out there, there is nothing that comes close to explaining what Jennifer heard on that call. So still, to this day, she hasn't been able to figure out how they did it. But what she does find is a vast community of people who have been through something similar. Because when Jennifer posted a warning about what happened to her on Nextdoor, the responses flood in. Some people were nasty and said that Jennifer was just being gullible. But lots came back with their own versions of this same story. This happened to me. This happened to my parents, to my siblings. One of the dance studio moms said that her sister had recently been scammed out of $1,500 by the same type of call. A friend of Jennifer's got a call that sounded exactly like her 8-year-old son begging for his life after she had just tucked him into bed. The caller even used his private nickname. And this kid didn't even have a phone or social media or any presence online. So who the hell knows how they managed to replicate his voice? I mean, Jennifer's own mother had gotten a call from someone pretending to be Jennifer's brother. But her mom is hard of hearing, so she kept asking the caller to repeat himself. And eventually she just told them, my son would never talk to me like this. Go find your real mother. And she hung up on him. And her mom didn't even think to mention it until Jennifer's whole ordeal happened. And these weren't just fake kidnappings. Jennifer heard about fake arrests, fake medical emergencies, you name it. Different scenarios, same playbook. A loved one's voice on the other end of the line, claiming to be in some kind of crisis. So what actually happens on these calls? Virtual kidnapping scams, where someone calls a person claiming to have their loved one and demanding ransom, have been around for years. The old version was crude, maybe like a generic recording of someone screaming in the background and a scripted set of threats. What has changed now, and what keeps changing, is the technology. AI voice cloning software can now replicate exactly what someone sounds like, their specific cadence and inflection, even like in Brianna's case, the unique way they cry. And the raw material is everywhere. Voicemail greetings, a TikTok, an Instagram reel, a YouTube video, a podcast. Hi, anything. And they don't need much. Researchers at the cybersecurity company McAfee tested these tools a couple of years ago and found that just 3 seconds of audio, less time than it takes to say, hello, who's calling, is enough to produce a convincing clone. And that was 3 years ago. Access to software that can do that costs as little as $5 a month now. Meanwhile, caller ID can be spoofed to display your loved one's actual name and number. And the scam keeps evolving. In December 2025, the FBI issued a warning that criminals are now pairing these calls with AI-altered proof of life photos. Manipulated images of your loved one often sent as disappearing messages, timed to vanish before you have a chance to really look at them, criticize them, analyze them. because a few seconds of panic is all it takes. Now, by all accounts, deep fake voice scams aren't just increasing, they're exploding. But clear statistics are hard to come by. The FBI told us that they get lumped into broader categories, and a lot of cases never even make it into the numbers at all. Some victims are embarrassed and don't report it. Others, like Jennifer's mom, don't even realize that they've been targeted. And some who do try to report it end up in Jennifer's position, being told by police that there's nothing they can do. Nothing happened. It was just a prank. And while local law enforcement is getting more familiar with these scams, they are still damn near impossible to investigate. One of the biggest issues is that a lot of these callers are operating outside of the US. The money moves out of the country fast, and by the time anyone starts looking into it, there's almost nothing left to trace. Many of these scams originate in Mexico and target Latino families in the southwestern US, where it's more believable when someone says that a loved one has been taken over the border and held there. And those are also some of the communities least likely to report. So what do we know? These sorts of scams are basically run like a business. FBI agent Whitney Mitchell compared it to a call center, with operators constantly cycling through numbers, threatening, demanding, and moving on. They go for volume over precision. They don't need many people to fall for it, because when someone does pay, the average amount is $11,000. But there aren't just financial concerns. Take an incident that happened last September in Kansas. A woman got a call that appeared to come from her mother's phone. A man on the other end of the line claimed to have a gun to her mom's head and was demanding a ransom. And in the background, she could hear what sounded exactly like her mother's voice. Her brother got an identical call, and when their mom didn't pick up her phone, they called 911. Police tracked their mother's phone location to a moving car. And thinking that it was an active hostage situation, they executed a high-risk traffic stop with weapons drawn. What they found was the mother, totally safe, unaware any of this was happening, driving a man that she actually knew to pick up his call. Scammers had spoofed her number to make the calls appear to come from her, but she had no idea. Now, luckily, in that case, no one was hurt, at least not physically. But that was this time. And no one gets left unscathed, even after the incident that police just call a prank. Jennifer said that the trauma they went through was real, and it stayed with her. It's something Brianna has continued to deal with even as she moves forward with her life. She's in college now, where she is studying economics and, believe it or not, AI. She's learning to harness the tech that was once used to terrorize her family. And she's doing well, but the whole thing has left a lasting emotional scar on her. She's had to navigate more trauma after experiencing an AI-generated active shooter hoax and multiple lockdowns on her college campus. Now, after Jennifer came forward with their story, the case became national news. The media attention reached Capitol Hill, and a senator asked Jennifer to testify before the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee at a hearing on AI regulation, which she did in June 2023. And here's a clip from her testimony.
Money scams have been around for thousands of years. This is entirely different. This is terrorizing lasting trauma. Even months later, sharing the story makes me shake to my core. It was my daughter's voice. It was her pride. It was her sob. It was the way she spoke. I will never be able to shake that voice and the desperate cry for help out of my mind. It's every parent's worst nightmare to hear your child pleading with fear and pain, knowing that they are being harmed and that they're helpless. The longer this form of terror remains unpunishable, the farther and more egregious it will become. As our world moves at a lightning fast pace, the human element of familiarity that lays foundation to our social fabric of what is known and what is true is being revolutionized with AI. Some for good and some for evil. No longer can we trust seeing is believing, or I heard it with my own ears, or even the sound of your own child's voice. I ask you, when your mother calls, are you going to hang up on her and call her back to make sure it's her? When your child calls in need of help, will you end the call and say, I don't believe it's really you? Is this our new normal? Is this the future we are creating by enabling abuses of artificial intelligence without consequence and without regulation?
So far, regulation hasn't caught up. For the first time, all 50 states introduced AI-related legislation in 2025. But even with that movement. There is no clear roadmap. At the federal level, administrations are putting up and then pulling back guardrails like some kind of chess piece that will play well with whoever they're trying to appeal to or will make them the most money. No one is actually giving a shit about the people who are being hurt by this new technology that operates pretty much unregulated. One of the only major AI related laws Congress has actually managed to pass so far targets fake images. There is no comprehensive federal law specifically governing AI voice cloning. In a lot of ways, it is still like the Wild West. By the time anyone figures out how to respond to one version of this, the technology has already moved on, getting cheaper, faster, and scariest of all, harder to detect. And it's especially hard if you're not clear-headed. And that's what they're counting on. Hearing someone you love screaming for help, that panic that you feel isn't a side effect of the scam. It's the whole point. So what can we do? Here is what the FBI told us. And every situation is different, so there is no perfect playbook for it. But if you think your loved one is in real danger, call 911. If it turns out to be a scam, you'll sort that out after. When in doubt, call. At the same time, you have to try to stay calm and slow down. The entire scam runs on your fear. They need you scared, they need you reacting and moving fast for it to work. They don't want you questioning their story. But these calls are about money. And as long as they think that there is a chance you'll pay, they will probably stay on the line. So use that time. Reach out to your loved one on a separate device using a number that you already have, not one that the caller gives you. Now, if you're with someone, have them do it while you keep the caller talking. That's how Jennifer's situation ended as quickly as it did. According to the National Cybersecurity Alliance, you can also try asking the caller to switch to a video call. Most scammers don't have both a voice clone and a video deepfake ready at once. At least not yet. But even that won't be foolproof forever. And if they send you anything, photos, audio, proof of life, screenshot it or save it before it disappears, because it may be the only evidence they leave behind. But you know what they say? An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And the biggest thing, like the thing you should do today, the second you're done listening to this episode, is to set up a safe word. A specific word or phrase that only your circle knows, that you can demand if you ever get that call. Don't pick something obvious or easy to find out. No one's pet names or birthdays or anything like that. Choose something that would be completely meaningless to a stranger. Hani Farid, a professor at UC Berkeley who specializes in digital forensics and misinformation, told Scientific American that he has a code word with his wife. And his advice was to test each other on it occasionally, because unlike a password, you won't use it often enough for it to stay fresh in your head. And you want it to be muscle memory when an emergency, real or fake, hits. Also, be sure to keep the word private. Share it in person or through encrypted channels only. And don't ever post anything online that can give it away. I mean, I go an extra step further. We don't even say our word near our phone. Just some friendly advice from me. Your apps are listening. Now, if this happens to you, report it as soon as possible, no matter how it ends. Even if you never sent a dollar, even if you figured it out within seconds, that information matters. If money changes hands, contact your local FBI field office or call 1-800-CALL-FBI. If there was no financial loss, you should still file a report at ic3.gov. Local police response to these calls can be inconsistent. Jennifer found that out firsthand. But IC3 makes sure the data gets to the right people. Either way, include everything you have: phone numbers, audio, screenshots, payment details. Investigators can't track a threat that they don't know exists. And every report, loss or no loss, helps them spot patterns, warn the public, and start disrupting the networks behind it. You should also share this episode with your loved ones, especially anyone who might be more vulnerable to a call like this. And you guys, talk about it. Because honestly, one of the strongest defenses your family has is the conversation you have now, before the phone rings, before the terror takes over, and before someone on the other end turns a voice that you trust into a weapon. You can find all the source material for this episode on our website, crimejunkie.com. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram at Crime Junkie Podcast, and we'll be back Monday with a full-length episode. Crime Junkie is an audio Chuck production. I think Chuck would approve.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. For some of us, summer means more juggling, which can lead to overwhelm and worry. BetterHelp makes it easy to get the support you need. Having served over 6 million people globally, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform. They'll match you with a quality licensed therapist so you can focus on your therapy goals. You don't have to say yes to everything this summer. Find support in therapy. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/crimejunkie. That's betterhelp.com/crimejunkie.
USAA knows dynamic duos can save the day, like superheroes and sidekicks or auto and home insurance. With USAA, you can bundle your auto and home and save up to 10%. Tap the banner to learn more and get a quote at usaa.com/bundle. Restrictions apply.
Everyone's talking about protein lately, but how do you actually get enough of it? Muscle milk. Muscle milk has a great tasting new formula with no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or added colors. It's high-quality, complete protein designed to support healthy muscles with fewer ingredients than the previous formula and 26 to 42 grams of protein. For when you're stuck in meetings or need a post-workout recovery. Available in chocolate, vanilla cream, cookies and cream, and strawberries and cream. Try the new great-tasting Muscle Milk today. Available in stores nationwide. Muscle Milk. Protein for all.
It's 12:40 a.m. on November 3rd, 2024, and St. Francis County Deputy Trey Bynum is in hot pursuit. He's on a rural road in Forest City, Arkansas, chasing someone on a four-wheeler, and they are both booking it down this windy road in the dark. From the sound of it, Bynum is right on their tail. So when they come onto this raised dirt berm in the road, almost at once, both the four-wheeler and Bynum's truck go airborne before crashing back down to the road. Now, both vehicles get turned around, but something happens to the four-wheeler and it stops suddenly. So Bynum slams on his brakes and calls out to the rider. But before he can even approach the four-wheeler, the rider is on foot. He hops the fence and darts into the woods. It's all so fast that by the time Bynum draws his service weapon and aims for the woods, the rider is gone. Now, rather than jumping the fence and following him into the woods in the dark, Bynum decides to run back to his truck and call him to stop over his radio.
Hey, right out, I got the four.
There was another deputy following close behind, Sergeant David Kinney. It would only take a minute for him to pull up.
I'm good, but we went up the ditch. I said, I'm good, but we went up that ditch right there. Both of us. Me and him both. I know the trailer because I'm telling them. There's going to be a white male in camouflage hoodie and blue jeans. Look like he went off that way. Did he roll it or something? He turned it and jumped off and took off running across the field.
So Sergeant Kinney goes to get the trailer so that they can tow the four-wheeler while more backup begins arriving and several deputies begin to assist in this manhunt. But they're having no luck. Not after 4:20 a.m. when Kinney comes back and calls the fire department and the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission to come and set up thermal night vision drones to assist. Or after 7:20 a.m. when the East Arkansas Department of Corrections brings tracking dogs to the scene. Though they do find signs of the man who fled on foot. Deputies locate a boot and a half, a short distance from where he entered the woods. Just one dude, just one. But even with this physical trail, for some reason, the canines aren't able to track his path. By the time daylight breaks, authorities are no closer to finding their man. So they decide to call in even more reinforcements. By that afternoon, there's not only the sheriff's deputies searching, but also state police troopers, the state emergency response team, two local fire departments, four city police officers, and volunteers. They create a search grid and form 8 teams to deploy in different areas. And they do end up finding a second boot, a wallet, a phone charger, and hoodie. But their man is still in the wind. And almost 19 hours after they first began their pursuit, at 7:18 p.m., the manhunt is called off due to the dark, and it is set to resume the next morning. So they pick up again in the morning, but it's not until late afternoon, around 2:12 p.m., as their search radius widens, that one of the groups finds several footprints in a creek. A search of the creek bed comes up empty, but one game and fish warden notices a trail of broken twigs from the creek leading up to the base of a steep ridge. She follows it, one step at a time, and when she looks up, she sees who they were all after, and he is hanging from a tree at the top of the ridge with a blue ratchet strap around his neck. Now, his death is ultimately ruled a suicide by ligature hanging. The assumption being that this writer took his life, maybe so he didn't have to face the consequences. But Arkansas State Police still conducts a death investigation anyway. And as part of it, on November 12th, over a week after the chase that set off this tragic chain of events, ASP Senior Special Agent Andre Mack interviews both Deputy Bynum and Sergeant Kinney. Both interviews are recorded, and both men tell pretty much the same story. So I'm just going to play you part of Bynum's interview, edited for clarity.
So you know the reason why I'm here, the interview and everything. The only reason we're trying to figure out what happened prior. Okay, what you said. So you can relax. It ain't nothing to be all stressed out about. I'm not reading your rights and nothing like that. I saw the video and everything. But just kind of describe what all took place and how you got to there and how you got, all of it. I'm not super sure that you talk.
I'm not 100% on the actual time until we got the call before.
That's right.
But we got a call to SMC 308. I think the address was 711 SMC 308, be exact, for a team that was due to two missing juveniles all across town. So a little boy and a little girl, 11 and 12 years old. Myself, Deputy Gage Milton, and Sergeant Kinney all arrived on scene, checked the location and everything. While we were there, checking everything, we could hear a number of four-wheelers or ATVs, so to speak, making a ride up the street. Erratic speeds, just obnoxious. So we cleared that residence from the 911 ping from that cell phone that was showing that juvenile was there, but we did not find him there. As we were getting back in the trucks to clear the area, Sergeant Kinney turned out of 308 on the SMC 313 back up to 284. There was two fours sitting at the stop sign. Sergeant Kinney spoke with individuals, and that's when one of the fours took off. And the four turned around and come past us at a high rate speed. I initiated my blue lights, an audible siren to make traffic stop on the border, and then that's when the chase began. We went down to SC 409 for about a mile and a half, and then we both went up a little hill, and then back down, and that's when the four-wheeler lost connection with the battery cable and the solenoid, and the four-wheeler died. The individual that was riding the four-wheeler, wearing a camo hoodie, blue jeans, and boots, took off running through the woods.
Sounds good. What about, did you know who the guy was that ran
No, I did not.
You know now, but you didn't follow all the time.
When I found out was approximately 15 to 20 minutes later while waiting on Sergeant King to bring the trailer back to the sheriff's department.
Bynum says he never had any personal interaction with the individual. And this is important because you see, it seems like part of the reason this investigation is even happening is because in the weeks following the incident, rumors had begun to take hold in the minds of the small town community members in Forest City. Rumors that this manhunt and this tragic suicide wasn't at all what authorities were claiming it to be.
And this is on the News Channel 3 website where they were making comments. And it says right there that they personally thought that the deputy shot him and then hung him.
Any amount of real reporting will show you that nothing is what it seems in this case. That man that they were looking for was actually a 15-year-old boy. And there is a very good reason that people in Forest City, including his parents, think that they're being lied to. And I have a feeling you'll think that too once you hear the full story of the night Trip Brazil died. For decades, some cold cases have been reduced to files in a cabinet, but not anymore. I'm Ashley Flowers, and me and my team on the deck have been traveling across the country to report on these forgotten cases. And in some instances, it's resulted in these cases being solved after decades. Join me every Wednesday as we revive these stories one card at a time. Listen to the deck now, wherever you get your podcasts. The comment that appeared on the News Channel 3 website, the one where a community member implied that a St. Francis County deputy shot, tripped, and then hung him, that didn't just come out of nowhere. There are a number of discrepancies and gaps and red flags in this death investigation that led people, specifically Tripp's family, friends, and a private investigator, to the conclusion that everything is not as it seems. And for you to understand, we need to go back to the beginning to hear about the events of November 3rd from a different perspective, Tripp's parents. But before I go any further, I want to note that Deputy Trey Bynum, Sergeant David Kinney, and SSA Andre Knapp declined to speak with us for this episode. So their side of things comes from the investigative files. Those files, though, and what we learned from speaking to Tripp's parents and the PI that they later hired to help them, leave a lot of unanswered questions. So let's rewind. Jennifer and Gil Brazil shared that on Saturday, November 2nd, Tripp was riding four-wheelers all day with his brother and his younger sister. And according to them, riding was Tripp's passion. He was a pro rider at 15, wearing out 3 dirt bikes a year. Jennifer said that if it did not involve riding a dirt bike or a four-wheeler, Tripp wasn't interested. Part of the reason that he was homeschooled. Now, when Tripp wasn't doing schoolwork or laying tile with the flooring company that he worked for, he was riding. So the night of November 2nd, after he's riding with his siblings, he goes to a birthday party before then meeting up with his uncle and a family friend to ride around some more. That's who Tripp was with when Sergeant Kinney approached him in the early morning hours of November 3rd, right before Tripp took off and the pursuit began. But what deputies didn't know is that about 40 minutes after Tripp jumped off his ATV and ran into the woods, while they had deputies out actively looking for him, he called his mom. That call woke Jennifer and Gil up, but they were glad that it did because their son was asking for help. Tripp told them that the police got his four-wheeler and asked if they could come pick him up. And the way he said it didn't make it seem like police were chasing him or anything. Maybe he downplayed it the way that like teenagers do, but all Jennifer was hearing was that he was stranded and needed a ride. So she was in the process of telling him that they would get dressed, they would head over, And that's when Gil's phone started ringing. And on the other end of his line was a deputy that he knew named Jason Bradshaw. And Bradshaw was asking if Tripp was home. Said that he and some other guys from the department were out there looking for him. And I think maybe this is when like the pieces started to click into place more. And honestly, whatever was happening, this felt like a good thing since Gil knew Bradshaw. Tripp knew Bradshaw too. So Gil took Jennifer's phone and told Tripp, listen, Bradshaw is out there. If you want to just go turn yourself in, go ahead. So that was the plan. Wherever Tripp was in the woods, he said that he could see the blue lights from the deputy's vehicle. He said that he was going to start walking up the hill to turn himself in. And his parents could see his location from the Find My app, and they said that they were going to meet him there. And they actually wanted him to stay on the phone with them, but Tripp said that his phone was almost out of battery, and so they hung up. Now, as the Brazils are getting dressed and they're preparing to leave, there isn't panic in the air. Like their teenage son probably did something dumb on his ATV, and like truly in the grand scheme of parenting, like the stakes for this feel low. But the mood completely shifts when around 20 minutes later, a text from Tripp's phone comes in. And it doesn't make sense with the conversation they just had. It says that he loves them, and he loves his sister, and he's sorry to do this. He says that he wants all of his stuff to go to his brother. And it goes on to read, quote, I love you all so much. Y'all have been great parents to me. I guess I'm just a son, and I couldn't change that. I wish I could have. I'm sorry none of this is y'all's fault, only mine. I love y'all. I'm sorry. I should have stopped, but I'm a dumbass. I love y'all so much. My phone is about to die, so I got to go. I hope this makes it to y'all. I never wanted to end this way, but I guess it has to. I love y'all. I'm so sorry. Now, this text immediately sounded alarm bells for Jennifer, but not because of the content. It was because of the wording itself. Jennifer said that the text did not sound like Tripp at all. Like he would never say those things. He never talked that way. He definitely never texted in long paragraphs like that. Like this was all one big message. But the thought of her son taking his own life wasn't even one that crossed her mind. So she just replied, I'm on my way. The text that she got back was more of the same. It said, quote, I'm so sorry. I love y'all so much. Y'all are the greatest parents anybody could ask for. I love y'all more than anything. End quote. 8 minutes later, Bill and Jennifer pulled up to the woods and began walking to the exact spot where Tripp's phone last showed his location. It wasn't actively tracking him anymore, but they knew where he was just moments ago. Except when they got there was no Tripp. And even weirder, they didn't see anyone else around. No deputies, no patrol cars, no lights, nothing. Just these dark and eerily quiet woods. They tried calling Tripp, but by then his phone was going straight to voicemail. So not knowing what else to do, they started looking for their son themselves with flashlights and an app that Gil used to make a search for it. And they just began walking back and forth in the woods, yelling Tripp's name. And while doing this, they don't see a soul. Again, not Tripp, but maybe more concerningly, not a single deputy.
You know, where is everyone who was looking for him?
So her body cam timestamp and Bynum's own narrative report. It seems like he and Kenny are towing Tripp's four-wheeler to the sheriff's office at this point. And the sheriff's office is like 6-ish miles away.
Okay, that's two of them. What about everyone else?
I don't know who else is supposed to be out there looking or where exactly they are. All I know is that Jennifer said when her and Gil arrived, they were searching by themselves for a long time. They said hours. In all that time, they said they never saw any deputies. And they're just confused and looking around on their own until Gil gets a call from Sergeant Kinney. According to Bynum's report, this call is made right around 2:15 a.m., which lines up with what the Brazils remember too.
So how did he have his number?
A small city. I mean, actually, Gil used to be in law enforcement. He actually trained Kinney back in the day.
Oh.
And Tripp's older brother was friends with Kinney's son. So, like,
he's just calling that.
Yeah, it's not weird that he called. But what he said kind of was weird. Kinney called Gil to ask if he had found or heard anything more from Tripp. And Gil's like, no. And why are we the only ones out here looking for him? Right. Like, he's kind of pissed at this point that they're more worried about towing the four-wheeler than looking for his 15-year-old son, who is presumably lost out there in, like, the woods that he's not even familiar with. So according to Bynum's report, that's when Kinney went back out to continue searches.
But just Kinney, not Bynum.
No, Bynum writes that during that time, he and another deputy continued working leads for that other two missing juveniles from Cross County, the whole reason that they were out there that night to begin with. And so he basically says that he is tied up with that until like 3:45 a.m., and then that's when he links up with the people looking for stuff. And we know that it's sometime after that when the search really picks up with like the drones and the dogs and everything. Now, I want to point out the first two like really big wait what moments in the story. When we started the story, it sounded like a manhunt. Yeah. They were never hunting for a criminal. Every bit of this search was always a search for a missing kid. The kid is missing because the ATV he was riding stopped working after he was chased on it by deputies. He was being chased by deputies because, oh wait, apparently no one can say. Here is another excerpt from Bynum's interview with SSA Max.
So we do some clarification on one thing, because it'll be brought up. The reason why he was fleeing him, he was chasing him, which we'll call, it appeared to you, he was fleeing from David King. Yes. And do you know why David King was stopping, or was he just doing a welfare check on him? Was there a reason for him stopping? Was they on a road that wasn't supposed to have no four-wheelers? It was on Highway 284 and in the area of that neighborhood that we was on. He driving there right at speed. And so, do y'all think y'all might have, this person, they may have been a part of that kid that may have been missing that's pinging across Bronx County? No, sir. I don't. These two, like I said, were 11 and 12 years old. Okay. So you just, in that area, but then ran across them and decided to check them out. The reason why I was saying that because it's late at night. Late at night. Highway 284. But a lot of people driving through there at that time. Some of them been intoxicated and stuff like that. So give me your reason for chasing me. I want to make sure I understood. Your reason. I knew that the blue lights and the third and fourth before the stop. Okay. What was the probable cause of this one, guys? The excessive speed and. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Did you talk to him already? No. I'm not trying to. You know what I'm saying? No, I won't. Because what the family's gonna say is this and that and the other. You know what I'm saying? So. I know my truck speed and the four-wheeler speed on Highway 284 was probably around 80. Okay. Sounds good.
Sounds good? Those are barely answers. Would Tripper have been speeding if he wasn't, I don't know, being chased by them?
This is at the heart of everything. Why was he being chased?
Yeah.
It seems like they can't say. I mean, you saw the footage for yourself. Like, could he have slowed down safely with a Dodge Ram truck right behind it going 80 miles per hour? So, to try and answer some of these questions, we reached out to the St. Francis County Sheriff's Office. They declined to sit down for an interview, referring us to ASP for any questions, the Arkansas State Police. But they did provide some helpful information, specifically their agency pursuit policy. So I'm going to have a voice actor read it.
Policy. Vehicular pursuit of fleeing suspects presents a danger to the lives of the public, officers, and suspects involved in the pursuit. It is the policy of this department to protect all persons' lives to the extent possible when enforcing the law. In addition, it is the responsibility of the department to assist officers in the safe performance of their duties. To effect these obligations, it shall be the policy of the department to narrowly regulate the manner in which vehicular pursuit is undertaken and performed.
Another part of their policy reads this.
The decision to initiate pursuit must be based on the pursuing officer's conclusion that the immediate danger to the public created by the pursuit is less than the immediate or potential danger to the public should the suspect remain at large.
If an officer does decide to initiate a pursuit, they have to immediately notify communication center personnel and give the following information. A, unit identification. B, location, speed, and direction of travel of the fleeing vehicle. C, description and license plate number, if known, of the fleeing vehicle. D, number of occupants in the fleeing vehicle and descriptions where possible. And E, reasons supporting the decision to pursue.
Why they were chasing him in the first place.
From what we can hear, Bynum doesn't give much of this information, and definitely no reason supporting the decision to pursue.
Can he call it at all? Like, he's the one that went out there to the writers first, right?
He was, but there's no documentation showing that he called anything in. There is only 2 times in the materials that we've obtained where Kinney talks about what led up to this change, and it's not all that enlightening. One time is in his interview with SSA Mass, which is again over a week after the incident. And Kinney talks about how they were all at that house investigating that tip in the other case. And as they were wrapping up there, a couple of 4-wheelers went by at a high rate of speed. He doesn't chase them, but it sounds like he catches up with them down the road and everyone is stopped. But as he was getting out of the truck to go talk to them, one of the riders takes off on the 4-wheeler.
He went a couple hundred yards and stopped. Looked over his shoulder. I said, "Where's he going?" One of the kids popped up and said, "We don't know, sir." And I said, "So he's just going to leave y'all here?" He said, "That's what it looks like." And he come back by and he was approaching, he was slowing down like he was going to stop. Well, I was unaware that my 2 deputies that were with me, I thought they went out the other way, but one of them come up behind me, pulled up beside me, and as the kid on the 4-wheeler was approaching, he took off. When the pursuit was on.
Now, the one other time Kinney talks about what preceded the pursuit was when he was captured on Bynum's body cam. This is right when Kinney had supposedly just gotten back with the trailer to tow the 4-wheeler.
Yeah, so I was just going to talk to them, ask them where they were going, and while they were running through the...
That's the moment where Bynum reaches his hand up to cut his cam before Kinney can say anything more.
Wait, he turned off his body cam.
He did, for the second time that night.
What do you mean second time that night?
I mean that I haven't even gotten to the most suspicious can of worms, the missing time. We have Bynum's body cam footage from the night of the pursuit, right? It shows the pursuit. It shows the towing of Tripp's 4-wheeler. But what I haven't mentioned yet is that these 2 things didn't happen in quick succession. Not even close. There is a 4 to 9 minute gap between when Bynum turned off his body cam after he stopped his truck and when he turns it back on to tow the 4-wheeler. And when he does reactivate his body cam after that time, he all of a sudden just happens to be wearing latex gloves.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. For some, summer is their favorite season. Travel picks up, kids are out of school, and adventure is in the focus. For others, juggling it all can lead to overwhelm and counting down the minutes until the kids are back in school. And many worry that they're wasting the days of sunshine. Having someone with you to listen, understand, and support can make all the difference. BetterHelp makes it easy to get started with quality, fully licensed therapists in the U.S. who follow a strict code of conduct. In fact, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform with over 30,000 therapists who've served over 6 million people globally. Their therapist match commitment does the initial matching work so you can focus on your therapy goals. A short questionnaire helps identify your needs and preferences. If you aren't happy with your match, you can switch to a different therapist at any time. It works. BetterHelp has an average rating of 4.9 out of 5 for a live session based on over 1.7 million client reviews. You don't have to say yes to everything this summer. Find support in therapy. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/CrimeJunkie. That's betterhelp.com/CrimeJunkie.
Before I get into the almost hour of time missing from Bynum's body cam, I want to talk you through some of the important and strange details that the Brazils learned through their records request and the work of their PI. And this PI is a former detective named Cody Turner. And I think this is going to help you understand how critical the missing window of time actually is. So let's go back to when this pursuit began. We don't know why it started. There was no probable cause to go after Tripp on the ATV, but his parents start hearing concerning things from people in the community that make them wonder if Tripp was chased just because he was Tripp. The Brazils say that Tripp had plenty of run-ins with law enforcement. Now, he'd never been arrested or anything, but he'd certainly been stopped on his four-wheeler before. And they say that he knew Bynum and Kinney. Now, we weren't able to corroborate this next part, but Gil told us that in the months leading up to the pursuit, a state trooper warned Gil that members of the sheriff's office were, quote, hunting his son, which was obviously worrisome. Yeah. So the Brazils specifically told Tripp before all this to be careful. And a woman that we spoke to named Sandra Davis, who lived near the Brazils and who helped in the search for Tripp, she told us that about a week before Tripp's death, he rode his dirt bike up her driveway and back behind her house. And when she asked him what he was doing, he seemed really genuinely scared. And he said that someone was after him and, quote, if he catches me, he's gonna kill me. But who is he? Sandra said that Tripp never specified. But a few minutes later, she saw a sheriff's office vehicle go down the road, and then Tripp said, okay, maybe he's gone so I can go. So it seems like Tripp was clearly aware of someone in the sheriff's office. And we know that Tripp's dad trained Kinney. Tripp's brother was friends with Kinney's son. But there's this weird distancing that both Bynum and Kinney do where they say that they don't even know Tripp. Kinney says that he wouldn't know Tripp if he walked up and spit on him.
Okay, even if you want to say you didn't know he was the one on the ATV, you said this is like a pretty small community. Like, why pretend you have no idea who this kid even is?
I don't know. I mean, one thing that makes the text seem like they're from Tripp, right, is that he mentions his siblings by name.
But Kinney admitting to knowing Tripp's brother.
Right, so I know, it's weird. And Kinney also says that in the 3 years with the department, he had never heard of any law enforcement involvement with like Tripp's name. And both he and Bynum insist that they had no idea who was on that four-wheeler when the chase began. Except then, why did Bradshaw call Gil at around 1:21 saying that deputies were looking for Tripp?
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, this is concerning to Tripp's parents. Well, by the time Bynum and Kinney are interviewed, there's an explanation. Apparently, at 12:59 a.m., dispatch received an anonymous call from someone who said that they knew the individual on the four-wheeler was Tripp and they had his location. The caller said that he was spotted behind a church that was like down the road from the crash site or like where the ATV stopped.
Wait, it's like a random call, like from someone, and this wasn't known, right? There wasn't like an alert that like so Bolo, no one knew that they were looking for someone. It's just a random call saying like, I don't know if you know this, but Tripp is out behind his church.
And by the way, this is like 1 o'clock in the morning. To your point, like yes, you might have heard some like
or like some siren, like
commotion.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not like they put out this like statewide alert or like there's no news about this yet. There's like nothing. But there's a 911 call with someone saying that here's the person you're looking for. How do they even know they're looking for?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
And here's what stinks about this even more. Anything about who this caller was or how they knew it was Tripp is redacted in all of the materials that we received. They will not reveal who called. And they say it's because the caller wanted to remain anonymous. But like, it makes zero sense to me. Like, you don't need to protect a witness here. If this is a straightforward suicide case,
there's nothing to witness, right?
That's what everyone is saying. Like, just tell us who called. Where is that person in the community? Like, this case has gotten traction in the community. That one person could probably solve a lot. Where are they? Also, this isn't like a neighborhood.
No, it's like reminding me of like where I grew up, right? Where there's just like land and land and then some trees and a couple houses here and there, but not like on top of each other, right?
No, there are really just like a few properties out this way. Literally just 3 that are even within like a half mile of the church where this caller is saying like he's in like the woods back. And by the way, one of those people claims that they weren't even home that night. So who called?
Could it be the people that Tripp was riding with? Like, wouldn't they have told Kenny who was with them? Like, when Kenny stopped them though?
I'm sure they would have, like, given Tripp's name, given the opportunity, but Kenny didn't stick around. It seems like once Trip like takes off, and then like everything happens kind of quick. Like Bynum comes up, he takes off, Kenny like jumps back in his car, basically tells these other guys to go home. And Jennifer says that she doesn't think any of these people were the ones to have called. But you want to know something weird? I don't know how common like the Bynum last name is in this part of Arkansas, but one of the three houses that I mentioned, like in a
the only places that are close to this area,
right? It's tied to someone with the last name Bynum. But here's the caveat: like we pulled a bunch of records, I can't tie any of those Bynums to Deputy Bynum.
Oh,
so it might just be like the weirdest coincidence of the century. So you got all of that. On to my wait what moment number 2. So we don't know why the chase started. An anonymous person calls into ID Trip as the kid that they're looking for.
And we don't know why or how they know that.
So Bradshaw calls Gil while Jennifer is on the phone with Trip. Parents tell Trip, turn yourself in. He says he's going to start walking toward the blue light,
which he can see from wherever he is.
Then they get the weird text from him, but when they get out to the location where his phone last pinged, there is nothing.
And no one.
So they had to start searching themselves, right? Former law enforcement dad, I told you, he set up his own grid. He knows what he's doing. Now, once other first responders showed up, they began guiding the search and setting up their own grid map. But there were 3 weird things about this search. One, the location of Trip's things that are found makes no sense to me. So the road that they're on, 409, it is a small road, forest, woods on either side, few houses. They're traveling east, think left to right. They hit the berm, the ATV stops, and it actually like turns them around. So now they're like facing west. Mm-hmm. Trip runs into the woods just north of the road. That's where one of his boots and his hat is found. Okay. Then the call about him being spotted at 12:59, that is like west of this road. It's like behind this church road, right? But then all of Trip's other stuff and eventually him is found south of the road. Like he would have had to cross back over, which is just odd to me when you really look at the map and also like how spread out everything is. Like I just don't understand the path that he would have taken on his own.
And like not run into other people.
Right. But that is assuming that all of the items found were left by Trip. But what if they weren't? Where Trip's sweatshirt and phone charger end up being found? This is the second weird thing. Gil says that he swears he had walked through that area over a dozen times that night and he never saw anything at all. Now, it was a camo hoodie.
Okay, but they're literally looking for a
They knew what he was wearing.
Hoodie. Like, I feel like you see it because that's what you're looking for.
Yes. So that's weird. I don't know how to explain it. Again, it was dark. You probably could make excuses. But let me tell you about weird thing number 3. So remember Sandra Davis? She's the neighbor whose house Trip hid at that time. So she also had like come out to help with the search. And she told us that when she and her husband got to the search area to help on November 4th, there were a lot of people by that point. So her and her husband told a nearby deputy that he would go park at a friend's house in this place called Crow Creek. But according to Sandra, the deputy responded, "You better not go to Crow Creek. That gun been searched. You are not going to Crow Creek. You go to Crow Creek, I'll have you arrested."
For what?
Sandra's husband asked. And apparently the deputy just said, "Don't go there. It's already been checked." Except, guess where Trip ends up being found that very same day? In the area of Crow Creek. Which, weird. The Brazils say that area was right outside of the search grid, the one that the deputies set up. So it theoretically actually shouldn't have been checked when Sandra's husband was being told that they'd already looked there. So, fine. Say the parents missed the items because it was dark or whatever reason you want to give. And say that everyone's wires just got crossed. So there was miscommunication or like straight up bad luck, and that's why Trip wasn't found earlier by searchers. Let's then talk about how he would have gotten to the place where he was found. It was a game and fish warden who found Trip. And in the Game and Fish Commission's incident report, they reported the exact coordinates of his location. So Cody, the PI, and the Brazils took those values, went out into the woods themselves to try and find the exact tree where Tripp would have been found. And they did. They even later got confirmation from some law enforcement material that it was the right tree. Now, if you look on a map, the exact location is about 1.5 miles south of where Tripp jumped off his ATV, like as the crow flies. But it was pitch black out there that night. There is no walking path or anything that Tripp could have taken. The terrain is what Gil described as, quote, violent ground. It's like broken bottles, barbed wire, ditches, you name it. And he knows this because he and Cody have walked this path that Tripp would have taken multiple times since his death at night. And they say that it would have taken hours on foot. And that's with shoes. Tripp's first boot, remember, is found pretty close to the ATV line. The second boot is found in the woods, the one that's south of the road, maybe like a quarter of the way into the trees, like based on where he's found. That means that he would have had to have made this like hours-long trek without shoes over whatever is on the forest floor, man-made or otherwise. So riddle me this. When Tripp's parents go up to the funeral home and get their first chance to look at Tripp's feet, Gil says there wasn't so much as a scratch on him. Why? Now, he was wearing socks, and in one of the autopsy photos, you can actually see them. They look dirty. It appeared like there's even maybe a hole in the right one, like a toe is popping out. But there aren't like close-ups of the socks to help us determine if he actually like walked all that way.
I mean, I'm still stuck on where his boots were. Like, why would he ditch them the way he did, like so far apart?
I mean, it looks like, based on where it is, like the first boot might have come off when he jumped the fence. So I don't know if like walking it became kind of uneven. Like, I don't know. I think I would still keep my boot on.
Yeah, at least one of them.
And listen, we asked Tripp's parents if they've been able to examine the socks. Because again, I feel like if you walked out that way, you'd be able to tell for sure. The answer is no. Because even though Tripp's boots and his phone and ATV and charger and sweatshirt were all returned to the family, for some reason, the sheriff's office won't release Tripp's clothing, including his socks.
Okay, but why? Like, this is a, what are they calling it? Like a closed suicide case, right?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Now, meanwhile, for what it's worth, Gil says that if you were to drive from where the pursuit ended to the like area of the road closest to where Tripp's body was found, that's like a 5-minute drive, tops. And in that scenario, if someone did drive Tripp that night, that could also explain why the canine lost his scent so quickly in the woods. But you know what? Let's keep suspending reality. Let's pretend there is a good reason why they won't let Tripp's family have the clothes that Tripp is wearing when he died. By suicide, they say. We'll just take them at their word that he walked shoeless through the forest for hours to take his life. This is the next wait what moment. Do the logistics of the hanging itself actually make sense? I mean, surely this part has to be completely solid, right? For them to close this case and to be so sure, this has to be rock solid. It has to make every other weird thing that's happened up to this point easy to write off.
But this is a crime tricky episode, so I'm betting that's not how it goes.
Of course it's not. When family went out to the tree that Tripp was found hanging from, they found the exact sawed-off branch that was cut down to get Tripp's body. It was still right there on the ground at the base. And once they saw it, they had immediate concern. You see, the family consulted with an independent medical examiner and forensic pathologist out of Kentucky. Her name is Dr. Ashley Matthews. Now, all she had to go off of were the autopsy photos and the ME reports themselves. And while she does say that on paper, Tripp's death does appear to be due to ligature hanging, she adds that without photos from the scene itself, like when they found him, she can't opine on the position that the body was found in, or whether it corresponds to the injuries that she can see on Tripp's body. What she did do was her prison homework, though. In her report, Dr. Matthew writes that based on her own research, branches that are 5 inches in diameter are reportedly able to hold the weight of approximately 115 pounds. But the branch that the Brazils found looks barely more than 2 inches in diameter.
And how heavy was Tripp?
He's 115 It's not massive.
But it's not massive.
No, especially when you consider like the drop force and any sort of struggle afterward.
Right.
And we actually have a photo of the branch. Jennifer took it home with her, and she can fit her thumb and pointer finger all the way around it. Plus, even if the branch could hold Trip, without a ladder or a step stool or something, Cody's not sure about the physics of the situation anyway. And what really got Cody thinking when they went out there is the fact that there was a deer stand about like 30 feet away from this tree. Investigators write that the ratchet strap used in the hanging, quote, appeared to match the rope from that deer stand. But then Cody's question is like, if Tripp stopped by this deer stand to get this strap, why not make use of the actual deer stand and its ladder while you're right there? Why walk another 30 feet to a tree on the edge of a gully where the act would be far more difficult? And Cody said that he has worked hangings where people have even used their phone chargers as a mechanism. Tripp had one with him that night and abandoned it long before he even made it to the deer stand. Also, how did Tripp even find the strap? Because Cody interviewed the owner of that deer stand, and he said that he cut that strap down 2 years earlier when he first put the deer stand up, and he hadn't seen it since because it had gotten like buried under foliage. He said that he forgot it was even there, which to me raises the question of how Tripp would have possibly found it in the dark unless somehow he knew to look for it.
Why do investigators believe that's where the strap came from?
Maybe they were just making an educated guess. I don't know if they like spoke to the owner of the deer stand like Cody did. And personally, I haven't even seen the rope that they're saying it looks similar to. So I don't even know if it's really a match. So I mean, it's certainly a possibility that the strap could have come from somewhere else. And listen, while we're on the ratchet strap, there's another thing. The autopsy report states that it was tied into a slip knot with 2 loose ends. But Jennifer said Bill still tied Tripp's fishing line onto him and sincerely doubted that he would know how to make a sophisticated knot like that. In the end, Dr. Matthew said this. I'm having to do that.
In the presence of a circumstance such as the decedent being involved in a law enforcement pursuit and reportedly fleeing from them into the woods, I would have liked to have had more information regarding Tripp's behavior and health history to confidently rule his death as suicide. In my opinion, the manner of death would best be classified as undetermined, as the role of law enforcement, if any, in the death is unclear.
You know what would make it clear? That body cam footage. So let's go back to that and take a good hard look at what we have in light of everything you now know. At 12:40 a.m., Bynum turns his body cam on. That's when we get the start of the pursuit. At 12:42, Tripp takes off on foot. There's no more vehicle chase. Bynum parks his truck, gets out to check the four-wheeler, manhandling it with his bare hands, and then at 12:51, Bynum turns his camera off. The next video that comes from his camera is from when it's turned back on at 1:40 a.m. All of a sudden, he's wearing latex gloves. So 12:51, camera off. Then 12:59 is when they get that anonymous call telling them that it's Tripp and Tripp is in the woods behind the church. 1:21, Tripp calls his mom, tells her he can see the blue light, he's gonna walk towards them, turn himself in, they hang up. We have no idea what is happening with Tripp in the next 20 minutes. But at 1:40 a.m., Bynum's body cam starts again. He's got his gloves on. A minute later, 1:41, that's when Jennifer receives that text message from Tripp's phone that I read earlier.
And are we sure that Bynum turned the camera off in between, or do we just like maybe not have access to that footage?
You can literally see his hand like reach up and manually turn. Okay. Now, based on their statement, this 49-minute window should be the time where Sergeant Kinney was getting the trailer. But we have no way to know that for sure because there is no body cam for him. Now, what's unclear, though, is if there was camera footage and then it just didn't get released in the FOIA, or if he was not wearing a camera at all that night. I know when I see him on the 140 video, he's just in like a polo, so he definitely didn't have one on then, and I don't know about earlier. But interestingly, I know at least one other person was wearing a body cam that night, and it was actually one of the deputies that went looking for Tripp after he was spotted in the woods behind the church. But when Jennifer requested all of the body cam footage from that night, she just got Bynum with that missing time, and then another disc, but that disc was totally wrong.
I mean, is anyone freaking out about this? Like, this feels like it has to be some kind of violation. Like, what's the point of body cams if you can just turn them on and off willy-nilly?
Tripp's family is freaking out about this. Me and our reporter Nicole are freaking about this. Like, we are all freaking out about this now. And listen, we asked the sheriff's office for their body cam policy, and it states that deputies are required to turn on their body cams for every official interaction with the public, whether that is a routine conversation, an arrest, or something more serious. The cameras are supposed to help back up things like probable cause and give supervisors a way to review a deputy's actions later. But here's the key. Once that camera is on, it is supposed to stay on until, quote, the event is completed in order to ensure the integrity of the recording, end quote. Which makes sense. Now, there are a few exceptions. Deputies are not allowed to record communication with other officers without permission, undercover officers, confidential informants, or private location of staffing. Okay. Now, I don't know if Bynum's actions fall under one of these exceptions. It sounds like each deputy has to kind of decide for themselves when an event is completed. So maybe when the chase ends and the ATV is stranded, that's complete in Bynum's mind. But then that doesn't totally add up, because then why turn it back on as you're getting ready to tow it?
Right, because like to me, if you know you're gonna tow it, towing it would be like the end of the event. Then like you're like with it until it's done being towed.
I also want to note something weird about the policy document itself that the sheriff's office sent us. So it's this like 3-page document with numbered bullets. But at the end of the first page, it skips from 3B, when and how to use the BWC, to 3D, restrictions on using the BWC. C is just missing. When we asked the sheriff's office about this, a representative said he never noticed the typo before, and it, quote, feels safe to say it is a clerical.
I feel safe about this. That's how does it make me feel safe? And also, like, I'm thinking, like, making a Word document, it's kind of automatic. It should say safe. Literally, you need to enter it in this area.
Okay. So do with that what you will. 12:51, camera goes off. 1:40, it's back on, and Bynum wearing the test flag.
And the camera cut just makes no sense. Like, if you're gonna, what you said earlier, if you're gonna turn it off at all, like, why are you turning it back on? Like, why not just
call the event complete? Like, it's not like there's a new, this is the same thing. It's not like someone new comes in, like, you're not dealing with a new citizen or like, why turn it back on? Why just when you're trying to get the four-wheeler onto the trailer?
Well, and like, why are you wearing gloves now? Like, now, especially maybe?
Now, like, listen, I think some people could say, well, you know, he's like processing the ATV now. Like, it's evidence. But the problem I have with that is, like, if you go back to before the camera turned off, oh, you said he was, like, he's manhandling that thing with bare hands. He is raw dogging that ATV. So the question that the family CI Cody has, the question that he has raised, is whether it's possible that Bynum maybe hit the four-wheeler during the chase. Cody actually has the four-wheeler in his possession now, and before getting into law enforcement, he actually was an EMT, which means that, like, he's worked quite a few reps. He said that it really looked to him like the four-wheeler was struck by a vehicle. He just can't prove that it was Bynum's vehicle.
So, not that we followed a ton of protocol so far, but isn't there, like, a sort of police tactic where they can use their vehicles, like, purposely, like, hit another vehicle to stop it in pursuit?
It's called a precision immobilization technique.
Yeah.
The sheriff's office pursuit policy, though, again, we referenced that earlier, the one that we received specifically states officers may not intentionally use their vehicle to bump or ram a suspect vehicle to get them to stop. So, Okay, do we see anything like a collision on the body cam? We don't, like we have the pursuit, or at least the end of the pursuit, right? But like the problem is the camera is like right at Bynum's chest, and he's like right on top of Tripp's four-wheeler the whole time. Like you can see the moment that both vehicles supposedly jumped that hill, but it's really loud with like the sirens and the four-wheeler ending, so it's hard to know if there was a collision. What I think is so interesting is this part though. Deputy Bynum gets out of his truck. He's surveying the area. He's looking at the four-wheeler, and Penny comes to follow, asking him what happened. And he says this.
There's gonna be a white male in camouflage hoodie and blue jeans. Look like he went off that way. Did he roll it or something? He turned it and jumped off and took off running across the field. Yeah, he left his body hanging. Yeah, I got it. Step rail, Ben.
Wait, which step rail was that? Bynum. The part that caught me is the I got him. Like, what does he mean he got him? Because, like, no, you didn't. No, you took off running. You were chasing him, yeah, and he, like, ran off into the woods. You told him to stop. He didn't. What do you mean you got him? Could it be that you got him, like, your tough with the ATV? Now, you can see Bynum's step rail is bent, like, in the body cam footage, but it's hard to clearly see the front of his truck. And I can't say whether the bent step rail is from hitting the ground when they like went up that like berm or whatever, or if it's from something else. You know, though, there is something besides the body cam or the truck damage that could tell us if something happened that night, or rather, someone. I haven't told you this yet, but for the entire duration of the pursuit, and presumably that 49-minute blackout, Bynum had a civilian ride-along with him. What? Yep. Another set of eyes and ears who witnessed that night. Someone who could put this whole thing to rest if only his statements and actions didn't raise even more questions. And just you wait, because the biggest shock of this entire case comes at the very end.
Abercrombie's active brand, Your Personal Best, is built to keep up with your summer in motion. The latest YPB drop has active tees and tanks made with a performance cotton blend that is soft, breathable, and moisture retained. The perfect choice for warm weather workouts. And for leg day or long runs, Motion Tech shorts have you covered. This summer, add YPB by Abercrombie into your workout rotation. Shop in the app, online, and in stores.
We don't know much about 21-year-old Preston Cox, who was Deputy Trey Bynum's ride-along the night of November 2nd and into the early morning hours of November 3rd. Preston never got back to us for this episode. But through Tripp's mom, Jennifer, we learned that Preston didn't know Tripp personally. And from what we've been able to gather, it doesn't seem like Preston was a part of some civilian program like the Explorers or anything like that. What we know is that Preston was a mechanic who wanted to try his hand at law enforcement because he was drawn to the idea of helping people. So I think the ride along was like a little peek behind the curtain. See what it's really like. Try before you buy kind of thing. Now, in my experience, you kind of got to know someone to get to do a ride along, or like know someone who knows someone.
Yeah, have a connection.
Right, or maybe you just call up the sheriff's office and they let you. According to a sheriff's office representative, there is no written policy on ride-alongs. But quote, if a deputy chooses to allow a rider, it has to be cleared through the supervisor. So there's nothing formal about like what that is.
There's like no process.
Yeah. So I don't know how Preston ended up on that ride-along that night, or if he knew any of the deputies on the force before that. But if the goal was to see some action, you got it, right? Like in that first body cam footage, you can hear Preston, like right after that last clip that I just played where Bynum says, I got him. Preston sounds excited when he's asked if he's good.
Step rail, Ben. You good?
No. Okay. I'm kind of highly thinking about doing this now. I knew we were going to go airborne, all right?
You sure you're good? Huh? You sure you're good?
Yeah.
Preston said he was highly thinking about going into law enforcement at 12:45 a.m. on November 3rd. At 12:50 a.m., as Bynum is walking around his truck looking at the damage, Preston asked Bynum something in a hushed tone. You on camera?
Huh? Yeah, I'm okay.
And then Preston, you can just catch a glimpse of him on the side of the frame. He proceeds to mouth something to Bynum that for the life of me, I cannot make out. I have watched this video 100 times at this point at every rate of speed. I sped it up, I slowed it down. I cannot tell what it is. After that, they exchange a few more words about the damage.
This dead road, pretty messed up.
Mm-hmm.
Got to fight. No medicine. So if there's SMS part. I bet he had two. No, I don't know about one. Did he? Okay.
And that is where the video cuts off at 12:51 a.m. And whatever happened after that first body cam video cut out seems to have changed Preston's mind about going into law enforcement. Because according to the family's PI, Cody, shortly after this incident, Preston moved out of the area and decided not to pursue a criminal justice career. Again, Preston wouldn't talk to us, but Cody was able to talk to him once. And Preston told Cody that he was no longer interested in law enforcement because, quote, it's not worth it. Is it not worth it because you just saw a couple of deputies out there doing a stand-up job, and even though they did nothing wrong, community members are suggesting some kind of cover-up? Not worth it. I don't think that's it. Because in order for that to be the case, there is that whole, you have to be doing a stand-up job, doing all the right things, right? When Cody asked Preston straight up about the allegations that the public had been making, Preston said, quote, I hate that it ended that way. I really do. But I couldn't have done anything in my power to change what happened without getting Mr. Bynum in trouble.
What does that mean?
He didn't explain. He just said, I'm a ride along, and at the end of the day, that's it. Also, I don't know what to make of this, but when Cody interviewed Preston for his investigation, Preston said that while his and Bynum's interviews with the state police were the same day, Kinney was brought in the day before. But it's weird because all of the ASP reports and interview logs put the interviews happening on the same morning.
Do you think he misremembered?
I mean, he sounds completely certain of it, which just makes me wonder if there was a pre-interview, like some kind of interview with Kinney the day prior to these documented interviews that for some reason wasn't recorded in this.
Or maybe they were logged on it?
I do not think that's it because you can literally hear SSA Matt saying the date and time in the audio. So unless he's lying too, like, I don't know. It's just another thing I can't explain. I don't know what happened in the early morning hours of November 3rd, 2024. But the more our team looked into Tripp's case, the less the official story added up. Yes, a message came from Tripp's phone that some read as a suicide note. But when it comes in at 1:41, I don't know where his phone is. I can tell you that for the full minute at 1:41, I can see Bynum's hands. He's messing with the four-wheeler. Remember, he turns his camera back on at 1:40. And at exactly 1:41.24, Kenny comes on screen. He's standing on the other side of the four-wheeler as they're trying to get it on the trailer. So, just going off this body cam footage, I think it would be easy to say that, well, they couldn't have sent the text message. We see them on camera at the exact time. So to be fair, like, I don't have eyes on Preston that whole time. I mean, I know he's there. I can for sure see him on camera right after they get the four-wheeler onto the trailer. But, you know, something was bothering me Like, and it's what we keep talking about. Like, it was itching my brain as I was like dissecting this video over and over. Why turn it back on?
Yeah.
I think this whole thing is more explainable. You just left the camera on. Yes, based on their own policy, you know, they have the right to decide when the event is over. If it's over, it's over. Why turn it back on? Why turn it back on at 1:40 and only for a couple of minutes, by the way? And how convenient that it is the exact time that Trip's phone sends that message. It's just itching at me, right? Like, I was playing it over and over, looking at like every move, every second. And I can't even explain how it hit me. But this thought came to me. This is early November. So I open Google and I start typing. When was daylight savings?
No.
In November 2024. It was November freaking 3rd, 2024. On this night,
it was 1:40 twice.
That means that
the missing 49 minutes
could actually be an hour and 49 minutes.
Right, because at 2 a.m. it goes back to 1 a.m. for like fall back.
So it's possible, not definitive, but possible, that Trip's phone sent that at 1:41, and then when 2 o'clock hit,
20 minutes, 19 minutes later,
it goes back to 1. So was the body cam footage at 1:40 actually like 2:40 if it wouldn't have been daylight savings? Now, we went right to Jennifer to try and like pin this down, and she said she didn't even realize that the time changed that night. Like, she was so caught up in looking for her son.
She had a lot going on.
Yeah, the thing is, she's like, she can't even pin down. She's like, I don't know if it would have changed before we ever even left the house, or like as we are out in the woods.
She doesn't know which 1:40 it was.
If it was after, though, like as you're in the woods, like that actually makes so much sense to me, because one thing that was really throwing me was how Trip's dad was saying, like, they were out there alone.
There was no one there.
For a long time, right, yeah, but because when I look at the activity logs for the sheriff's office, it seems like, I don't know, maybe an hour, maybe even less. So, you know, was that just because it felt like forever because your son is missing and you're looking by yourself? Were the logs wrong? Or, like, is it like there's like this weird hour that's like not real or accounted for?
Yeah.
Now, there is one log from dispatch that shows time out of order, like it reset for daylight savings. So listen, it's very possible that everything is on the up and up, and this is just another one of the craziest coincidences of all time.
Okay, but how many of those you get in one case?
A few more, because I was about to say that one of the things we so desperately wanted to get our hands on to help like sort this out was the actual dispatch calls from that day. But in another 1 in a million chance, in a documented letter from the sheriff's office, they told Jennifer that they couldn't give her the audio or like those calls because their hard drive that like they kept all that on was struck by lightning. So the logs from that night were burned up and they just don't have them anymore.
You're kidding me.
Where do they keep this hard drive? Like on the top of a flagpole? Like, it makes no sense to me. And by the way, there is one more thing that could maybe sort all of this out. And that is Trip's phone. And this is where I actually have good news. His family has the phone. It has been in the PI's possession in a Faraday bag because they know that its contents are important. They want to get it forensically analyzed. We actually asked Cody if we could help facilitate that. And he assured us that he has someone working on it and that the data should come back as soon as this month. And that data should tell us a lot, if not everything. Like what time calls or texts were sent is in a universal time code. So we can see it irrespective of daylight saving. And it should be able to show us a clear path of how Trip's phone moved through the woods. This might be the definitive thing to help his family understand if there really is something shady going on here. Those who knew Trip say that they never saw this coming, and they can't possibly understand what about that night would have triggered something like this. or something like what the sheriff's office is saying. And it's not just his mom and dad who were struck by this. The day after Tripp's death, when the NP at their family doctor heard about this, she was so taken aback that she actually reached out to Jennifer and Gil and ultimately wrote a letter for them to show anyone who had questions about Tripp's death. And this is actually her reading the letter to us.
To whom it may concern, Trip Brazil was last seen in our clinic on October 9th, 2024, for acute medical issues by me. During that visit, I questioned him about life in general. He seemed pleasant, happy, and I had no concerns of any mental health issues. I had no concerns at all about him having suicidal thoughts or ideations. He was very excited about his current job and life in general. He was a typical teenage boy. I also see other family members and have never had any concerns about his home life or his well-being prior to his death. I am a family nurse practitioner and have no training in forensic pathology. There are some concerns in his autopsy report, but I am not in a position to offer input to the cause of his death. However, I was very surprised by his death by alleged suicide based on my previous visits with him.
The missing pieces in this case tell a story of their own. The lack of probable cause to pursue. Tripp last called to his parents asking to be picked up. His uncut feet. The mysterious anonymous call IDing Tripp as the ATV rider. The gap in body cam footage. The latex gloves, just to name a few. Cody and Jennifer and Gil, even Sandra. They all believe Tripp was met with foul play in the woods. If that's true, who would he have encountered? Anyone could have theoretically been in those woods. And I want to be clear that we're not accusing anyone. What I know is that 2 deputies were around the woods. And I also know that both of them have a history of misconduct. In 2023, Bynum was formally disciplined by the Forest City Police Department for insubordination and neglect of duty. This is before Tripp's case. According to the record, he repeatedly ignored direct orders, failing to respond to messages from supervisors, skipping required administrative tasks, and refusing to follow instructions during his shift. Supervisors described him as argumentative and defiant. And according to his disciplinary record, which we have, at one point, Bynum pushed back by saying, quote, "You are not going to talk to me any kind of way. I am a grown man." It sounds like the least grown man would say. What would my teenage son would say. As for Kinney, he was terminated from the Lee County Sheriff's Department in 2021 after repeated complaints about his behavior. Internal records describe ongoing insubordination, yelling at his superiors, and outright refusal to follow orders, even after multiple warnings. But it doesn't stop there. Citizens also came forward accusing Kinney of speaking openly about calls that he responded to, and even making inappropriate comments about involved parties. Officials said that his behavior wasn't just unprofessional, it reflected poorly on the entire department, and they decided they couldn't keep him on any longer. So he just went to work for the St. Francis County Sheriff's Office.
Did they know all of this when they hired him?
Oh, it's all right there in the employment file.
And they're both still with that department today.
Well, as of this recording, Kenny is. But according to Cody and Gil, Bynum now works for the Marion Police Department. Or at least he did while we were reporting on this case. That actually changed as of very recently. I don't know what happened in the universe, but Tripp started picking up some real internet feeds. Facebook posts made about Tripp from like months ago went viral recently, and the community reaction elicited a pretty strong response from the city of Marion, who put out this press release on March 18th, 2026. I'm going to have you read it though.
The city of Marion and the Marion Police Department understand the strong emotions surrounding the tragic death of Tripp Brazil. Nothing about the situation diminishes the grief his family has experienced or the community's desire for answers. On May 12, Mayor Tracy Brick received a formal citizen request asking the city to review the hiring and continued employment of Officer Trey Bynum with the Marion Police Department. That same day, the Police and Fire Committee began a review of Officer Bynum's hiring process, prior employment history, and related records. The committee also met with representatives of the Brazil family's private investigative team as part of that review. Officer Bynum was not employed by the Marion Police Department at the time of the 2024 incident involving Trip Brazil. To date, no state investigative agency has filed criminal charges or concluded that Officer Bynum committed misconduct related to Trip Brazil's death. During the review, the city identified that a prior law enforcement agency had not been included on Officer Bynum's original employment application submitted to the Marion Police Department. Although Officer Bynum later discussed the prior employment and related disciplinary history with the department, the omission resulted in the department not obtaining and reviewing the complete employment documentation at the time of hire. After careful consideration of all information reviewed, the city has determined that continued employment with the Marion Police Department is no longer in the best interest of the department, the city, or the community moving forward. This decision should not be interpreted as a finding of wrongdoing related to the death of Trip Brazil. Rather, it reflects the city's responsibility to maintain integrity and public confidence in the law enforcement hiring process while acting in the best interest of the department and the community moving forward.
Pardon me, I hate to interrupt this broadcast, but something just happened that I need to tell you about, and you are not going to believe this. So you just heard Britt read a statement from the city of Marion saying that Trey Bynum was no longer employed by the Marion Police Department. And that's true, but it turns out he just got employed again, and not by Marion PD. According to a Facebook post from the Forest City Times-Herald, he has been rehired by the St. Francis County Sheriff's Office. The post says, quote, St. Francis County Sheriff Bobby May confirmed to the Times-Herald that Trey Bynum has been rehired as a deputy with the department. May said Bynum, a certified law enforcement officer, was hired on Tuesday and is scheduled to begin work on Thursday, June 11th. May called Bynum a good officer and said he looks forward to working with him again. End quote. So that means Bynum is expected to be back with the same department where all of this started. Obviously, I don't know what that means for this case moving forward. So we are going to keep following this, and we'll try and update you as we learn more. Make sure to follow us on social. Sign up for our newsletter on the Crime Junkie website. But for now, this doesn't change the rest of the episode. And there is still more to come. So I'm going to send you back to past Ashley and Bill. Now, Jennifer, Gil, Cody, they don't have any vendettas with police. Cody even told us that when he first heard the official details of this case, but like before he took it on, he was fully prepared to have to tell the Brazils that their son took his own life. Then once he started going through the materials, the gaps and the red flags caught even him by surprise. Him, a former military, former EMT, former CID detective. And Gil, he was in law enforcement for 14 years before taking over his family business. In fact, it is precisely because of Gil's law enforcement experience that he has so many questions about his son's case. He told us that he specifically worked hanging cases before, and what he is seeing is just not adding up. Plus, he says that many of the officers involved in his son's case, I told you, like, he worked with them, he trained some of them, they were his friends, which like made their handling of his son's death all the more frustrating.
Yeah, they aren't trying to help him from the inside now?
No, not only not trying to help him, he doesn't even speak to them anymore. And Gil is actually running for St. Francis County Sheriff now because of everything. And by the way, Cody isn't just sitting around frustrated with the system either. He's running for sheriff too in Lawrence County. And we need more good people at the helm, protecting the community, not protecting their own. Remember guys, election date is November 3rd, 2026. And again, there is a chance that all of these red flags are really red herrings. But if they're not, then Tripp's family has gone too long without justice. They're still grieving. They even considered filing a wrongful death suit, but they want to make sure that they have all their ducks in a row. So Jennifer is still toiling, still trying to get Tripp's clothing and the ratchet strap and more employment records. She says she knows something more happened to her son after it, and she won't stop until she gets the answers she deserves. Now, when we asked Jennifer how we could use our platform to help her. She said that she just wants people to understand the power of the Freedom of Information Act and how to use it. All they had when their son first died was just this gut feeling that something wasn't right. Jennifer had to get all of the records to be able to point to exactly what it was that made him feel that way. And even though Gil used to work in law enforcement, Jennifer said she had no idea how to go about getting this stuff. Like, she'd never filed a FOIA in her life. So she had to ask friends. She was like Googling her way through this stuff. And she doesn't want any other parent or sibling or loved one to have to figure it out all on their own like she did. Like, in the middle of the worst time of your life, right? So we actually created a FOIA guide on our website inspired by this case to help crime junkies feel confident making their own requests. No one ever expects to live a case like this, but it does happen. And when it does, it can be so overwhelming to even get your bearings. So we're going to slowly start building out our resources for families and for law enforcement. And this is our very first step towards that. I'm going to link directly to our guide on how to submit a FOIA in the show notes. And hopefully, I'll be able to come back with an update on this case soon. Until then, if any of our listeners have information to share, email our tip line, tips@audiochuck.com. You can find all the source material on our website, crimejunkie.com.
And you can find us on Instagram at Crime Junkie Podcast.
We'll be back next week with a brand new episode. Crime Junkie is an Audio Chuck production. I feel Chuck with a crew.
Finding ways to be financially savvy is a smart move, and knowing you could be saving money for the things you really want, like that dream home or new ride, is a great feeling. That's why the State Farm Personal Price Plan can help you save when you choose to bundle home and auto. Bundling, just another way to save with a personal price plan. Head to statefarm.com to get a quote. Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, emergency cancel savings, and eligibility vary by state. Okay, crime junkies, you know I absolutely love a twist and a turn, especially when it comes to people who turn out to be someone they're not. That's why I have been obsessed with the podcast Chameleon. Every Thursday, host Josh Dean deep dives into a scam so bizarre it will leave you wondering, how did they get away with that? It is truly one of my favorite podcasts right now, and I've been listening for years. I think you'll love it too. Listen to Chameleon wherever you get your podcasts. Further Diambra dives into the haunting crimes that happen in some of the most beautiful and unexpected places across the globe. Celia has helped host a couple of episodes of Crime Junkie in the past, and if you've listened to her before, you already know her investigative approach brings the facts of each case and their chilling details to life, making Park Predators the perfect mix of captivating and informative storytelling. So once you're done with this episode of Crime Junkie, go check out Park Predators. New episodes drop every week. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hi, Crime Junkies. I'm your host, Ashley Flowers.
And I'm Britt.
You guys, there's a story out of Louisville, Kentucky that I bet you've never heard of. About a woman that you've probably never heard of. But I don't know why. Because it's one of the most mysterious cases I've ever come across. A call in the middle of the night lures a woman out of her home, and hours later, her body is found floating in a nearby river. The list of suspects is a mile long, and evidence keeps showing up all over town, sometimes in suspiciously planted ways. Yes, for 60 years, this case has remained unsolved. Our investigation set out to ask the question, why? And the possibilities will surprise you. Maybe it's because evidence in the case mysteriously disappeared. It could be because some investigators on this case had ulterior motives. Or it could be because the very foundation that this story was built on might be a lie. This is the story of a woman you should know about. A passionate attorney who made strides at the height of the civil rights movement. A woman who was brutally murdered before she could break even more barriers. This is the story of Alberta O. Jones. Alberta Jones didn't want to go out that Wednesday night on August 4th, 1965. The truth is, things had gotten dangerous for her recently. She'd taken a new job and she'd been doing civil rights work that put a target on her back. So she was being more cautious than she had ever been before. That's why when her friend Gladys Wyckoff first called at around 11 p.m. and asked her to come over, Alberta said no. But Gladys pushed. She was a hairstylist too, and she practically begged Alberta to come over that night because the new wig that Alberta wanted was ready for her.
Okay, so get it any other time.
Well, and maybe the real reason it had to be right then was that she wanted to chat about some legal trouble that she was in. Because you see, Alberta is a lawyer. That new job that she had just gotten was as a prosecutor.
Oh, so good friend to have.
Legal advice, right? So this is when Gladys laid it on really thick, like gave her a bit of a guilt trip. She's telling Alberta, like, oh, well, you've gotten snobby since getting that new job. And that must have done it, because Alberta was at Gladys' house by 11:30 p.m. Now, according to Gladys, they hang out at her salon that's in her house until about 12:15, and they decide to go grab a bite to eat at this local seafood restaurant called Kingfish. And then on the way back to Gladys's, they pick up the local newspaper, the Louisville Defender, because there was this article in it that like one of Gladys's employees was featured in. She was calling out racist double standards in the hairstyling industry. So once they got back, Gladys trimmed Alberta's wig, fitted it on her before Alberta left between 1:30 and 2 a.m. Gladys said that she watched Alberta get into her car, and then Gladys herself went back inside to go to bed. Now, it wasn't until the next morning that Alberta's sister Flora and her mom Sadie realized that she hadn't made it home the night before. Like, they all lived together, and Flora and Sadie knew something was wrong pretty quickly. Like, they knew about Alberta's fears, knew that she went out last night anyway, and if she was going to stay out, she would have called. So they phoned Gladys's house looking for Alberta, but Gladys's daughter answered and told them that Alberta wasn't there. By the way, her car wasn't out front. And even when she looked down the street to the parking lot of Alberta's law office, she didn't see her car there either. Now, what her family didn't know was that by the time they were making these calls and by the time they were even beginning to worry, it was already too late. That same morning, a group of boys walking along the Ohio River south of the Sherman-Minton Bridge had found Alberta floating face down 15 feet from the shore. A coroner later found lacerations on her head and her face and scrapes on her right arm and leg. But the trauma is not what killed her. They determined that after being beaten, Alberta was put into the river alive, and she actually died of drowning. Sometime, they say, between 2:30 in the morning and 4:30 in the morning.
So pretty shortly after Gladys saw her leave.
Yes. Now, when she was found, she was still in the striped dress that she wore out that night. But her shoes and her purse were missing, along with the dentures that she regularly wore. And most glaringly of all, her car was still nowhere to be found. But over the next few days, missing items and clues began to surface that painted a picture of Alberta's final hours. First were her shoes. Now, the police didn't get a call about the shoes until Friday. That's the day after Alberta was pulled from the river. It turns out they had actually been found an hour before Alberta's body was. A man who worked at a golf course located just under the Sherman Minton Bridge on the bank of the Ohio River said that he found them kind of like scattered about, maybe like 10 feet apart, just a few feet from the exit ramp coming off the bridge. And police thought that it looked like maybe the shoes could have been tossed from the bridge itself. Now, luckily, this guy at the course kept them, like he did with anything valuable that he found. So he was able to turn them over to police. But there wasn't much notable about them, no like blood or anything like that.
And how far were the shoes from where her body was found?
Not a huge distance. So like from this hand-drawn map in the case file, it looks like maybe her body was found about a ski block downriver, which is interesting because it was theorized early on that maybe Alberta was thrown from the bridge into the water. So maybe her and her shoes were like tossed over at the same time. And like she landed in the water, maybe her shoes didn't, but if she's in the water, she gets carried downstream. And the Ohio River here separates Indiana from Kentucky. And like I'm sure you know this, but for people who don't, the bridge actually has two levels. So the top level goes from Kentucky to Indiana, and the bottom level is from Indiana to Kentucky. So the exit ramp where her shoes were found, that is the ramp if you were coming into Kentucky from Indiana. Right. Alberta went missing from Louisville, Kentucky. Right. So if those were thrown from the bridge or from a moving vehicle, it was somebody who left and then came back into that state. Now, it's possible that someone went onto the bridge from Kentucky to Indiana. Maybe they dumped Alberta over on that side. She would have floated downriver, all the same as even if she was thrown from the other side. And maybe as they're driving back, they realize, like, oh my gosh, we still have her shoes. Like, let's get rid of them. But I think that's unlikely because of two critical points. Number one, authorities consulted someone on the current of the river, and they said that if Alberta would have gone in, whatever side of the bridge, they would have expected her to end up on the Indiana side of the river. She was found on the Kentucky side, meaning someone had to have put her in the water, likely from the shore on the Kentucky side. So number two is even more bothersome. Who had her shoes and why were they on the off ramp, like going into Kentucky from Indiana? Like, forget the directions for just a second and let's just like focus on the shoes themselves. To me, getting rid of them implies that there was a reason you didn't want to leave them in the car. If this was her car that they were in, like that doesn't make a whole lot of sense based on what police end up finding in her car when that surfaces a day later. That happens on Friday, August 6th. This turned out to be a huge curveball because everyone had been looking for Alberta's car. It was this distinctive pink Thunderbird. Oh, hard to miss. Yeah. Turns out, though, Alberta wasn't driving her own car that night. She was in a rental. Her Thunderbird was in the shop. So that very evening of the 4th, this is the day that she would eventually go to Gladys's that night. That very night, she picked up a white Ford Fairlane.
So she would have driven that to Gladys's. Why didn't Gladys tell anyone? Like, she would have seen it when she left, right?
We don't know for sure if Gladys did or didn't say anything. Like, I'm piecing this together from old reports. It seems like the first time everyone realizes that she's in this rental is the day that her body is found. But if Gladys didn't say anything, I mean, honestly, it could have just been because she assumed the family already knew. Like, she drove from her house to Gladys's. So, like, right, I don't know. Anyways, once they knew it was a white Ford that they were looking for, police jumped on a report of a similar abandoned car that came in that Friday night. And it was Alberta's, all right, parked on a residential street just a little over 2 miles from where she was found. And what was inside let police know that Alberta's final moments were brutal. There were blood spots all over the car, but clearly Alberta was in the back when she was bleeding because there was blood over more than half of the back seat. Now, police found her upper dentures on the backseat floorboard, along with a ripped piece of the newspaper that she had picked up that morning with Gladys. It looked like the killer had actually like wiped their bloody hands on it. There were also small pieces of bread left back there, some with blood on it. And there were fingerprints all over the car, inside and out, along with pieces of short and long hair that were inside too.
I mean, this feels like a gold mine of evidence.
Exactly. Which is why it is so puzzling to me that someone would take the time to ditch her shoes. She was clearly in the car, deep in the car.
Like you did her upper dentures.
I don't know what it means, but it stands out to me.
And her purse was still missing?
Yeah, her purse wasn't anywhere in the car. And her lower denture plate is still missing too. Though, I mean, like, that could have been, like, knocked out somewhere along the way, or maybe even at the bottom of the river, for all they know at that point. Shoes or no shoes, with what is in the car alone, that could solve a case if it were present day. But in the mid-60s, all police could do was hone in on those fingerprints and the hair samples and compare them to people who pop up in the investigation. And most of their investigation was pointing to the idea of some kind of robbery gone wrong, right?
Yeah, but where would the robbers have crossed paths with her? Like, Gladys saw her get into her car to go home.
Yes, but it turns out that she did head straight home. She made at least one stop at a convenience store a few blocks from Gladys's house. Apparently, she was a regular there, and according to her sister Flora, who we spoke to for this episode, Alberta stopped there that night for a soda. And an employee said that he saw her talking to three teenagers. Now, he said nothing looked threatening, so like, he didn't think much of it. It's not like he's like focusing. He goes back to whatever he was doing before. But then when he looked up again, Alberta and the teens are gone.
And were they in a car or on foot?
The teens are on foot. Okay. Now, those teenagers have never been identified. And if the account is accurate, it might not even be relevant, right? But if Alberta wasn't grabbed outside of Gladys's or outside of her own home, then to me, this has to be the point at which someone made contact with her. And putting these together with what we know about where her car was found and other tips that come in, this theory, at least to me, makes a lot of sense. Because when you look at a map, there is almost this type of trail leading west from Gladys's house to the spot in the river where Alberta is ultimately found. So like one street over from Gladys's place is the convenience store that she stopped at sometime around 2 a.m. Another street over from that, police get a concerning call from a couple who said they'd been woken up to screams at around like 2 or 2:15 in the morning. And they say when they went to their front door to see what was going on, they saw a man dragging a woman from the middle of the street up to what they described as a white or light-colored Ford, where there was at least one other man waiting inside. And when that man pulled the woman close enough to the car, the other one like reached out, pulled her inside, and then the guy outside the car grabbed what looked like either a purse or they said maybe a brick from the middle of the street before jumping into the car. Now, unfortunately, this couple couldn't make out much about the men, but they said that the car sped off west through a viaduct that heads towards the river and the bridge.
Well, this has to be Alberta.
I think so too, especially because this location where the couple saw this disturbance, this is only 2 blocks away from where Alberta's car ended up being found. Like, again, you just go a couple of blocks, even farther west, there's the car, go farther west, there's the bridge. But if this was Alberta, then where they went in the car is a big mystery. Because from Gladys's house to the bridge is only about 4 miles. From the bridge to where the car is found, that's about 3. Round trip, you're talking 7 or 8 miles. Add a few miles to account for Alberta picking up the car. She picked that up at like 6 p.m. that day. She picked it up, drives it home. She drives to Gladys's the same night. They take that car to Kingfish back. Like, fine. All told, say she did 15 to 20 miles if you want to be like really generous. Interestingly, when police compare the odometer to the mileage log, when Alberta picked up the car, it says that 51 miles had been driven. So where did the car go and when?
And do we have any sense for when the car got dumped where they eventually found it?
We do. So even though the car wasn't reported until Friday the 6th, witnesses reported seeing the car at that same spot as early as Thursday morning. So we have somebody who put it there the 5th at like 6 a.m. at the latest. And police docs say that it hadn't been moved after that. So really, that gives us like a 12-hour window from when she picked up the car on the 4th at 6 p.m. to when it's abandoned on the 5th at 6 a.m. In that 12-hour window, 51 miles had to have been driven. And we know she's last seen alive at around 2 a.m. I really don't think she drove all those miles. Like I said, unless there is a part of her night that's unaccounted for, I'm looking at like a high end of 20 for her up until she's seen at 2 a.m. Yeah. Where else did this car go to put on the additional 20 plus miles? Somewhere in Indiana, maybe? That would explain all the weird bridge stuff. But the thing is, like, all that's happening seems to be happening in this concentrated part of downtown Louisville. So it's no surprise that police really focus in on that area between where the couple heard screaming and where her car was found. And there was actually this pair of brothers that they latched onto, one of whom was rumored to rob people by jumping into their cars and beating them. Apparently, a tip gets called in to police that led them to these brothers in the first place. Someone told investigators that one of the brothers was seen driving Alberta's rental car. And I think the police like got blinded by this because in their mind, like all the pieces fit almost too well. Right area, right MO, the person's still gone, right? Has to be it. And when police thought the brothers hooked up to a polygraph, they end up failing. And so they're even more sure that they're on the right trail. But what it took to get the failed polygraph, not on the up and up. The brothers denied having anything to do with Alberta's death, and one of them said that they failed because they took the polygraph after being beaten and interrogated. He said that he was driving a white car around the time Alberta died, but it wasn't Alberta's rental, which police confirmed to be true. And when they compare these brothers' prints to all of the prints from Alberta's rental, neither of theirs matched any of them. And when the tipster who offered them up in the first place ends up getting like really scrutinized, it came to light that they only gave these brothers names with some like weird scheme in mind about police helping a relative of theirs like get out of some legal trouble. Like it was like all
some
nonsense.
sort of like quid pro quo for the tip.
I guess it's very confusing logic, but it meant that any evidence of the brothers being involved fell apart, and then police had no choice but to rule them out. Problem was there was no one else to rule in. A look at those closest to Alberta hadn't revealed a suspect. I mean, her boyfriend is ruled out. They had a good relationship, so there was like no motive. His prints didn't match the ones found in the Ford, and he was home with his mother in the early morning hours that Alberta was killed. Police also looked into people Alberta prosecuted or who were unsatisfied clients, thinking maybe someone held some kind of grudge against her. But that didn't lead anywhere either. So the theory that seemed the most plausible at the time was that this was a robbery gone wrong. Someone must have just spotted Alberta, pegged her as an easy target to take whatever money she had on her in her purse. And, it's always hard to solve a stranger attack like that. But maybe one day the prints on her car would turn up a match. Or maybe they would find her missing purse. The truth was, both things would end up happening. But when they did, it didn't confirm their theories. It actually completely threw them on their head and introduced possibilities of conspiracy and cover-up. For decades, some cold cases have been reduced to files in a cabinet, but not anymore. I'm Ashley Flowers, and me and my team on the deck have been traveling across the country to report on these forgotten cases. And in some instances, it's resulted in these cases being solved after decades. Join me every Wednesday as we revive these stories one card at a time. Listen to the deck now, wherever you get your podcasts. 3 years passed after Alberta's murder without an arrest or really any new updates. But then, on July 16, 1968, a group of boys playing on the lower level of the Sherman-Minton Bridge found something that changed this entire case. When they leaned over the ledge, they saw this black leather purse tucked into this hole on one of the steel braces. And it wasn't even hard to get to or to grab, so they did. And inside was a check, key ring, lipstick, a lower dental plate, and the ID for Alberta O. Jones.
Did they not search the bridge 3 years ago?
I don't know how well they did or didn't search the bridge. I don't think that matters because I actually don't think the purse had been there for 3 years.
What do you mean?
For where it was, it's not like in this enclosed area or anything. It's like right out there in the open, exposed to rain, to snow, every other flavor of unpredictable Midwest weather that you can think of. And this thing, the contents in it, like, it did not seem weather worn, which makes me think someone put it there. Someone wanted it to be found.
Was it by where her shoes were tossed off the bridge, or where they like think they were tossed?
So that's the thing too. Both are placed or thrown from the lower level.
Right.
We know that. The one that goes from Indiana to Kentucky. But the purse is placed closer to the Indiana side.
At the beginning of the bridge?
Like when you're getting on,
Yeah.
and then the shoes were tossed on, like as you're getting off on the Kentucky side.
So if it was placed, like, why now?
That's the question I can't answer. Like I said, there weren't many developments in this case, and honestly, it wasn't even like major news anymore. So it's not like they were close to arresting someone or like, someone trying to like lead them somewhere. So yeah, why now? Was someone feeling guilty? Was this a clue? Was it possible that someone was trying to subtly tell people that they needed to look back at the bridge for answers? Because there was actually a clue early on that involved the bridge in this case. A witness who saw something very strange that seemingly just got overlooked or maybe tossed aside as insignificant. But I have a hunch of why that was. So you see, within a week of Alberta's murder, Louisville police had set up roadblocks on both the Kentucky and Indiana on-ramps of the bridge. And they were stopping motorists, asking if anyone had seen anything suspicious the night of Alberta's murder. They talked to like 222 motorists in total. And one of them, a guy named Peter Baker, said that he actually was on the bridge that morning. He worked super early because Mr. Baker worked at a bakery. So he was in his truck on the bridge with a coworker at 4:35 a.m. And he says that he saw a white car stop at the center of the bridge. And his coworker, Robert Bostock, remembered it too, though he remembered it being a little closer to the exit ramp into Kentucky. Either way, they both remembered that the white car wasn't alone out there. Pulled up behind it was a marked Louisville police car. Now, they didn't see anyone outside of the cars. And remember, it's estimated that Alberta went into the river between 2:30 and 4:30. So this was like just outside of that window.
Okay, by 5 minutes though.
I know. But there were two other people that they found who say that they were on the bridge that morning too, from like 4 to 4:30, and they say that they didn't see any cars. So it seems to be concluded that Alberta was already in the river at that point. And if this was her car, she wasn't in it.
Okay, well, who's that officer who was stopped on the bridge? Like, what do they have to say?
No one ever talks to it being them. If it's real, right?
I mean, they have something to hide.
But what? Now, the timing is interesting to me because if she went into the river before the car was on the bridge, then why did they go into Indiana in the first place?
And why did they stop on the way back?
Right. Like, throw the shoes anywhere. Like, surely there was a more inconspicuous way to get rid of them. Throw
them
in
Indiana.
Exactly.
And, like, two cars wouldn't necessarily need to stop, like, for that, right?
Right. It's not like you can say, like, oh, the white car was, like, pulled over, and a police officer just, like, stopped to see what was going on because, like, it looked suspicious or whatever. Because, like, A, again, why doesn't that officer come forward and be like, I actually pulled someone over on the road? B, if the officer stopped and had no idea of the situation, like, they would have, like, seen the bloody back seat, and that would have been cause for concern.
Yeah.
Because if Alberta is already dead, that back seat is covered in blood. If that was Alberta's car, and if there was a Louisville police car stopped behind it that morning, the only way this makes sense is if whoever was in the police car knows what happened.
Or was involved in what happened.
And the more you dig into this angle, the more you'll realize that there is something that really stinks here. Going all the way back to the beginning, like this car tip that was dismissed. Early in the investigation, So before police spoke to Gladys or anyone in Alberta's family, there was this senior Louisville police officer who seemed to know like more than he should. So the missing person report that her family put in, it didn't name Gladys. It didn't have any details about Alberta's movement with Gladys that night. Yet, this guy somehow knows about Gladys, knows that Gladys called Alberta to come over, knows that they went out to eat before he had ever spoken to Gladys or anyone in Alberta's family. How? Nobody ever really explains this or even seems to think it's like as weird as Alberta's family does. I mean, I do. Same, but it's just like glossed over.
So he's either involved or talking to the people who are involved.
Or option C, someone was following Alberta that night, whether they were involved or not. And that is not a far-fetched idea, because people had been following Alberta in the time leading up to her death. So remember, I told you that she had been scared recently because of her work. Well, there's a lot that went into that. Alberta had just become the first black female prosecutor in Louisville history. Remember, this is 1965, so I'm sure some people weren't too happy about that. And even before that job, Alberta was heavily involved in the city's civil rights movement. She was breaking barrier after barrier, and she was one of the first black students who attended the University of Louisville. And she was considered the first black woman to pass the Kentucky bar exam. And importantly, she was passionate about registering black citizens to vote. So she co-founded the Independent Voters Association and helped register roughly 6,000 black voters in Louisville. And she was a major part of the group that helped oust Louisville's mayor in 1961 and establish new laws against racial discrimination. She had such a great reputation that Muhammad Ali relied on her to negotiate his first professional contract. Wow. But all of that made her a target. Alberta's family noticed that Alberta was becoming paranoid in the months leading up to her death. And I honestly hate that word because like paranoid makes it almost sound like this was like a all in her head or whatever. But like these were very real things that were happening to her before her death. Alberta told her family about being followed and about people hitting her car and leaving scrapes. It felt really intentional to her. And Flora said she knew for a fact herself that Alberta wasn't just imagining things, because one night in May of 1965, this is like 3 months before Alberta died, Flora was actually driving Alberta's car, her distinctive car. And she saw this car following her, like making every turn, every stop. And Flora finally pulled over and confronted this other driver. And she said, in the car were 2 white men, and they showed her a police badge. Like, Louisville PD? That's what she thought. And she said the men just laughed before speeding off. But later it occurred to Flora they weren't following her. They were following the pink Thunderbird. They thought she was Alberta. Yes. And Flora also remembered one day when Alberta was talking on the phone to one of her friends. And then when they hung up, the phone rang again. And when Alberta picked it up, it was a man's voice on the other end, joking about the conversation she had just been having. Like, he heard the entire thing. And so Alberta was convinced that someone had tapped her phone.
That feels like way bigger than the LPD.
I mean, declassified records show that the CIA, along with other U.S. agencies, spied on Martin Luther King Jr. There was a vested government interest in stopping equality movement that Alberta was a part of. And listen, the very night that Alberta went to see Gladys, Alberta was apparently reading about the Kennedy assassination. And Alberta said that very night, she hoped that she wouldn't end up like him. After Alberta died, Flora said that the family learned Alberta had just gotten a burglar alarm put on her car, and she'd apparently bought a gun.
Put on the car that was in the shop that one night.
Yeah. And it's not lost on me that so much of this mystery surrounded the bridge connecting Kentucky to Indiana. Because Indiana had a resurgence of the KKK in the 1960s. Remember, there's 51 miles on that car. The purse is found on the Indiana side. There seems to be some tie to Indiana. I just don't know what it is.
Were there any Indiana people that showed up in this case file?
Not in like a meaningful way, but like, I don't know how much I actually trust the file. Because this idea that Alberta could have been targeted, the glaring reality that This, more than anything else, makes the most sense for a motive. It seems to have been like totally ignored. I mean, despite the deceptively large case file, I don't think this case was truly work. I think a lot of work was done, but it all feels like a distraction. They spent so much time on a robbery, maybe even tried shady tactics early on to get a confession. I mean, there was a point when they accused Alberta of being Gladys's lover, but it was like all nonsense. This running around in circles, addressing anything but the elephant in the room. It did. It led to a lot of work being done on this case. But for who? Because it didn't seem like it was for Alberta. Otherwise, why 2 days after she was found dead did some of the prints lifted from her car get thrown away? What? Oh, you heard me. And the story of how this even got found out is wild. So it's August 9th, 1965. We're talking days after the murder. And this detective, Detective Lancaster, is working really early hours. He's there at like 4:30 a.m. And he gets this idea about how they can utilize like the most important physical evidence that they have in this case, the fingerprints taken from Alberta's rental car. He's like, you know what? We should be comparing these to everyone, not just people in her life, but like every felon who gets brought in. Honestly, even people brought in on lesser charges. Like this doesn't have to be a part of their record, but we should compare them to these like known suspect prints.
Not bad ideas.
Right. Also, he says we should get prints from her Thunderbird that was in the shop, see if any of the prints match. Like maybe she knew the guy before. Maybe we can
Or like rule out people from the rental place.
Precisely. So, crack of dawn, Lancaster pops into the fingerprint lab to talk to the officer who is in charge over there, Officer Elliott. And as far as I know, no one else is in the room when this happened. So I'm just left to imagine the way that the air was sucked out of this room. The look on Officer Elliott's face as he has to tell Detective Lancaster that they don't have all the prints anymore. And then he gives the reason why. He says that on the morning of Saturday, August 7th, he was just finishing up his overnight shift when two people came into the lab, a Sergeant Miller with the department and a technician with the last name Patterson. Now, Technician Patterson had pulled the print cards from Alberta's case out and was going to go through them. But Sergeant Miller told him, you know what, just leave the prints alone. I'm going to go grab coffee and then I want to look at them. Now, Officer Elliott is leaving as Sergeant Miller was going to get coffee. Well, fast forward to that night. Officer Elliott reports back for duty. It's still August 7th, 10 p.m. now. And he goes to pull the prints from Alberta's case. They're actively working this case. Like now that he is there, Patterson is literally about to go get Alberta's prints so they can rule out whatever prints are hers. Like that's how fresh this is. Like that hasn't even happened yet. So Elliott goes to the envelope where the print cards are kept and empty. Like all of them are gone. So Elliott looks at Patterson and he's like, dude, like where is our evidence? Patterson says he doesn't know. He stopped looking at the prints when Sergeant Miller told him to. He said that Miller was the only one who had gone through them that night. So Elliott starts frantically looking around the lab. I'm sure he's like rifling through drawers, opening cabinets, like preserving prints is their main job. He cannot lose these. And that is when he sees them in a trash bin between desks. Like someone threw these prints away. And because of this, some of them were completely ruined, and even more concerning, some of them were still missing. The prints that were taken from the left door windows were never recovered. And the magnitude of this cannot be understated because Detective Lancaster said that he was present when these prints were lifted. He knows they existed, and he states in his memorandum to Major Robert A. Gregory that those prints were good prints and possibly the most important prints of the bunch. Of course, there were no photos taken of the prints, no negatives. And so all they had left was one slightly smeared print from the left door window instead of the actual really good ones that they know they collected. And Detective Lancaster ends his letter to the major saying they need to contact Sergeant Miller and find out what he did with the prints, or contact the FBI and see if maybe they have them. And what is nuts here is that There is nothing in the file about anyone ever questioning Miller about the prints, about where the prints are, or why he may have thrown them in the trash. Instead, he continued working the case and handling evidence even after those prints got thrown away. That wouldn't be the only time in this case that evidence was destroyed. No one knows exactly when this next thing happened because no one caught it, like Lancaster did the prints. Or if they did, a memorandum about what happened didn't survive in the file. But in 1988, investigators decided to take another look at Alberta's case. They still weren't looking at the possibility that Alberta was targeted because of her civil rights work. They weren't trying to figure out if she was being followed or who was tapping her phone. And they weren't taking a good hard look at their own department to see if the case was mismanaged. Instead, they were interested to know if Alberta's case could be connected to another woman's death. Her name was Decorah White, and she'd also been found dead in the river a year before Alberta, except no autopsy was even done on her, and they just assumed that she fell in the river and drowned. So the theory went that maybe like Alberta was doing some legal estate work for Decorah, but Alberta's family basically like shut that down. She's like, not only was Alberta not working with Decorah, they didn't even know each other personally. And long story short, police ended up saying that they couldn't connect the cases because none of the people in Decorah's case matched the prints in Alberta.
You mean the prints that were smudged and missing?
Yeah, so like I wouldn't be using that as an excuse to write a theory off, which is probably why they went looking to see if they could link other evidence to Decorah's case. But here in 1988 is when they find out, oh, guess what? Almost all of it's gone. Photos, we know the fingerprints are gone, the blood samples gone. Police had sent some of it off for testing, some I guess went to the FBI, but detectives were calling around and they just could not track this stuff down. Obviously, that 1988 investigation didn't get anywhere. And knowing that evidence was now mostly gone, destroyed, missing, whatever, it's not like there was much to go back and test over the years like we see with so many other cold cases. All they had were a couple of okay fingerprint cards. But Officer Elliott saving those cards from the trash would turn out to be one of the most important moves in this whole case. Because more than 40 years after he pulled them out of the bin, thanks to new technology, one of the prints got a match.
This episode is sponsored by BetterHelp. For some, summer is their favorite season. Travel picks up, kids are out of school, and adventure is in the focus. For others, juggling it all can lead to overwhelm and counting down the minutes until the kids are back in school. And many worry that they're wasting the days of sunshine. Having someone with you to listen, to understand, to support can make all the difference. BetterHelp makes it easy to get started with quality, fully licensed therapists in the U.S. who follow a strict code of conduct. In fact, BetterHelp is the world's largest online therapy platform with over 30,000 therapists who've served over 6 million people globally. Their therapist match commitment does the initial matching work so you can focus on your therapy goals. A short questionnaire helps identify your needs and preferences, and if you aren't happy with your match, you can switch to a different therapist at any time. It works. BetterHelp has an average rating of 4.9 out of 5 for a live session based on over 1.7 million client reviews. You don't have to say yes to everything this summer. Find support in therapy. Sign up and get 10% off at betterhelp.com/crimedonkey. That's betterhelp.com/crimedonkey.
By 2008, the FBI had an automated system to quickly match even low-quality prints against a national database electronically. And when cold case investigators in Louisville asked the FBI to run prints in Alberta's case again, after more than 4 decades, they finally got some good news. One of the prints hit on a match, and it belonged to a man in California named Arthur Porter III. But Arthur wasn't a California native. Back in 1965, when he would have been just 17 years old, he was living in Louisville, Kentucky. His father owned a prominent Black-owned funeral home, the same one that Alberta's body went to. The Louisville detective now working Alberta's case wasted no time getting on a flight out to LA. I mean, this was the biggest, best lead his department ever had. And whatever was done by his department before, he was charged with solving it now. And he wanted to talk to Arthur, who was now 61. And it's kind of a strange interview because when he sits down with him, Arthur is insists that he had nothing to do with what happened to Alberta Jones, while at the same time, like, seeming to kind of have a little more knowledge about the situation than I would expect if he was like really in the dark or hadn't thought about this woman in 40 years. Now, to be fair, when Detective Terry Jones starts this recording, he introduced himself as a homicide detective with the Louisville Police Department. So when Arthur is insisting that he doesn't even know why he's being talked to, but then in the same breath says he didn't kill anybody, he could very well be like, putting the pieces together, making an assumption. Why else would a homicide detective fly across the country to meet with you unless it's about a homicide? Right. When Detective Jones finally tells him what homicide he's investigating, Arthur says that he remembers Alberta even after 40 years. Now, he never met her personally, didn't hang in the same circle, like why would he? And he reminds the detective more than once that he was barely out of high school then and had no business hanging around a career woman like Alberta. Before he knows how his name was even brought up in this case, he comments to the detective, "I've never been with her." And then the detective asks a cleverly worded question. "Did you work anywhere that summer that she was killed that might have put you in contact with her?" And Arthur says, no, he worked at his dad's funeral home. The detective pushes again. Okay, so like, no car lots, like you didn't detail cars, like pumping gas, anything like that? And he says no to all of this. And in doing the questioning this way, basically Detective Jones is backing him into like a firm stance that there is no reasonable explanation for his print to be on or in Alberta's rental car. But he never mentions Prince. He asks if any of his jobs would have put him in contact with her, specifically her. And the answer is no. So the next question the detective asks is, so leading up to her death, what did you know about her? And this is where the answer is a little odd to me. Arthur said all he knows is that she got killed and she was a lawyer. And if they found his Prince, he doesn't know what they were doing with her because he was a good kid. A bookworm, straight out of school, who didn't get into any trouble. And Detective Jones doesn't miss a beat. He's like, you said Prince. Like, why are you talking about Prince? And to be fair, Arthur, like, he doesn't say it like this, but he's like, listen, I'm not dumb. You're clearly asking me if there's any reason for me to have, like, touched a car, right? Like, he's putting the pieces together. But once the cat is out of the bag, the interview goes on and on, round and round. Arthur, at least in text, sounds pretty convincing to me, or reads pretty convincingly to me, as he tells detectives that he had no idea how his friends ended up on her car. But where on her car? Well, so this is the catch. We don't actually know all these years later. So in the interview, Detective Jones tells Arthur they were in Alberta's vehicle. But actually, in the documents we have, police aren't ever able to determine exactly what part of the car the prints are from. Like, they could be from the inside, sure, but it's been so long, and the original case notes don't say. So investigators in 2008 don't actually know for certain. Either way, Detective Jones is like, here, let me just show you the report. And Arthur's like, listen, I don't need to see the report. I don't care what is written in these reports. I didn't kill this woman. But you were in her car? Right. And Detective Jones isn't super confrontational as he like pushes back. He's like, listen, this is why I'm here talking to you. I'm trying to figure this out. I'm not even saying all of these prints are yours. In fact, I know they're not all yours, but some are. Help me help you. How could they have gotten there? And Arthur says, okay, well, maybe if the prints are on the hood or something, it got there when him and his buddies were hanging out. So they start spending some time talking about where they used to hang out that summer. And this is where it gets really interesting again. Because Arthur says that they're always on the west side by where his two buddies live, between Hale Avenue and River Park Drive. Mostly, they would hang out at Elliott Park, which is really interesting when you look at the map again. Just to the east of the park is the convenience store that Alberta stops at 2 a.m. Just to the west of the park, like right on the corner, is where the couple saw a woman screaming and being pulled into a car. And then one street west of the park is where Alberta's car is ultimately found. Arthur just keeps saying, I was a good kid. I didn't hurt anybody. I didn't hang around with anybody who did. And he's even willing to take a polygraph to prove it. So they're like, perfect. Let's get this on the books for the next day. And they do. And Arthur shows up as promised for it, and he fails. In fact, the report found, quote, the highest level of deception possible. I think 2008 detectives probably thought they had their man, or at least they found a man with the answers that they were looking for. But they could not get Arthur to talk after that.
I mean, does he need to? If they've got his prints.
Yeah, but like not knowing where the prints are from leaves this door open to a million explanations. So even though they, it seems like, want to charge Arthur with something, the Kentucky Commonwealth attorney refuses. In a letter that they sent to the Louisville Metro Police Department, it says the state would not prosecute Arthur then or ever because the case wouldn't hold up in court.
Okay, so if Arthur was involved in some way, I guess I have all the questions. Like, why? How?
Well, I thought it was really interesting that Arthur mentioned two friends that he was with a lot that summer. Because I was thinking about that gas station sighting of Alberta. They were a routine. What if that was them? Also, come down the rabbit hole with me real quick. There was another run-in that Alberta had with teenagers that night, and I didn't mention it yet. So back when her and Gladys went to Kingfish to grab a bite, Gladys said that two white boys were yelling perverse things at them from their car. They actually drove off because of it. Now, she said that she didn't notice them following the car or anything, but is it possible that those two white boys met up with Arthur later? Remember, we don't know the race or have any descriptions for the three boys from the gas station. But I do suspect that Arthur's two friends were white because while their names are redacted from the transcript, what's not redacted is the part where Arthur tells police that his two friends, their dads worked for Louisville PD. One was a sergeant and one was a major. I know at the time that Louisville PD was predominantly white. So that's what I'm basing my assumption off of.
Well, and is that the real reason the fingerprint cards disappeared?
Makes you wonder, right? And listen, I went down a rabbit hole of yearbooks and obituaries trying to figure out who these guys could be. I could not pin it down. I will say that the Sergeant Miller, the one who was last with the print cards before some magically went missing, I think I found the right Miller. Based on his obituary, he only had girls, so I don't think that was like him protecting his kid.
Okay, but someone else's?
I don't know. Because this 2008 investigation feels a little like the 1965 one. Even though there are a lot of documents and work, the work I want to see is either missing or wasn't done. Because I can't find any records of them going and speaking to the friends that Arthur named to figure out if they know anything or had any connection to Alberta's case. The mention of them just kind of like goes away, just like the prints did. And listen, maybe Arthur's prints are a red herring. We couldn't ask Arthur about it ourselves because he passed away in 2024, maintaining his innocence.
If it was just like a group of teens, though, Arthur or not, do you think it really was just like some robbery gone wrong?
So, no matter who it was, I really don't think that that was the motive. Because I don't think Alberta just randomly encountered the killer. Like, I actually think that she was set up from the beginning. I mean, think about it. She didn't want to go out. She had been extra cautious lately. It would have been hard to get her in a vulnerable position unless she was lured out of the house, maybe by someone she trusted.
Are you saying Gladys was in on it?
I don't know for sure, but I can tell you that Alberta's family always suspected that. Her sister Flora still suspects that. Because there are some things that just don't add up. Like, for one, over the years, Gladys' story of what happened the night Alberta came over kind of changed. I mean, at first she said that she watched Alberta get into her car before she went inside, right? But in a later interview, she said that she watched Alberta actually drive away. This isn't like a huge deal. I think it could be easy to misremember some things over years. But what is a huge deal is that in her original story, it was that Alberta came over, she fits the wig, they go to Kingfish, and then they come back and Alberta said that she wanted the wig like trimmed up a little bit more. She didn't like the way that like the bangs fell or something. So they went back into Gladys' house before Alberta left. But in one of the later interviews, Gladys said that Alberta didn't come back inside her house at all after they went to Kingfish that night.
I mean, that's not like that huge. It's not saying she didn't come over at all, right?
No, but this highlights the thing that I am obsessed over. Was or wasn't there a wig?
What do you mean?
The whole reason Alberta supposedly goes to Gladys's that night is for this wig, right? Like Gladys, sure, she wanted to talk legal stuff too, whatever, but she wanted Alberta to get this wig. Alberta gets the wig put on. Alberta is supposedly wearing the wig when she leaves. Where's the wig, Britt? Because guess what? Alberta didn't have a wig on when she was pulled from the river. There wasn't a wig in her car or in her purse when that's found years later. And listen, admittedly, I don't know a lot about wearing wigs in general, much less the techniques of applying wigs back in 1965. But I did wear one wig for our Halloween photo shoot, and that baby was glued to my head. So I kept thinking, I doubt her wig wasn't like secure, right? Like it's not just like sitting.
Having her hairdresser like fitted on her.
It didn't just float away in the river. So I did a lot of phoning a friend, talking to women in our office who have worn wigs, including the reporter for this case, Shar Adams. And everyone said that the wig would have been secured. Likely not glued though, because it seems that was kind of rare back in 1965. So I think that's important too, because it's not like the water like loosened the glue, right? It more than likely means that the wig was secured on with pins. So why wasn't the wig on her head when she was found? The autopsy said that Alberta had a cut on her forehead, right near her hairline, that looked like she was maybe jabbed with a stick. Other than that, there was nothing out of the ordinary about her hair. There wasn't a report of any pins or combs to hold down the wig. So, like, I keep coming back to, was there a wig? Gladys did provide a similar wig to police, so they knew what they were looking for. Now, to be clear, Flora said that the family never suspected that Gladys actually committed the murder, but they did know that she was in debt. So they think that someone maybe paid her to get Alberta out of the house that night, and she took the job to help pay off her debt, not thinking that anyone's going to kill Alberta.
But wouldn't you think she would just say that something? Like if that's what happened?
I think it depends on who's paying you, right? Like, who would you be pointing the finger at? Are they scary people? Are they powerful people? I mean, maybe that's not even what happened. There is actually one theory that the family heard about from a detective that could explain a lot, including the missing wig. In the year after Alberta died, there was supposedly this guy in a Chicago jail who was planning to confess to being involved in Alberta's murder along with two other people. And the man said that they were in Louisville to rob a bank around the time Alberta died, but then they got this better deal to kill an attorney. And according to Flora, the man said that they killed Alberta and then sold her wig somewhere in Kentucky. But the detective who told the family about this came back later and said that the guy had been stabbed to death in jail before the detective could even go talk to him personally.
That's convenient.
Right. Weird timing. And whether or not that story was true or connected, this whole case reeks of something bigger. Bigger than just who killed Alberta. The question for her family is who was behind her killing? Who might have helped cover it up? Because it feels like someone in power had a hand in this. And if that's the case, then it likely has to do with one or two places where Alberta was getting in the way for people. Either it had to do with her civil rights work, or it had to do with her work involving Muhammad Ali. So I told you earlier that Alberta negotiated his first professional contract. But she was also managing a lot of his money, like 15% of all the winnings at the height of his career, kept in a trust that he couldn't touch until he was 35. And if someone wanted that money, they had to go through Alberta. Now, this started to get explored a little in the 1980s investigation. A detective reported that Ali wanted some of his money to go to the Nation of Islam, but Alberta refused. And the detective said that they even argued about it. And Ali told Alberta that members of the NOI really wanted that money. But all lines of inquiry into this stopped when the detective's wife started receiving threats. Said that if her husband didn't back off, that they would put her in the river.
So he just backed off?
Seems like he just backed off. Yeah. But this avenue is getting renewed attention now. thanks to a professor at Bellarmine University in Louisville named Lee Remington. She has been studying this case for a book that she's writing about Alberta's life and death. And so far, she says this is the direction that seems most promising. She expects to lay out more evidence, like a potential money trail leading back to Alberta's killer when she publishes. So there's no published date quite yet. Like I mentioned, the book is about more than just Alberta's death. Alberta made a huge impact on her community in the 34 years of life that she had. And Flora and Lee have made sure that she won't be lost in history. In 2017, Louisville honored Alberta as a hometown hero and hung a banner with her picture on a massive bank building along a street named after Muhammad Ali. The city named a park after Alberta, and there is an annual Alberta O. Jones Park Day. Alberta's been gone for over 60 years. It's never too late for justice. So if anyone out there has any information about her death, you can contact the Louisville Metro Police Department's Cold Case Squad at 502-574-7055, or you can email us directly, tips@audiochuck.com. You can find all the source material for this episode on our website, crimejunkie.com.
And you can follow us on Instagram at Crime Junkie Podcast.
We'll be back next week with a brand new episode. Crime Junkie is an audio Chuck production. I think Chuck would approve.
Okay, Crime Junkies, you know I absolutely love a twist and a turn, especially when it comes to people who turn out to be someone they're not. That's why I have been obsessed with the podcast Chameleon. Every Thursday, host Josh Dean deep dives into a scam so bizarre, it will leave you wondering, how did they get away with that? It is truly one of my favorite podcasts right now, and I've been listening for years. I think you'll love it too. Listen to Chameleon wherever you get your podcasts.
This podcast is sponsored by Talkspace. Last year, I went through many different life changes. I needed to take a pause and examine how I was feeling in the inside to better show up for the ones who need me to be my best version of myself. When you're navigating life's changes, Talkspace can help. Talkspace is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatry providers that you can access anytime, anywhere. Living a busy life, navigating a long-distance relationship, becoming a first-step father, Talkspace made all of those journeys possible. I could speak with my therapist in the office. I could speak with my therapist in the comfort of my home. I was never alone. Talkspace works with most major insurers, and most insured members have a $0 copay. No insurance, no problem. Now get $80 off your first month with promo code SPACE80 when you go to Talkspace.com. Match with a licensed therapist today at Talkspace.com. Save $80 with code SPACE80 at Talkspace.com.
Hi, Crime Junkies, it's Britt. If you're like me and you're ready to dive into even more cases, there's another podcast I think you're going to love, Park Predators. In Park Predators, host Delia D'Ambra dives into haunting crimes that happen in some of the most beautiful and unexpected places across the globe. Delia has helped host a couple of episodes of Crime Junkie in the past, and if you've listened to her before, you already know her investigative approach brings the facts of each case and their chilling details to life, making Park Predators the perfect mix of captivating and informative storytelling. So once you're done with this episode of Crime Junkie, go check out Park Predators. New episodes drop every week. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Metro County 911, where's the emergency?
Oh, off of Fawn River.
Okay, you're on Fawn River Road near what cross street?
Levi?
What cross street or what address are you at on Fawn River?
I guess it's on Bar River.
Okay, do you have an address on Bar River?
Oh, here's the guy.
Okay.
That 911 call you just heard came into St. Joseph County Dispatch just before 9 at night on November 30th, 2018, from a house off a rural road right outside Sturgis, Michigan.
Okay, can you tell me what's going on there tonight?
Oh, I don't know. They go just get to the back door and she had no shoes on, no coat. She's bleeding, got her feet, her arms. She said her boyfriend took off somewhere. He left the car and took off running, I guess.
If you didn't catch all that, the man, his name is John, said that the young woman that came to his back door was stranded after her boyfriend wrecked her car and then took off on foot without her. It was bitter cold with snow on the ground, so the fact that she showed up barefoot with no coat and a bit scratched up and bleeding was cause for concern.
Okay, so she said that her boyfriend took off from the area. Do you know, was he abusing her or what happened?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you that.
Okay. All right. Would you say that does she need medical attention, or she said it's not serious, or what's going on?
Under the static and radio chatter, you can hear the young woman John is speaking to in the background of the call. She doesn't sound panicked. Her tone is measured, and she tells them that she does want medical attention.
Okay.
She was told me she needs help.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. We'll get somebody down that way for her. Do you happen to know what her name is?
Is that your name? She don't seem to want to talk to me.
Okay.
Welcome back here.
That's the moment when the woman takes off from John, still barefoot, but wearing a green John Deere sweatshirt that John had given her for warmth.
If you can, tell her that the help is coming down that way. I just need her to stay there if she wants assistance.
Yeah, she went outside and got her suit on. I give her a jacket.
Law enforcement would later learn that the woman who ran was 23-year-old Brittany Wallace Shea. She was moments away from help, but something pulled her away from the safety of John's back porch. What or who or why has never been fully determined, because since Brittany slipped into the darkness that November night back in 2018, she has never been seen again. And trying to understand what happened to her, what even brought Brittany out to that rural road to begin with, and who she was with, opens a Pandora's box of conflicting stories, troubling allegations, and a mystery that has taken on a life of its own. I'm your host, Ashley Flowers.
And I'm Brooke.
And welcome back, Crime Junkies. The entire scenario that kicked off this case, a woman comes to a stranger's door, a little worse for the wear, shoeless, coatless, in the cold, saying she was in a car wreck and her boyfriend took off and left her. Then she takes off just before deputies are about to come. That would be more than enough for a red flag to be thrown up for Crime Junkies, right?
Yeah.
Like we would be like spiraling and jumping into action. Actually, we've literally seen this play out before. This feels like a slightly different version of the start to our episode on Lyft when Shannon Gilbert was running to a house looking for help. Maybe that's why, to me, this should have been so alarming from the jump. But sadly, that's apparently not what's on the minds of first responders. We were able to get what seems to be most of the case file. And when they look over the car that's been abandoned, they realize this was far from a serious crash. One of the few things almost everyone in this case can actually agree on is just how thick the fog was that night. And it looked like the car had basically just veered off the road into, they call it a ditch, but we're talking a very shallow ditch, and then maybe got stuck. The car was still drivable though. And even the injuries that John saw, he described them as small cuts on her feet and her arms. But I don't know where those would have come from. Some suggest that maybe from the brush in the field, going from the car to John, if she cut through that way and didn't use the road. But like, this is like right where we grew up. He's like Michigan, Indiana, northern Indiana, like field.
And this is in November.
Late November. Everything is like cut down by this point.
Yeah, there'd be like some sticks and stuff in like the farm fields, but not a lot.
I know, and some people have even said, oh, well, they cut down the corn and the stalks were still up. Like, but I was like, yeah, but on deep tracks, I know my fields. You have to switch between corn and soybeans. What was it that year? I don't know.
And you sometimes like till it under at the end of the season, so like, yes, there'd be stalks, but they're like half buried.
Also, like, there is a paved road that goes right to his house, like from where the car was. So, like, I don't even know if she would have had to have cut through a field. Listen, I don't know where the cuts come from, but I don't think it was from the crash because there is really no crash. I have talked to enough cops to know that they do see a lot of this, right? Like if a driver doesn't want to encounter police for whatever reason, they will just leave a vehicle. Maybe there was a reason that Brittany seemed cagey with John. Maybe she didn't really want the police to come out there.
Okay, but then why go asking for medical help?
That is not a mystery that they attempt to solve right then. I mean, I don't think they know who the woman was when they first show up. They don't know that it was Brittany. They're kind of thinking like, whoever that was, she's probably just going to show back up. And the truth is, the people in Brittany's life were probably making some of the same assumptions. The 23-year-old mom was struggling with substance use. She had recently given up custody of her 4 kids while trying to get back on her feet, hoping to start a new job, maybe enroll in school. And she had a warrant out for her arrest at the time for larceny. So when she goes MIA, at least at first, they kind of wonder if that's because she wanted to. But don't get it twisted. I mean, some of her family and friends have been looking for her, like asking around. Even her boyfriend had been out trying to find her.
The boyfriend who took off on her?
That's the catch. It was her boyfriend, Sheldon Ashbrook. It was his car that she had been driving. But when police dropped by unannounced after the incident, likely sometime around 10:30 p.m. or later, to tell him that his car had been impounded, Sheldon was home and informed them that he hadn't even been with Brittany. She borrowed his car that night, and he said he had no clue who she would have been with. So it sounds like even he just assumed that Brittany was either embarrassed, maybe by what she had done to his car, or maybe she was laying low due to the fact that there was a warrant out on her. But weirdly, it doesn't seem like he told her family about the car incident right away. I mean, he told some friends, but the family didn't find out until later that she had taken off after the car went off the road. Though even then, they hear that the car was operable, so she must have just walked off, right? Even her being barefoot in the snow didn't stand out to them too much. Her mom told us that Brittany was known to run around in flip-flops or even barefoot, even when it was freezing in Michigan. And listen, those instincts might have been right, because it turns out when Brittany went to John's that night looking for help, she did. She went to his house looking to use the phone, but she didn't necessarily call 911 right away. She had actually tried calling her grandma Vicky first. But either that call didn't go through or grandma just didn't answer. And I don't know for sure if it was her or John who actually ended up dialing 911. Like she ends up passing the phone off to him pretty quickly and then doesn't seem to want to give him any information. So I keep thinking maybe he like dialed before she realized what was going on. Like since she didn't seem scared, my gut is that Britt probably wasn't looking for help for like first responders.
She told grandma like for a ride or something.
Exactly. And when she realized that deputies were going to be showing up, she took off. But that doesn't explain why she hadn't turned back up now. And with every day that passed with no word from her, everyone who knew Brittany was growing more worried, especially the longer she went without being active on social media. Because apparently she is like a Facebook junkie. But the real final straw that set off alarm bells was learning that Brittany hadn't been in touch with her grandma Vicky at all after she tried to call her that night. Because the two of them were close and they talked constantly. So 8 days after the night that she walked off into the cold, Brittany's dad, Greg Wallace, reports her missing to the St. Joseph County Sheriff's Office. And once they open an investigation, they decide to go to Grandma, since she likely had the most contact with Brittany. They think she's going to be super helpful in trying to map out Britt's movements leading up to the night of November 30th. And it is a worthwhile stop. Grandma is a wealth of information because luckily the last time Grandma had seen Britt just so happened to be the same night of this car crash, the car going off the road. And Britt wasn't alone. Deputies learned that earlier on November 30th, sometime around 6:30 and 7 p.m., Brittany had stopped by her grandma's house to do laundry with a guy. Now, it doesn't sound like they were really interacting too much with anyone else at the house, but that could have been because they had been using drugs that night. Now, later, when her family finally heard that 911 call, they told us that they suspect that she was high because of the way that she sounded. Now, at Grandma's, she and this guy also appeared to be arguing a bit, and he was rushing her like he had somewhere better to be. And they stayed long enough to wash the clothes, but not long enough to fully dry them. Instead, Brittany stuffed damp laundry into a basket, and then they left together. Let's call it 8:30, 8:45 p.m.
So Sheldon lied.
Sheldon did not lie. Grandma knows Sheldon. He and Brittany had been friends for years before dating on and off. Grandma says this wasn't him.
Okay, then who was he?
Brittany, nobody knows. But like I said, Brittany and this guy barely interacted with anyone else. And in hindsight, Grandma says there was something off about this guy. They couldn't put their finger on it. Nobody ever got his name though, is the catch. They do have a pretty good description of him. He is this thin white guy in his early to mid 20s, between 5'6", 5'8"-ish, with short blonde hair and thick mutton chop sideburns, like Elvis, as Grandma described. And he was wearing a yellow sweatsuit type outfit with some black on it.
So when Brittany said her boyfriend took off after the crash, is she talking about this guy, whoever he is?
If there was a man in the car with her when it went off the road, I think it has to be this guy just based on the timeline, right? So based on what Grandma remembers, they left her house around 8:30 p.m. The spot where the car went off the road is about a 5-minute drive away. And then getting to John should take less than 10 minutes on foot. We know that the 911 call is placed around 8:50. So it seems like there wouldn't have been a lot of time for her to have picked up anyone else. I don't think anyone else could have been in that car with her. If someone was in the car with her, it has to be this guy that she left Grandma's with. Now, is there a chance that she dropped him somewhere and she was alone in the car? Maybe. But there isn't a whole lot in this area.
I was going to say, this is a pretty rural area.
Yeah, so personally, I think it's unlikely. Also, the direction that they were driving is kind of interesting to me. I don't know where Brittany was headed to, but the direction she was going in was toward Bronson. Now, she used to live in Bronson, but Bronson is away from Sturgis, where she has been staying with Sheldon. Now, the thing I'll say is that we're told a lot of drug connections live out that way in Bronson. So maybe she was going to somewhere she used to live or to a connection she knew, but I have no idea.
Okay, so I'm buying that the mystery man is in the car with her. But why does she call him her boyfriend though?
Nobody really knows. Now, I have to say, according to some family members that we spoke to, Sheldon actually did kind of fit at least some parts of the description. He is blonde. I think he has similar-ish facial hair, which I can show you. But the build, I think, was really different. And years later, some close to the case would question just how reliable everyone's memory really was that night, right? Grandma's saying, I know Sheldon's for sure not him, but they also say Grandma had a few fears. And nobody at the house seemed to be paying particularly close attention to this guy. And I'm not blaming them for that. They couldn't have known the importance that he would become in this case. But Grandma says it is not Sheldon. So to your point, why is Brittany calling someone else her boyfriend? Maybe she used the term loosely. Maybe it was someone that she was seeing on the side. Or maybe she just didn't feel like explaining her love life to a complete stranger, right? Because let me tell you, her love life was pretty freaking complicated, as we will soon get into it. But just a quick observation. I've seen what's believed to be the last selfie that Brittany took from Sheldon's car before leaving that night. And she looks pretty done up. Maybe that means absolutely nothing. But to me, it doesn't exactly scream like I'm just going to grandma's to do laundry.
More likely she may have been like going out, going to meet up with somebody.
Yes. And if she was seeing another guy, then the question becomes, did Sheldon know about it? When investigators circle back to Sheldon, the short answer, according to him, is no. He admits the two weren't exactly in the best place the day that she vanished, mostly due to Brick's nephews. He insists this wasn't some like blow up fight they had or anything, more just like bickering. But he does say that before leaving the house that night, Brittany told him something along the lines of, "You're not going to like me much later," which he took to mean at the time that she was going to go out and get high. He says he actually didn't want to lend his car to her that night. People we spoke to told us that that car was his baby. But that night, Brittany asked to borrow it so she could go to her grandma. And according to Sheldon, he actually even offered to drive her himself. Like it was only like a 15-minute cruise away. But he says that Brittany got irritated about this and was adamant about taking the car alone.
Which makes sense if she's meeting up with another guy.
Which is what I think happened. Because Sheldon helped fill in more of the timeline for November 30th.